meow. Beatrice says he has bear paws, meow. I do have bear paws, meow. Well, wait. Why are all the black people in your class in the back?
Oh my god.
Why did you assign the seats in your class so that all the black kids are in the back of your class? And he's like, because they have the highest grades. And they were like, ah, okay. That's fine. So yeah, we were the back row and the black row. Yeah, boy. Black row. Sasuke Katz is not gonna lie, it's kind of cute in a clearly you are suffering kind of way. Ooh, what do you mean? Ooh, that's
Why am I over?
Why Beatrice does shit? Ooh, that's fucked up. Ooh, I don't understand. Ooh, what do you mean by that? Ooh, what do you mean by that? Ooh, please help. Ooh, don't ignore me. Ooh. And what he asked for, ooh, was for me to count ooh as a word so that he could make me say ooh for 10 minutes. Ooh. So without using the 3-minute redeem ooh, in order for me to say oh whoa ooh, the way that you would need to do that ooh is to use the 3-minute redeem ooh, and then it would only last for 3 minutes where I would say oh whoa ooh. In order for me to say oh whoa for longer than that ooh, I would need you to use the 3-minute redeem ooh to ask to make it so that it's a word ooh for me to then do it for longer ooh. Does that make sense ooh? Please make it stop ooh. Sasuke Katz's panda needs a break ooh. I need Jesus ooh. Daddy.
It's over. Stop
Oh, it's
saying
been over for so long. Hep.
You just like saying it, don't you?
It's back now, Daddy. I hate it here, Daddy. I didn't even start the timer yet, Daddy. I didn't even need to start yet, Daddy.
You're actually getting conditioned.
Cole just says how he keeps going beyond the timer, Daddy. Well, it didn't matter now, does it, Daddy? Beatrice says you'll never be free, Daddy. I hate it here, Daddy. I hate it here, Daddy.
How many points is it?
It's not enough points, Daddy. Yeah, it's faster, Daddy. Yes, you're right. Sorry. I wasn't
faster, Daddy.
Go around now, down yonder, Daddy. Yeah, down yonder, Daddy. Yeah, down yonder, Daddy. That's what we're doing now, Daddy. I'm having a stroke, Daddy. Daddy. Yep, Daddy. That's Southern Daddy. Yep. That's all you got. You're gone. Oh, fuck, I forgot about nerve locking, Daddy. Oh, fuck, Daddy. All right, get back in there. Then do timer and do shout out. Yes. Bam, just like that. Mommy Chuzzy. Oh shit. Let's do a shout out for Laurie real quick, if you don't mind, right? Or...
I mind actually coming up.
Okay.
Anyway, okay. You could, yeah, go ahead.
No, that's her shout out. That's what she gets.
No,
I was going to say it, and then Saku Savage minded, so obviously I'm not going to do it anymore. So it's over. That's all you get.
Actually, no, we're not gonna. It was a joke.
Laurie says, who would win, Savage or Panda? Savage.
What are we doing? If we're playing chess, Panda's winning.
That's true. Savage, like in a physical conflict though, Savage has like fucking 2 feet on me though. Like there's just no fucking way.
Hold his head, bro.
Yeah, like there's no chance. I'd have to climb him like a fucking tree. I'd have to tear him down from the top. Like Saren in particular, like with regards to like lore, like Saren is like definitely a god that definitely exists.
Yeah.
Whereas like most of the other gods are like
kind of wishy-washy.
Yeah, you could be. I could see someone being skeptical, right? Zamorak almost definitely exists, and like the gods have like done stuff. Like Bandos brought the goblins, right? Like goblins aren't from here; they were brought here.
Yes.
But like the elves were like on a first name basis, like backstory and king backstory. It's like, oh yeah, Saren, yeah, she and I spoke all the time. Like, you know what I mean? Like literally just engaged with her personally. Like, oh yeah.
Yeah, probably seen it. Like a black guy.
I don't think I've seen a black guy before.
Panda. Sit down.
Yeah.
You are a black guy.
No, I've never seen that.
You probably don't own a mirror.
Saku says, Panda, you can't say those things. Why not?
You can't say those things, Panda.
It's there's nothing wrong with that.
Nah, Sock is right. You can't stop it.
It's fine. You can
You
say.
might. No. He's right, dude. You went too far this time. I think we need an apology from you.
Yeah. Okay.
Go on then.
No, I'm all right.
Okay, well, do anything for 3 minutes. Redeem's looking pretty cool.
Oh shit. Like, I would love to see somebody's account at level, like, I don't know, 100, 250, 500, 750, you know what I mean? Something like that. Like every 250 levels or something like that. To see how it changes over time. Because that would tell you so much about their development as a player, especially if they, not only do you have those pictures, those every 250 levels, but you also got it like time stamped or whatever. So like, it's like this date and this is what the levels look like, this date and this is what the levels look like. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty interesting, I think. Would you guys rather work like, let's say 40 hours a week, right? You're only going to work 40 hours a week. Would you rather work 3 days for 12 hours and 1 day for 4, or 5 days for 8 hours? Right? There's going to be 40 hours either way, but I think I would rather have like a bunch of days completely off myself. Saki says 5 for 8. Screenwrite says 4 10s. Okay. Respectable options. Respectable options. Booze also says 4 for 10. I would rather do really, really long shifts myself, which perhaps isn't surprising to you guys, being that you've seen me stream. I don't know. I was like laughing about something and I wiped my eye and I was like,
No.
oh God.
Panda. That was the one thing you weren't supposed to wipe. Not wiping the eye, my friend.
Like, I was in so much fucking agony, and it was so funny. It was so funny to me. I couldn't stop laughing while I was in agony. It spread to my other eye too, so I couldn't see shit. I'm trying to do a farm run still.
Oh, brother.
I was laughing so hard. I was like fucking congested. Like I can't breathe through my nose. I can't see through my eyes. It was fucking brutal.
Buddy. Well, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool story, bro.
Yeah. I'm fully live. I'm fully Lord. I'm fully turned on. Great. Fully live. I'm fully Lord. I'm fully turned on. Where is this? But I am fine. No, Lord, you're a joke. Got him. Got him. I thought about that. I was like, is that too mean to say? And I was like, no, it's fine. I fully thought about it and then decided if it was too mean to say or not. I literally meditated on it. Was like, is this too mean? I was like, no, it's fine. Fully meditated on it, like fully was processing it, because I thought about it instantly. If my mouth if I was liquored up, I would have said that shit instantly, but instead I was like, no, let's think about it. Is this too mean? It's like, no, it's fine.
But you're peeing. You don't pee right now.
I'm busy.
You don't pee, I'll scream.
Please don't.
What? I'll scream. I'll do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. No,
Well,
don't.
No, please don't scream.
Well, that's just for anything. If anyone buys me anything, I'm obligated to fucking make the money worthwhile.
No, I get that. I understand that as well. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, if anybody wants to play any game with you, all they have to do is buy it for you.
Yep, but that don't. If you put it like that, then it's gonna be like someone's gonna force me to play a scary game, and I'm not. No. I was already teased to play fucking Outlast. I'm not doing that.
I mean, it sounds like Zephyrius just needs to buy you Outlast.
Nope.
If Zephyrius were here in the chat, all he would need to do is buy Delta Outlast, and then Delta would be obligated to not only play Outlast, but to do it on stream, perhaps? Look, it says, I'll tell him.
No, 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 please.
Oh no, I misclicked. It's fine. You didn't see the transition twice. That would be embarrassing. Yo, what up? It's your boy, that Daft Punk man. I'm joined with Saku, or by Saku. I'm joined with Saku, by Saku, in line with Saku, never without Saku. We're without Saku
Online
sometimes.
with?
Yes, true. That also. What's going on, man? How's it going? How did your vacation go? Obviously, don't tell the juiciest story, but give me the least juicy vacation story so you can tell the juicy stories on your stream.
I got sick.
True. that is probably the least juicy story. Well done. All right, let's do some dailies real quick. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do now that you're back? Are you gonna do some more RuneScape the next time you go live?
I'm going live tonight, and we're going back to Battle World.
Oh, it's Tuesday, right? So it would be Power World Day. You're with Blight Empire, Beatrice Gambit, and Chuzzy Wuzzy, right?
That is correct.
Fantastic. Do you think you're still the highest level? Do you know?
I think so.
Damn. I think that they planned on doing a little bit of catch up while you were gone. So they failed, if that's the case. They didn't do a very good job catching up. I mean, they might have closed the gap at least, but they certainly didn't catch up. That's what happens when you're a RuneScape player, you know what I mean? Like, you just play alternatively. They just don't have the power that you do. They could never achieve your lofty heights. Speaking of lofty heights, this Thursday, a brand new 99 for you, right?
That is also correct.
Oh my god, look at this guy. He's doing all kinds of stuff, making all kinds of moves. Yesterday, Suck was streaming RuneScape once again, and she was doing Zora, and she got that 1 in 13k, which is not a pet. Yeah, it's not a pet. So it's not the best. But you know, she'll be fine.
Devastating.
Yeah. I saw it happen and I was like, damn, that's unfortunate. And later I said something in the chat and she was like, were you here earlier? And I was like, yeah, I was. Like, it was so bad that she wanted to vent about it live in the same stream. That's not good. It's a bad sign, guys. All right, we're gonna get started with Solo Seps because Savage isn't here. And as soon as I get this started, he's gonna show up. He's gonna be like, hey, you wanna do Volcanic Mine? And I'm gonna be like, sure, man. And then we're gonna go do that instead. But for now, Solo Seps, the silliest of them.
I'm smoking glass.
I don't think you're supposed to smoke that shit, dog.
Why not?
I think it's highly.
It's 53 XP each.
I mean, when you put it that way, it sounds. You're right. I was being ridiculous. That sounds like excellent. Smoking on that shit. I think it's like fully inert, so I think it wouldn't kill you, except that it's like in your body and not good.
Except that it's almost pretty much on fire.
Yeah, if it wasn't molten, like it would just be like fully inert. Like the reason why we use glass for so many things is because it basically just doesn't react with anything, which is also part of the reason why whenever we have chemicals that we want to store in something that do react with glass, it's like, what the fuck do we put it in? Because like all of our chemistry equipment is like glass based because it's so inert, it's so non-reactive, right? And glass and sand and obviously are all the same thing. Did you know sand is apparently just as clear as glass is? It's just that it's not lined up properly because they're like the same thing. They're the same material, silicon dioxide or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, Miss Pangoro, how's it going? Let me do a shout out for Saku. I basically already did the shout out, but in case you guys didn't know that he was a streamer somehow, you can catch him doing all kinds of stuff. So Power World later today. Runescape this Thursday. He's going to be maxing yet another skill. Very exciting. Look forward to that. It's going to be pretty funny max, I think, as well. And then separately on Sundays, you play Satisfactory with us in the morning, and in the evening, you'll play Pokemon with Kitsune. That's your first time playing through an actual Pokemon game, like properly playing through the games. That's Scarlet and Violet specifically. And do you know how much more of the game do you have left? Do you know what level you are?
Well. Sorry, what was the question?
Do you know what level you are in Pokemon?
Oh, I've basically passed the 50s.
Okay, so you're towards the end game, I would guess then. So I think that game's end game like kind of like goes on and on and on up to like the 80s ish, weirdly enough. But I think a lot of that is also technically post game, so it kind of depends on how much you want to do. This Pangoros is sick for 24 hours. Why are you sick? Why would you do that? Stop. You fool. Oh, I should reset this. Because I want to see my rate. And also want to see how much I get over the course of the day if I can. But yeah, that's Aku Kambaku, the Soul Mage VTuber. He's got a lot of different things to show off if you want to see him with cat ears. If you want him to take off his hat. He's got the power, the technology, you understand? I only just started diving into like the capacities that the software that we use like actually is like capable of. It's like, oh, it just directly integrates with Twitch. Maybe I should do some stuff. Maybe I should like try and make that happen in some way. It wasn't that bad. I just had to read. I had to read and learn. But we got some new stuff here now, and also switched up the pricing. So last week we had like debut stuff, and it was all-time low pricing. Now it's a little bit more expensive. Still quite cheap, quite affordable, I would say, but much less so than it was before. And it lasts a little longer than it did originally as well. So you've got some toys if you want to play around with them, but only if you want to. Beatrice, is you're both stinky, by the way. Why are Saku and I stinky, but Savage is never stinky? What's up with that? Huh? Some kind of anti-preferential treatment going on here?
I've returned.
Welcome back. What's your name? Do a shout out for Unknown Queen as well. If you guys don't know Unknown Queen, he's a variety streamer, at least in part. Still playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. I was actually surprised to see that he didn't finish it. He was doing the, man, I don't know what that guy's name is. It wasn't Sadler, but it's the Napoleon guy. He was doing that boss fight. I think it's some kind of a challenge mode. Snake says, wait, am I stinky? That's a good question. Are you stinky? I don't know how wide the extent of stinkiness, you know what I mean, how pervasive it is. Beatrice says, you want Savage to be stinky? No, I want none of us to be stinky, and I don't know what the difference is. Is this loud enough? The game audio seems so quiet. It'll help if we're listening to a different song as well, to be fair. Oh, yes. So that's one of the games, Resident Evil 4 Remake, which features one of Unknown Queen's many husbands. Specifically, many husbands from Dead by Daylight, which is, I would say, their main game. They play both Killer and Survivor, Runner, if you will. Mostly Killer, it's my experience, like actually as a viewer. Their favorite killers are Trickster and Artist. I believe Trickster was the guy's name. He's the one with the baseball bat and like the throwing knives. I definitely know who the other one's artist. She doesn't look like her name would just be artist, but that is what her name is apparently. Beatrice says, I bet you smell like a cute girl. What the fuck? Why? Fucking, that's a weird thing to think that somebody smells like. So he smells like fucking, like My Little Pony merchandise or like Hello Kitty shit. Okay, weird. It's got that like Barbie vibe somehow.
Finished smoking glass. Never again.
Wow, that was very fast. Were you just doing it like for a long time before?
Yeah, like 10,000 glass.
Okay, great. That's. Do you break? Do you have the thing where you break the bottles, the vials, excuse me, when they're empty, or did you turn that off so you can keep it for later?
I break my vials.
Hmm. You think that you're only gonna need 10,000 more? I mean, inevitably you're gonna use more in the future, right? That's not that many.
Why would I grab vials?
Can you just? Oh, can you make it so that?
You can buy vials full of water in packs of 100 each.
Ah, let's see. Yeah, I think you actually told me that before. Now that you mention it. Vials full of water. That's so convenient, actually. Because that's exactly the. I don't know if you could fill them with anything other than water. Maybe blood in that one quest.
Coconut.
I'm sorry. Did you say coconut?
Yeah, you can fill them with coconut.
They're filled with like coconut milk then?
Yeah.
Weird. What are those for?
Antidotes.
Mm.
But you don't make them because it requires magic fucking roots.
You know, magic roots. The
You have to
easy
chop
option.
your grown trees for like 5 minutes and then you spade them for 4 of them.
Yeah, that's all right. It's not even a very good antidote then. Jesus. Like for the cost associated, can't you just do like anti-venom instead?
A real way to get, you need antidotes to make anti-venom.
Oh my fucking god. Actually pain. That's fucking miserable. Why would anyone be in iron? Where's the joy? Because you can't even just go to a magic tree and just chop it. You gotta grow your own magic tree too, right?
Yeah.
Good lord, man. That's a huge investment.
I'm gonna blast furnace.
Oh yeah? For cannonballs?
For the ores I have.
Oh, the gold for crafting?
No.
What ores are you? Do you just have various ores?
Yeah, like 14k addy I got from Duke.
What are you gonna do with it? Just. Oh, you're
Use it
leveling
for XP.
smithing. Yeah, I got you. I forgot that you didn't finish smithing yet. And I was like, what are you gonna do with fucking adamant bars, man? And you're like, nothing really. Drop them to the main eventually, I guess. What's up, John Smolt? How's it going, man? He's another streamer, friend of the channel. Variety gamer. He's trying to get his PC sorted. Hopefully the new graphics cards made it so that your PC arrangement is a lot easier now than it was prior. Looks like the game that they played most recently was VA11 Hall A, like Valhalla, which I don't know anything about this game. I've literally never heard of it before. Oh wait, it looks like a game that I've seen before. There was a game, I forget what it was called, but it was similar to this one where you're basically just serving people drinks. Osner was playing it, but yeah, I don't know anything about this game though. Literally not a single thing. But it looks like it was a good time and that it's a highly like point and click adventure inspired dialogue focused gaming experience. John Smoltz is a visual novel bartending game. Yeah, it's basically the vibes that I was getting from it. Excellent. Well, I hope you had a good time in it. Hey, Screen Ride, what's up, dude? We're just doing silly steps. But yeah, I definitely recommend you check out John Smoltz if you want to just vibe it out with somebody. Is your computer online yet? Obviously I can't tell from your webcam if you're using a computer or not. Kind of looked like a PC game though. Also, you use your siblings' stuff sometimes, right? So no telling from that actually. But you know, we're vibing it out, trying to get some big numbers, some big games, some big challenges. What is 369? Okay. So there's another friend here who we will leave very shortly. I want to have nothing to do with them. Literally zero involvement would be preferable. Nothing against them. But the more we live our life freely, devoid from the contact of other players, the safer it is for all parties involved, according to an outdated page on the wiki, to be fair.
I would know. I'm an iron.
True. True. John says, nah, siblings, since he doesn't use it, going all in one now since I've gone through 2 PCs already and don't want to replace it in another 4 years. Going all in on one now. So what you're saying is you're like speccing out this new computer? Okay. Trying to future-proof it a little bit? I wouldn't get the 50 series. That's way too expensive, I think, for the value.
Specking out. You using a Void Waker?
No, he would never. Going for a 40 series? Yeah, depending on which in the 40 series, it's probably the best for the money. 30 series is pretty good too, though. I wouldn't do anything worse than 30, and I wouldn't do anything more than 40, if that makes sense. But I don't know where specifically you fall in there. It's totally up to you. Have you looked into the RX series? Because there's a brand new line of AMD graphics cards, and they're like $600 or something like that. I've never used AMD before. I don't know nothing about it, but you know, they're not quite, you know, cutting edge, if you will, but they're more than capable. They're like better than the equivalent of the 30 series, or something like that. And they might be even better than the 40 series. I'm not sure about the specs. I haven't seen any of the benchmarks or anything, but I do know that they just dropped recently. So consider, because you might save, I don't know how much the 40 series is now, but you might save half. You know what I mean? Like, which is not bad. Shit, buy you the other half of your computer, basically. Maybe not quite. I mean, it's close. Like, the price of a computer is really like the graphics card plus the CPU, and then like miscellaneous after that. The rest is really just details relatively. Oh, speaking of details, let me look at this very quickly. Yeah, I thought so. Double. I just want to make sure that I remember to upload everything so that I can delete these videos. I store them locally, which is extremely wasteful, but that's what I have done. Maybe I'll switch it up one day, but not yet. Okay, so yes, these are all good. John Smoltz says, heard AMD is good, but saw my older brother get a brand new AMD, not sure which one. Not a week later, it got destroyed. Did he get it, like, brand new, or did he get it refurbished from a fucking crypto farmer or whatever? A Bitcoin miner. Yeah, what's up, Kolya? But yeah, I've heard of some people having some problems with AMD, but the same applies to everything. There are isolated incidents. So it's really how good they are in general, right, that you would want to be worried about. But there's no telling from my perspective. I'm not very familiar with like the graphics card space or anything like that. I just heard about some newer cards from not NVIDIA, which makes a huge difference in the price range at the very least. You could buy 2 graphics cards. You could buy 5 graphics cards, the RX 700s or whatever, 790 or whatever it was. You know what I mean? And just switch them out when they break. if that's what it is. Obviously, they would need to last a fifth as long as a 50 series would in that case, but you get what I'm saying, where it's like, you know, that is a perfectly viable option. I know how to take a graphics card out and put it in. Like, that's not that bad. Much cheaper. Kolia says, I'm sore and exhausted. I worked all day in the apartment doing household chores and such. Ate earlier, now you're resting. All right, fair enough.
I've come up with an interesting way to max agility.
Are you gonna catch a monkey?
No. I'm gonna skip level 98 by using agility arena tickets.
Ah, I see. Just get an entire level's worth? Okay. That's interesting. One thing that I thought of is Trouble Brewing gives so many different types of experience. So similar to how Kitsune did it, you could max by leveling like 4 or 5 different skills, maybe even 6, all just by completing one game of Trouble Brewing if you like queue it up just right.
Yeah.
I think that would be really, really hard though. I don't know if I would want to do that myself, but, and it's also kind of late for me as well, because a lot of the skills that you would want to do, I've already done, but I could still do something like that. It doesn't, I don't know if I want to commit to that one. As much as I do love Trouble Brewing, that's like kind of a logistical nightmare. Kolya, if you didn't know, is another streamer friend. He particularly cares about rhythm games, but he's also a fledgling Runescape player. It's been a little while since he played Runescape, I think. Yeah. No Vaz for me to rely on, so I don't know when he last went live either, but I don't believe it was too terribly long ago. I saw him playing Rip to the Necrodancer, which is, I don't want to say, you know, his favorite or nothing, but certainly a rhythm game that he enjoys greatly. It's in the same series as Crypt of the Necrodancer, if you remember that one, and also Cadence of Hyrule, if you like spin-offs involving Zelda characters, I guess. But yeah, no, I definitely recommend you check out Kolya if you're interested in, I would say a variety of content, mostly RuneScape and rhythm gaming, from my experience. And also, if you're interested in talking to someone who's bilingual, if you're practicing your German or your English and you speak German and vice versa, whatever, Kolya's got you on that. Kolya's actually not just an inspiring voice actor, that's what the VA stands for, but also interested in being a translator. So, you know, talk to them about stuff. Maybe they'll help you with your German homework. Kolya's fledgling in OSRS sounds nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Or that you like the title, at least. I think that's fair. You have a lot of experience with some things. I mean, everyone has a lot of experience with some things in RuneScape and no experience with others. You know how it is. This game's just too big to experience everything yourself, I guess. But
Yeah, I have like no experience with the Grand Exchange.
true. A little bit outside of your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Kolya says Cadence of Hyrule is amazing. I am an absolute Zelda nerd, and then having an official Zelda rhythm game. If you're a real Zelda nerd, does that mean that you've played Link's crossbow training as well? With its built-in Wii peripheral? How do you feel about Link's crossbow training?
Have you
Kolya
played
says
the
I did.
Faces of
Hell
Evil?
yeah. I'm sorry, what did you say, Saku?
Have you played the Faces of Evil?
The CDI games?
Yes.
I truly doubt it. That might even be before Kolya's time, to be honest. Who says, oh shit, Panda's online. Yeah, that's me. What's up? Koya says, fuck no, get the hell away with this garbage. The Wand of Gamelon, the Faces of Evil. Wasn't there one more? I think there's 3, but I'm not sure.
No, I think it was 2.
Okay. I know
The
those.
third was probably the Mario game.
Yeah, you can play one. In one you play as Zelda, one you play as Link. So it would make sense if there were only 2. I know for a fact that there's 2, but I thought there were 3. Obviously, I don't know anything about the Mario game. I think I've seen stuff from it. You know what I mean? Like the if you want to call it animation.
Spaghetti.
Oh my fucking god! Shout out to the Super Mario Super Show. They were like wasted, I think. Well, maybe not during the filming of that. That might have been the filming of the movie instead. But regardless, one of Savage's favorite clips, like on the internet in general, but particularly from, you know, like serialized television shows, is when Mario says, "Thank you, Luigi." He says "Thank you, Luigi," but it sounds and also looks like he might have said "Fuck you, Luigi." Like Luigi's like, "You got a little spaghetti on your shirt." He's like, "Fuck you, Luigi." All right. He says, "I'm just sitting around waiting for a TOB group to form." Oh shit. What are you gonna do in TOB? Are you gonna get anything good? Screenwrite says relatable. You're very familiar with cursing at Luigi. You know he doesn't do all that much wrong or bad. Just that fucking game theory video about like Mario's a psychopath. Which is like not even unsubstantiated, to be honest. They really do have some things that like Mario is like needlessly mean to his brother. Screenhead says that's why I gotta curse at him anytime I keep him in line. Luigi? No. Luigi's mostly fine. So you're trying to make sure that Luigi doesn't go the way that Mario did, is what you're saying? I guess that's nice. Keep him humble in a way. He does have that death stare one time. Koya says Luigi's best man. He is taller, and that does make him better and more handsome. This is going to be ranged DPS, and hoping for the scythe split be a 450 mil split per person. Range DPS. So what you're saying is when you're looking to join a TOB run, it's trio and everybody has a designated role. That's fascinating. Koya says, tall equals handsome for Panda. That's not even for me, Koya. That's what people think. As long as you're not too tall, tall is definitely more attractive, period. Who says it's 4-man? Oh, I see. Fair enough. Screwman says, yeah, he's mostly fine by my efforts alone. I mean, damn. Thanks for bearing that cross for us, man. I appreciate you for keeping Luigi based. Instead of his brother, extremely red pilled. I wonder, do you think that Luigi or Mario are more likely to be red pilled? It's probably Mario, right? He's the one who's saving the princess from the castle all the time and stuff.
Yeah, he's the one dressed in red.
It's also that too. I did think about that as well. I need 4 more mushrooms. Who says the roles are North Freeze, South Freeze, range DPS, and melee DPS. Weird. Koya says, I mean, it's not a challenge to tower over me as I'm a short king myself. So yeah, I'd say like, you'd say that you like tall men. Being smaller than me is a challenge though. I see. I think I understand actually. I don't know. I think when I say tall, I don't mean taller than me. I mean taller than average. You know what I mean? Because average is only like 5'8" or 5'9" or something globally, I think. But you don't want to be like too tall. Like around 6'3", 6'4" is like enough. Any more than that is too much. Well, it says try finding another man smaller than 5'1" because that's my exact height. I knew someone who was that short. Actually, I knew several people that were that short. So I wouldn't need to find them. I would just need to like call them on their phones. I'm like very familiar with them actually. But yeah, I'm not very tall either. But I don't know. I don't think that's like uncommonly short, to be honest. I mean, it's short, sure, but not like, you know, I'm not spotting a unicorn at 20 yards like, whoa, look at that. It says, damn, never found another man smaller than me. Maybe you're just like in a well-nourished environment. Because I know that the kind of foods that you get, like in youth and stuff, do matter. Like if your diet isn't, you know, nutrition complete or whatever, can make a huge impact on that. There's a bunch of other stuff too, obviously, diet and stuff, or genetics and stuff. Who says significantly easier with 4 people and requires 2 freezers at Maiden. I want to say that Maiden is the plant one. I'm not sure. Boo says, if done right, you only take like 1 sip of restore for that. The rolls are also important for Nilo room. Nilo is the spider room with the different combat styles. Both to yes. Got it. Thank you, Boos. Cody says, my head got stunned because I've been born way too early. That happens, yeah. I think one of the guys that I know was similar. I don't know about the other guy. I never found out. I never asked him or whatever. I just know he's shorter than most. He was like probably one of the shortest people around, if you will. Never really came up. It was just like, oh yeah, he's kind of short, I guess. There's this meme that I posted, I think, recently, where somebody went through their friends' phones and replaced all of their contacts with fantasy races or whatever. And they were asking like, hey, who is this? I don't know what your name is anymore. And they were like, what does mine say? Before I tell you, what does it say? And they were like, dwarf. He was like, I'm not even that short. What the fuck? He's like, oh, Dan. If it's a guy who's denying how short he is, it must be Dan. There's only one person I know who's extremely short and also has a problem with it in some way. I feel like we did a good job so far on this fossil game, this fossil grind. Chloe says, I was born nearly 8 weeks too early, which is not extremely early, but still oof. Yeah, I wouldn't super know. Like, I don't know that stuff very well. I know it's 9 months split into trimesters generally, and early is bad. That's like kind of it, actually. That's about all I know about it. I don't know how much even is like average knowledge of like birthing or development stuff. I think most people find that stuff out as they become pregnant, or, you know, have a direct relationship with someone who is pregnant. And I've never been pregnant. I've never been pregante. I don't think that's gonna happen either, guys. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't know if I'm ever gonna be pregnant, guys. I know. Save your disappointment. Hold your tears. Me too. Nice. We could probably do one more. We don't have any food, but we have enough space. We have the perfect amount of mushrooms. This is a very early born child, is born 28 to 32 weeks. How many weeks are in 9 months? So that's like 36, right? Ish. This is meaning I was very close to being extremely early born. Wait, 9 months, 4 weeks in a month? Well, it's like a little more than 4, I guess. So 36, 36 minus 8 is 28. So a very early is 28 to 32, and you were very close to being extremely early. So you're like, so not very early. You were very early, not extremely early, is what where you're going with that? Sure. Seems very close, but okay. Actually, I guess it would be better. Oh, first of all, drop these things so we can keep doing this. Did I change the music and then change worlds instantly? I sure did. God damn it. Boy says pregnancy is 40 weeks. I was born 8 weeks early, meaning I bordered on being extremely early. Yeah, so 32 rather than the 28 that I did. I was born around 32 to 33 weeks. Got you. 40 weeks, huh? Okay. So that's what, 280 days? It's only like 80 days short of a year. Which I guess the math does still check out. It's like not quite 3 months, right? Short of a year, which would be 9 months. So it's a little more than 9 months. The math is mathing. Yo, this dude is absolutely rocking me. Stop hitting me for 5s, man. Shit. That was like fucking 7 attacks that were all 4s or 5s. What's the point of ranged armor and ranged defense? I'm sorry, it's melee armor, but it's effective against range damage. You know what I'm saying. Are you gonna start playing Monster Hunter Wilds, Daku? He's gone. He disappeared. It's okay. And we have exactly 9 spaces now. I don't think it matters because we definitely don't have food or health. Health and food are like basically analogous to one another. You can activate your health bar in this game in the same way that you can activate prayer and like run and stuff, but only if you have the prayer book and it removes poison. That's all it does. Trade prayer for removing poison, basically. I don't even think it works on venom or anything else. I think it's just poison. And I think you do need to like unlock that as well, because I think that it's like part of, what is it? Brain Death Isle or whatever? No, I don't even think it's that one. I think it's the Harmony Island thing. Maybe you just used it again there though. Who says, bruh, I'm shocked the Discord I'm in for TOB is dead as fuck right now with Scythe being 1.8 bill. $5 p.m. on a Tuesday? I don't know. I feel like it's a little early for something like that. Because it's East Coast 5 p.m. So you're really looking for people in the UK. I think at this time, it's a little too early for people to be on. 3 hours from now, they probably would be on East Coast time. And then 3 hours after that, they probably be on West Coast. So I think you're really early. Who says it's usually popping off at this time? Oh, all right. I'm just kind of surprised to hear that about a Tuesday, you know? I feel like I would expect them to be around a little later. Because we're talking about, like, fucking adults, right? We're talking about RuneScape players average age of people playing this game is probably like fucking 30 something. Goya says, oh shoot, spell redeem is cheaper. Yeah, I made it a little cheaper, just a little cheaper. It was even cheaper last week, but so it's a little more expensive now, but I decided to like kind of split the difference. Now it's a little more expensive than it was last week, but much cheaper than it was originally. Who says normal players would be later. TOB degenerates are 24/7. Ah, except for today. Checkmate. How about that? What do you think about that? Except for today. Now who doesn't know nothing about nobody? Degenerates, you say? Nah, they're playing fucking Monster Hunter Wilds right now. They're busy. Who says, damn, you're right, exposed? I was actually talking to Booze in Suck's chat yesterday. And he said, so Suck didn't realize that, well, I guess she did kind of independently realize that Piccolo is the name of a character in Dragon Ball as well as the name of a musical instrument, which is not a coincidence. And Booze's explanation for why that was not a coincidence is, oh yeah, all of the Namekians are named after musical instruments. And I'm like, nah, bro, fake Dragon Ball fan. It's not the Namekians named after instruments. It's Great Demon Piccolo's, Piccolo Daimau's henchmen are named after musical instruments. So fucking drum and tambourine and shit. I never realized how similar tambourine and tangerine are as far as words are concerned. But anyways, because obviously Nail and Guru and Dende aren't actually named after musical instruments. Who says everyone is an instrument if you try hard enough? I mean, it's a bold choice. Koya says Piccolo flute? Yes. And then Koya says, I figured I'd ask at first, but thanks, Booze. What's Wano? It's the name of a country in One Piece. Koya says, is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Horseradish isn't an instrument either. This is nothing. What's a Wano with you? What's a Wano with you? Such a fucking stretch, dude.
But you can drum with your horseradish.
What do you mean by that?
You can tap the drums with the horseradish.
You mean like the vegetables?
Yes.
Okay, I think it was supposed to be like the sauce. So like the sauce made from horseradish rather than the vegetable itself, but fair. Who says, everyone else can be a toboggan too if you're fucked up enough. So everyone can be an instrument or a toboggan, is what you're saying. Great, Boost. I love that. Koya says, my ex literally is a kazoo. Tooth gap. He can use it like a kazoo. And no, it's not even noticeable if you look at his teeth. What? So he has a non-noticeable gap in his teeth that he can make sound like a kazoo at any time? That's truly remarkable. That's truly remarkable. All right. Koya says, yeah, full-on songs. Weird. All right. You know, things I didn't expect. I've never heard anybody kazoo like. I know that some people whistle on accident sometimes. Kazoos are like weird, right? Don't you have to like hum in them? Boost says, damn, that means Panda didn't watch Sao Abridged. Sao Abridged is a little new in the abridged space for me to have seen it. I've heard good things about it. But also don't fucking like Sao, to be honest. I just don't like Sao. You know what I mean? Like, do you know how much Sao I want in my life? Less, actually, would be great. Sao is one of those anime similar to Bleach, actually, I would say, where it's like it blew up in a big way, and I don't think it deserves literally any of the like prestige. At least Bleach looks nice. I'll give it that. Because the art in Bleach is quite good, actually. But other than that, there isn't really anything that's like really compelling or interesting to me. It's just not for me, ultimately, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I don't even think Bleach is bad. Sal, I probably do think it's, well, maybe not straight up bad. It's mostly weird. But it's definitely, you know, minus sign of average, so which I guess is kind of bad, right? I think it's a subpar. Yeah. I think it's a subpar anime, which is to say, I think that you'd be better off watching most other anime, which I guess does kind of mean that it's bad, sort of. It's like bad by proxy. Hey, Spot. God damn, look at Savage's dick. Koyas's choop. Yeah, man. I thought the same thing when I saw Savage's dick. Choop. Koyas is what? What? You're telling me you're not looking at Savage's dick right now? Koyas is chomp but stretched out. Yeah. Choop. What's up? What's the problem? I don't see an issue here. So the thing that you took issue with was me saying chomp in a weird way rather than me talking about Savage's dick in any way. Cool, this is great how you focus on his dick though. I mean, it's right there. I mean, I can't just look at somebody's dick and not think about it. You know what I mean? Have you seen the movie Labyrinth? Fucking David Bowie was whole hog on display. It's fucking borderline pornographic. I was worried anytime he turned around. You know what I mean? Might fucking whack somebody. God, I didn't enjoy that movie. We watched Doctor Who yesterday, and fucking we're just before the Weeping Angel episode. We're gonna see the Weeping Angels for literally the first time in Doctor Who. In the 3 episodes, actually 3 fucking episodes before the Weeping Angels. Oh my fucking god, dude. Bored out of my goddamn gourd, man. Like, what do you even do? How do you make something so boring? Like, I could explain to you the premise of the episode, but I swear to you it's gonna sound more interesting than it actually was. They like fucked it up. Oh yeah, you can kind of tell. It is a little different. That emote has been here the whole time, but I didn't have it on display before because I thought it was too similar to bored, but I just removed both the bored and the regular one from this. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, I think. So like there's the redeem expressions and there's 2 expressions. There's my regular pace, which you can reset to at any time if you want. And then there's the bored one. And those 2 are basically toggles. You can switch between those using chat commands. Don't tell people. Don't let them know. Shush. Shush. Use it responsibly, everyone. Use it responsibly, everyone. This isn't that I knew about it. Yeah. Just remember, it's a secret. Okay, well, this is fucking great. Can you calmly fuck off? There we go. Screwnight says no. No, I cannot calmly fuck off. I must do it obstinately. I have to make a fucking scene. All right. Now I can leave. I don't know why I left earlier. Something about when I chopped that tree before, I thought I was done, but I clearly wasn't. Yo, these fucking spiny shrooms are absolutely destroying me right now. That's like 2 for 2 on those bastards. Free 20 fucking damage. Rip one of my food, by the way. It's all good. This is extremely profitable. Even without counting the fossils, it's still profit. But the fossils make it so fucking good. I kind of want to know how much money in dragon bones I'm going to be saving from these fossils. I think the easiest way to calculate that is to just do the fossil stuff and then just divide the, you know, the resultant prayer experience by the amount that you get from a dragon bone at the chaos altar, basically. Obviously it doesn't quite work that way because the wilderness saves 50% of it or whatever, so it's a little bit better than normal, but you get the vibes. It'd be around there ish, something like that.
Do you have the banked XP plugin?
No, I don't. Does it work that way? Does it work on fossils, I guess? I guess it would.
It has fossils in the list, yes.
Oh, interesting. Huh. Does it know about fossils in the fossil box or just in your bank?
Just in your bank, I think.
Well, my fossils are in my fossil box. I moved them there in advance. I don't want to move them back and forth. That's silly.
Well, shit.
Yeah. I fucked up. Obviously, I can do it pretty easily myself, too, because it's like 2,500 for the rare ones and, I don't know, whatever else for the others. You know, it's just like multiplication. I think it's 250 for the smallest, 500, 1,025, something like that. But regardless, I could obviously figure it out, but it's easier to do it after the fact, I think. Just let the cards fall.
I thought I used up my Hydra bones. Apparently not. Yeah, well, that's money for the main.
Yeah, I was thinking. If you're already 99, it's much better to just... I mean, there's literally nothing you can do with them except get prayer experience, right? That's what bones are for. Thank you for this hydrate, Miss Duck.
Speaking of money, I'm at 170 mil.
That's a good amount of money, dude. What are you gonna spend all that money on? Fucking runes, basically?
I haven't thought of that one.
I think it's mostly gonna go to powering your charged staves, or your powered staves at some point. Good lord, so many fucking mushrooms. These mushrooms have zero chill.
Well, thankfully, it's not really much of an issue. I have like 86k death runes.
Yeah, I think you will go through them eventually. If you, like, the sooner you get, like, a shadow, for example, the more likely it's going to be a problem before too long.
No, I have 281k soul runes.
That's a lot. How many fire runes do you have? I think it uses fire too, right?
44k.
Okay. So you'd actually run out of fire runes before anything else.
Yeah.
Weird. That's a lot of fucking soul runes. Holy shit. that a Falador shield? I think it was. Did you know the Falador shield is gendered in this game?
What?
Like, when you're a guy, the Falador shield has like two, like diamond. What are they called? They're like the places where there's like a bolt going through a shield or whatever. But when you're a lady, it only has, or it has four actually.
Speaking of gendered armor,
Mm-hmm.
did you know that in RuneScape Classic, there was two different types of plate bodies?
And so in the same way there's plate skirts and plate legs, there were plate bodies.
Yes.
Wow. Could you wear either the plate skirt or the plate legs, regardless of what gender your character was, the same way that you can in this game?
I think you could, but not with the body. See, if you were a guy, you couldn't use the plate body with tits.
I see. Obviously, it doesn't fit you, right?
No.
Who says, all right, that's enough waiting around, just gonna send some TOA. You only waited for like 30 minutes or whatever, but okay, fair enough. I mean, if you want to get it done, you gotta get it done. You can't wait for nobody, but like that's a little impatient. I guess that's what happens when you don't have a party finder though. Who says, I'm just gonna send a raid before I go bowling. For real, I got tired of waiting around in the TOB Discord to form a group. I have to send one because I gotta go in an hour. Oh well, yeah, no. If you only have an hour, then you might as well have been doing that to begin with. Like, could have got two TOA runs done in the time it took to find a group to do TOB to begin with. And what were you gonna do if it ran late? I mean, I guess if it's just your own time bowling or whatever, you can just bowl later, I guess. But if you're going with anybody else or people expect you to be there, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't brush so close up against something myself. I'd be very concerned. Speaking of very concerned, what's your name? Miss Suck. She's not very concerned, I don't think, at the moment. But she's got a brand new schedule that might be concerning to you. She's not going to be streaming on the weekends anymore. She's got one more Saturday stream in the future. But from then on, weekends are fully hers to spend with her friends. I think is the goal, actually. I think that's like literally what she's doing. She's like, you know what? I'm going to have a regular work schedule almost. She doesn't quite stream every single weekday, but it's a lot closer to like a regular work schedule by virtue of streaming during the week instead. So yeah, I hope that works out for her. Obviously, she also changed her stream time a little bit, so now she starts right around when I do, which is part of the reason why I'm there less, because obviously I have to be here now. But you know, it is what it is. It seems like it's working for the schedule at least. So hopefully the time change has worked for her. So I hope that the schedule change, the date change, works as well. All right, let's do this. Who says now it's a league? Nah, it's a league, so there's a set time. Oh yeah, no, you can't mess around with this TOB anyway. I think you would have plenty of time to get it done in theory, but they can drag ass. You know what I mean? If something goes terribly, terribly wrong, like, I don't know, somebody's internet fully disconnects or whatever, I would be worried about the TOB fucking up in a big way. So I would definitely have done TOA to begin with, just because it's a lot more secure. I have a lot of anxiety when it comes to like deadlines and like being places on time or whatever, which you might be able to tell by virtue of the way that I stream to begin with. I really don't like being late. I really, really hate being late, actually. It's one of my most hated things. So especially like physical places, it bothers me a lot. So yeah, no, I'm definitely glad that I'm not trying to coordinate with anyone when it comes to raids or anything like that, but especially if I was doing raids, I would do, like Savage has said, the most solo that I could, for various reasons. Splits better, I'm less reliant on people's schedules or skills. You know how it is. Developing myself more specifically, can see exactly what I'm doing wrong probably more easily. Who says, oh, by the way, where were you yesterday morning? You missed out on some good-ass TOA? Morning? Dude, you want me to be awake in the fucking morning? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Who says, watching you learn solo TOA and Cox would be fun to watch, to be honest? I'm not so sure about that. Maybe it would be, but I don't think I have an interest in the content. But it does sound like you actually streamed properly, which is nice. I didn't know that you were going to go live during the day. I knew it was supposed to happen Monday. There were 2 people who I thought were going to stream on Monday. Obviously you were one of them, but I didn't know it was going to be during the day, so I just didn't see you go live at all. And the other one didn't go live at all, so I just assumed that neither of you went live. Who says, bitch, I was doing it at like 11 CST. Yeah, no, I see that. You ended at around like 1 p.m. EST. Yeah, I mean, that's just I just wasn't on. I just wasn't on Twitch at the time. I didn't know. Like, I'm not like constantly logged into Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not always there. Boost is awake, you say? Well, I sleep during the day sometimes. I don't know if I was literally asleep at that time, but that happens. Like during the day when I'm during the day, during the week, there's no guarantees that I'm awake at any time. Who's this degen? Well, I'm behind on sleep right now, so I would have actually benefited from being asleep right then today if I had. The people whose streams that I watch tend to stream, you know, from like 4-ish p.m. somewhere in there to like 3-ish a.m. So like just by virtue of their schedules, my shit is fucked up if I like stay around. Who says I'm teasing you? No worries. No, it's fine. I'm just saying, like, if I'm around in streams from particularly or till around 3 a.m., like the rest of my schedule is obviously somewhat fucked. Because waking up at 11 is, if it's 8 hours of sleep following 3 a.m., which is like also bold to presume because like no guarantees that I instantly fall asleep or anything like that. But yeah, no, it's not good. It's not good for sure. But I knew that for ages and ages. I've been working on it though. I'm still trying to like move my food from before or just after stream to when I first wake up. And right now it's just moving slowly kind of ish backwards. So I ate before stream like an hour or 2 or something like that. So I'm like trying to like get closer and closer to when I wake up, I eat something for not just the weekend streams, but just like during the week, because that means that after I finish streaming, I can go to sleep sooner is the idea. In some ways, like I might have to wake up a little bit sooner sometimes, like obviously for the stream, but still, I think it would be net better because some of it is just like me making like full meals after stream, and that takes like 2 or 3 hours sometimes for no real reason. I mean, that's how long it takes to make the food, but you get what I'm saying. Like if I just made those meals in the morning when I needed to be awake anyway, it probably would be fine. Especially if I wasn't streaming for those. It's basically just like a lasagna. I think it's like 90 minutes. So maybe not 3 hours. Maybe not quite that long. I think that lasagna that I have, it's like a vegetarian lasagna. I think it's actually like way less healthy for you than the meat-based one. I don't know what the fuck they put in it. There's some kind of like cheese or something. Like there's some kind of weird like saturated fat or trans fats in it or something. Beatrice says, ooh, we talking about how Panda's a degen? I mean, I wasn't, no. He says, speaking of meals, my doctor chewed me out today for only eating once a day. Yeah, but what does he know? Like, what, did he go to like school or something? Oh wait, you said my doctor.
Why would he eat you? Because you eat only once a day.
What? No, that's crazy.
Chewed you out.
Yeah. Wow, I see where you're going. I think, I don't know. I definitely just presumed that your doctor was a dude. Ban Saku? Wow, so rude. Who's this? God damn it, Saku. Yeah, he never misses an opportunity for a punchline. You need to get rid of these goddamn mushrooms. There's so many. Beatrice says eat twice a day at least. That's too many times. You're asking too much. Actually, the problem isn't even like me doing that. The problem is I don't know what I would eat for the other meal. Usually I'll eat like an entire pizza. And I'm like, I can eat just half a pizza, but more likely I would be like, I mean, I guess I could just like store half of it in the refrigerator and reheat it, but like I'm thinking of like cooking half of a pizza, like intending to only eat half of it. Beatrice says, don't worry, Panda, that message is for Booze. I've accepted Panda as Panda. That's very funny. You're like, this guy's fucking hopeless. There's literally no way. That's fair.
He's accepted that your problems are unsolvable.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I like the little box. When you give someone a gift in like Minecraft, I learned from HoloLive. You should, if you're gonna put it in like a chest or whatever, you should fill in the rest of the spaces with a chest to make like gift art or whatever, like this box shaped art. Thank you for the hydrate, Beatrice. Who says, I take back the make me. I don't want a 2-foot tall bunny with 5-foot long ears kicking my door down. Yeah, so there's this picture of Beatrice where she's lined up against like the police lines or whatever. And the top of her ears are at 7 feet. So even according to her own canon, she would be 7 feet tall if you count the ears. And 6'6" if you don't.
Meaning to DoorDash.
I'm sorry?
A whole new meaning to DoorDash.
Oh, yes, if Beatrice kicked down the door, sure. But the thing is like the police lines or whatever are fucked up because it goes like 4 foot, 2, like the labeled sections, right? Are 4 foot, 4 2. Oh, I can't even do this. I'm gonna fucking die. So 4'2", 4'4", 4'6", 4'8", and then it says 5 foot, and I'm like, what? Wait a second. Feet have 12 inches between them, so like you, like if that's equally spaced apart, you're losing 2 inches every foot. It's still not. It's like very clearly not correct. Oh, also, you should definitely drop off this and maybe get these. Hey Zero, what's up, dude? Beatrice is still 7 feet. I mean, Beatrice is retconning her own height. Boo says, if I saw my DoorDasher's name is Beatrice or Gambit or anything close to that, I'm canceling the order. Can you cancel the order after you find out the Dasher's name? Doesn't that mean that they already finished making the food and stuff? Zero says, I just woke up. God damn, dude, get your shit together.
What if it's Gambit?
Oh, you mean like X-Men Gambit?
Yeah.
I would trust X-Men Gambit to deliver my food well. Is there music in this game? Oh, there is. It's just very quiet. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, my God, Zero streamed 4 months ago. It's been so long. Did I do a shout out for you, Booze? I don't remember. I don't think so. I think I was talking about it. Booze says, no, they can accept your order while it's still being prepared. They can cancel your order while it's still being prepared, maybe? Booze says, but I don't want an angry Benoit with a funnel forcing food down my throat. That would be crazy. Beatrice says, come on, you guys, just let me in. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, you already have a wife for that, Booze.
True. She would be very jealous of the funnel experience. That's her favorite thing to do. Boo says, what? She doesn't, your wife doesn't enjoy funneling food down your throat? What do you mean? Speaking of Boozemont, you should check out Booze. I don't think his wife has ever been on stream before, and I think that's probably on purpose. But you should definitely check him out if you want to see some high-level TOA type of gameplay. He does do other things, I imagine. I've only ever seen him play RuneScape, though. But he's very familiar with a lot of things in RuneScape. And he is a little bit, you know, touch and go as far as his actual streams go. No guarantees that he's going to stream anytime soon. But if he is live, he's very happy to teach you stuff. Like TOA, like Jad. What else? Have I seen him do anything else? I don't think so on his stream. But I know he can do much more than that. Beatrice says, I'm a wife his wife. Yeah, that's actually crazy. Fucking wife stealer home wrecker Beatrice Gambit. Boo says it's definitely on purpose. Yeah, I imagine so. For various reasons. It's just easier to stream when no one else is in the house. At the very least. Zero says, hey, bruh. And then hits me with the shush. He's like, oh yeah, man, I can stream whenever. Like, just whenever. Like, it's not a problem. Meanwhile, literally never streams. He says, that's hot. I mean, stay away from her, you rabbit. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy.
He did stream, though.
Who did?
Booze.
Yes, I missed his stream yesterday. I was talking about Zero not streaming in 4 months.
Oh.
I got two fucking intermittent streamers here. And I was talking about both of them, talking mad shit about both of them. But yeah, you're right. Booze did stream yesterday, and I just missed it. However, Zero was like, oh yeah, I'll stream fucking this Sunday. He said for like 3 Sundays now, and it's been 4 months. Like, all right, dude. I see how it is. Fool me once. All right, we need to get the fuck out of this dude's projectiles, goddamn. Beatrice says, take your seat in the cuck chair. Damn. Zero says, eventually it'll happen. No promises on when. This dude's gonna go live moments before World War III breaks out. He's like, oh shit, now's my last chance. Go live and play some Metal Gear Rising. And then some Osu. He's gonna play I just want to set the world on fire. No, I don't want to set the world on fire. Yeah, on Osu. I don't want to set the world on fire. One of those. Fucking Osu. I'm sure that song is on Osu, but it's a little slow tempo for someone who plays rhythm games as much as he does. Zero says, if Monster Hunter Wilds wasn't so unoptimized on PC, I'd be streaming that daily. I've seen a lot of people play it. Well, I've seen that a lot of people are playing it, and most of them haven't had too many troubles. Obviously, the people who are playing it the most have the strongest rigs, so it depends on how strong your rig is specifically. But because I've definitely seen some problems, but like Marvel Rivals is also optimized like shit, and that did not stop literally any of them from playing it. Just like that game. I mean, that game is getting worse. I've noticed as far as like every update that has come out for that game, it's my ability to run it has gotten worse and worse and worse. Zero says it's weird. I get like 40 to 50 FPS regardless if I'm on low or ultra. It doesn't change. That's interesting. I've heard something like that happen to someone as well, but only in one case. Zero says has to do with the engine, apparently. Ah, I see. Boost says, I refer you to Discord. When Beatrice says to take your seat in the cuck chair? What do you mean by that? Oh, there's a meme. I mean, fair enough. I am curious, but not curious enough. We're busy. I'm so busy chopping trees. Who says I promise you won't be disappointed? That was fine. I've actually seen something like that before. I don't know why. I'm not sure how that comes to be. Who's this personal experience? I mean, with seeing a chair inside of a bathroom, yes. It's like a single bathroom. So like you know, like as you would see in like many like restaurants and stuff like that, no bathroom stalls, just a room with a toilet and a sink, and there was a chair as well. And I don't know what the point of the chair is. I don't know who uses that chair.
That meme missed an opportunity to play Ward of the Boreal Valley.
Does that song particularly say cuck to you in some way?
Dark Souls boss music.
Yeah, that's like the first boss. Well, the second boss, I guess, in Dark Souls 3. I know exactly who that is, but I'm like, what about that song? It's like specifically.
No, it's final boss part.
4, 8. I'm literally one short. God damn it. Who says, oh, Dark Souls, lol, I don't know the games very well. Yeah. I mean, with a name like, you know, something of the something something, it's like 100% of Souls. It's like Damien of the Precious Rot or whatever. It's like, okay, this is clearly a Souls boss for some reason.
It's like Cuthbert, the Lord of Dread.
Mm-hmm. I do hate that I had to do this. What's up?
So I'm looking at the Cuthbert in the wiki, and they have this gif of this dude in full tank gear dying to Cuthbert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and?
I don't know, I thought it was funny that it's there.
Like, it's a bad way of giving a walkthrough of what it's like to fight this boss by... Well, I mean, I guess it's 1-to-1. It's like, you're probably gonna get your ass beat. But yeah, the RuneScape wiki, I don't think has anyone dying ever on any of their pages, unless it's a page on specifically death. Or maybe PvP.
Well, they have someone dying to Cuthbert now.
Oh, it's Cuthbert in RuneScape?
Yeah. It's the frog boss.
Oh, I see. I was like, I actually don't know who that is. Who's this? Time for some redwoods instead of TOA? What? You know what, you just don't have time for TOA, I guess? That doesn't sound anything like you. What happened? The TOA is your very favorite thing. You just love sweating. Who says now it's 40 minutes long at least, and Zabak has been a tanky bitch all day? I mean, you've been here for like 35 minutes talking shit in my chat. You definitely could have done a TOA, but all right, it's too late now. 40 minutes, huh? That's a long time. That's a lot of fucking mushrooms. Beatrice's panda's too captivating. You're breathtaking. No, you're breathtaking. Shout out to Keanu Reeves. Boost is talking about the cuck chair and posting it takes priority. That makes sense. What did I eat today? Oh, fish sticks. I was like, that was a weird flavor. Yours is so captivating, can barely take my eyes off of him. Just deliberately making life harder for you. I don't know why, but that was very funny to me. Yeah. I forget I have this sometimes. Is that weird? Gur says, oh no, he's hot. Yeah, I don't know about that. But I definitely like it, yeah. And I did notice that, I mean, there's some things that I would like to have, I guess, is like slight improvements here and there. But I don't have an in-house rigger at the moment, and I'm certainly not capable of doing it myself. Maybe I could be though. Maybe I'll do that, but I doubt it'll happen anytime soon. I think that there's better things that I could be spending my time on instead. More integral things. But I've definitely seen some people fix stuff, let me put it that way. It's very impressive when somebody's like, oh, that's what's wrong? Let me go and fix it. And they just like go and fix it in a few minutes or whatever. Very impressive. Yeah, this shoulder, this pauldron gets like completely turned the wrong way. Like right there, it's backwards. Or not even backwards. Like my shoulder's facing this way. It's like down, like my arm should be down here, but it's over there. It's crazy. Yeah, man, this song is fucking trying its best. Like every piano song makes me think that it might be Bad Anthem. I don't know what any of them sound like, I guess. Well, that's not true. Some of them do sound different enough, like any of the Elven songs or whatever. Usually I don't mix them up with Bad Anthem or anything, but all the rest of them sound just like Bad Anthem to me. Scruin says, this song makes me feel like we're on a date. Hi, Chad. You look cute. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Here's says, I had a programming boss that was like that. I would struggle with a problem for days. He would walk over and be like, yeah, there's your issue there. Your issue is here. It's like literally just this. Yeah, sometimes you just need a fresh set of eyes on something. But other times they're just like fucking wizard. They're just a magic person. They're like, oh, here you go. Easy. Do I need to organize my inventory every time I get something? No, of course not. But it's one of my very favorite things, so I'm going to do it every single time. And no one can stop me. Least of all, me. There's something terribly broken about my mind, and I refuse to do anything about it. Here says, sorry, you say something? I was still thinking about being called cute. Damn. Shit is super effective against her. That's fair. That's fair, man. I don't know how to... I mean, I guess you guys do that already. I don't know how to accept, like, compliments in general, but especially, like, someone directly flirting at me, like flirting directly at me, like, no, I have literally nothing for that. That's just, like, fully out of my cards, like, I'm just gonna ignore it. Honorade Sage, yeah, what is up? Greetings. Thankfully, it's not something that happens too much anyway. Or, I guess if it does happen, I'm too oblivious to notice. Same difference. Who says, hey, Gur, you know what's cute? And Gur says, oh, yeah. Forget fight or flight. I fool shut down. Yeah. Just like, don't even engage with it in any way. Gur says, go on. Boo says, my wife is giving me head pats. Wow. Wow. That's what's cute to you, Boos? Your wife giving you head pats? Get a load of this fucking guy. He's got everything, huh? Everything you could ever want? Wow. Gur says, don't go on. Go back. Boo says, it's fucking adorable. Imagine. Fucking imagine. I can't believe this shit. Yours is Control Z. Delete this. I feel like I'm developing more and more nervous quirks, like tics. It's not good. Either that or I'm just more aware of them. I think either way, it's not good though. Spring Ice is more like alt up arrow. I don't know what that one is. Be careful, guys. Be careful. Beatrice says, which ones are newly developed? Just like twitchy ones. Touching things. Who's this? I don't know what that is either. I mean, I imagine anyone who tested it has already been banished to the Shadow Realm, and that's why they haven't reported it back. They're gone forever. Underneath Sage says, yeah, I go full mute and then run or completely ignore the person. Even if I like them, I just clam up. I don't know if I've ever physically ran. Girl says it didn't do much for me. Huh. Who says, yeah, my eye twitches a little bit when Beatrice enters chat too. I think that you're describing a different thing than what I'm talking about. I think that's fear. I think you have a fear response. You know, have you ever been like in a room and then Beatrice enters and you're like, oh God, I'm in danger? Yeah, that's fear. Here says, wait, that's fear, not radiant beauty? I mean, it could be a little bit of both, to be fair. Who says that's still a nervous tick? Yes. No, I think the thing that makes something a tick is like it's like a coping mechanism. It's like something that you do to like deal with the stress rather than like a reaction to like a stress induced, you know what I'm saying? It's like a stress. So when I say a nervous tic, I mean a stress induced, you know, like a behavior that you do to mitigate stress as opposed to one that is a result of stress. I think my meaning is clear, how I'm distinguishing between them, but they're similar for sure. Yeah, Booze says, oh, okay, he gets it. Honor Need Sage says, yeah, that's definitely a fear. I mean, it makes sense to me to call it like a different thing. Because like one thing is like something that you're choosing to do, whether you're like aware that you're doing it or not. The other thing, like you literally can't stop yourself from doing. Honor Need Sage is, but it could be like that. Don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro, dude. And you actually like them, that make them a masochist to like the person that is bullying you. Yes, that is like a dictionary definition of masochism. I think if somebody is bullying you and you like it, I mean, first of all, good for you, pop off. But secondly, yeah, that's definitely masochism. And that's the audience that Beatrice likes to cultivate. You know, the thank you for punish audience. That's her demographic. That's her niche. This is not a fucking word, Beatrice. Oh, yeah. I think I discovered some backstory here on accident. Cool, cool. Streamer says the chat reflects the streamer. Yeah, in some ways, I don't know. I think it's like there's different ways that they could happen though. It could be that the streamer is like the chat, and it could be that the streamer is opposite the chat. Like shout out to like, you know, Ellie, Bun King Ellie, and like what's his name? Like Vox Akuma, right? Where, you know, handsome, deep voiced boy that whispers fucking ASMR flirts at you and shit. That guy. You know what I mean? And their audience is obviously not necessarily or directly, but tend towards more, you know, degenerate ladies, if you will. Like, kind of, yeah. I don't know how much Ellie's stream is like that, but Vox Akuma obviously is notoriously such, right? Gurr says, yep, I belong here. Whereas I feel like I tend to project, you know, like pretty argumentative, somewhat neurodivergent, obsessive, you know what I mean? Like kind of stupid. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. We're fucking maxing in RuneScape. You guys know what the fuck is going on here. Who says somewhat? I mean, I didn't get diagnosed with anything, so. Screamnight says kind of. Again, Gur says, we high key stupid. Yeah, you're right about that one. I'll hold the stupid allegations. You're right. That one I'll never beat. Boo says we're fucking goons in here. I feel like I agree with you, but only if you mean not the contemporary definition of goon, because it's kind of, I don't know if you are aware, but in the last like 4 or 5 years or so, goon kind of doesn't mean the same thing that it used to. And I think it's a damn shame because I really liked the goons. Screamer says, please like henchmen, right? Booze, please like henchmen. Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with the henchman thing, but as far as like gooners, that's like a totally different thing. Like, no, I'm not. I don't really associate. I don't think that's like, I don't feel like I have very much in common, I gotta say. Elliot says, bring back gooning. That's, hold on, Elliot. I don't know. See, you didn't specify enough which exactly, it's like perfectly ambiguous, and I don't think I'm okay with it. Booze says goons like the Goonies. Yeah, like the Goonies. Gur says say no more booze. I plead the fifth. True. Beatrice is Panda wants gooners. That's not what I'm saying. No, I do like it. Genuinely, I do like it when I'm watching a stream or something and someone is more horny than I am. I'm like, finally, I'm not the weird one. Finally, I can be normal relative to this thirsty ass. Finally. It just feels so validating. So look. In my group, my friend group, if you will, I am like notoriously the horny guy for reasons that I will not go into. And it is so refreshing to see other people that are like, even by comparison to me, degenerates. That's something else. This is Panda's co-host is a gooner. Wait, are you talking about Saku or are you talking about Savage?
What?
Saku's right here. I don't think he doesn't have that energy at all. He's a wholesome being. Scran says, I wish I could know this feeling, Sag. Yeah, see? When I first experienced it, I was like, wow, I feel, first of all, that's some fucking degenerate behavior. Secondly, nice. I feel welcome. I'm surrounded by my people. Who says Savage? Saku's not a gooner. I don't think, I think Saku is wholesome, a wholesome being, and therefore not a gooner. And I think Savage is straight up like fully sexually apathetic. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to the Arrow Ace people in the world. Like, I feel like he doesn't give a shit about any of that, to be honest. Like, literally not a bit. He'll make fun of it and stuff like that. And he's like not ignorant at all, but I don't think he has any interest in that shit. I think he's like approaching the opposite of a gooner. Alien says Savage Gooner sounds like a Final Fantasy 14 porn rate. It does. They're called Savage in that game. I don't know why. I guess because it's like high difficulty, like Savage, like Ruthless. But yeah, the raids are called Savage. It's very funny. Oh my god. Shout out to Elianson. He's a variety streamer through and through. Just finished playing some Poppy Playtime, the third episode specifically. He's been on a bit of a horror kick as of late. And is a Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14 player at heart. I would say particularly 11, but also 14 in a big way. He's got like, oh my god, like an endless repository of knowledge. He was there when the rules were written, if you will. Like, in the same way that people that play RuneScape and Final Fantasy 11 are completely different games. They have nothing to do with each other, but from exactly the same era and have exactly the same kind of player base, in that they're eternally, you know, eternal MMOs that have withstood the test of time the way that very, very scarce few have, and are largely unchanged. Old school RuneScape had to die and be resurrected, whereas Final Fantasy 11 has just been itself the whole time. So if you like classic MMO type gaming, particularly games that just fucking hate you and hate your time, they just fucking want you to be suffering and miserable, then RuneScape is great, and also Final Fantasy 11. I think there's also like plot and stuff in Final Fantasy 11, but I don't know anything about that. I've seen him do some serious grinding shit though, and he could definitely nose to the ground get through RuneScape no problem, just from having watched him play. But it's not, they don't love you. They don't love you there, and I think that you should love yourself. Alien says, thanks, so true, the grind is so real. Yeah, I definitely got that impression. And that I've seen you and Nia do stuff in Final Fantasy 11 for probably, oh god, it's probably been like 15 or 20 hours between the two of you. And I've never seen at the end of a grind, you know what I mean? Like anything changed. like 20 hours of effort that I've watched, and at the end of it, it looks the same. It's like, damn, this really is a fucking grind. It's not like you did 20 hours and it's like, and look, there's a new thing. It's like, no, it's like fully the same.
All right, I'm gonna move out and start preparing for a stream.
Yeah, I got you. Have fun. Good luck.
Bye.
Later. He's gonna go play Power World. You can go watch him play Power World too if you want. You got nothing better to do. And if you're very excited for Power World, goddamn. Beatrice is gonna be there too. So it's gonna be Saku, Beatrice, Chuzzy, and Blight Empire. Only one of whom I'm not super duper familiar with. I've been meaning to check out Blight. I haven't gotten the chance. But yeah, that's what they're gonna go do. Elian says the mentality is in 11 is give us your money so you can hate yourself more. God damn. Elian says 11 is like spend 9 months every day making one weapon. Oh, you probably meant 14 the first time. I don't know. Is 11 both of those things? Money? Actually, that's a good question. How are the expansions in Final Fantasy 11? Do you have to buy every one of them? Like the same way that you have to do it for Final Fantasy 14? I think. Are all of the expansions for sale for Final Fantasy 14, or do you just need the most recent one? I know it's free until Stormblood, I think. And I already have Shadowbringers, so I would only need Dawn Trails, I think. Alien says there's a collection in 11 that has them all. Okay, got you. So there's like a package deal league going on. Fair enough. You buy that and then it's like 12-ish bucks a month. Yeah, sure. It's a shame to have like a monthly subscription, but like I understand it in the context of MMOs. It's just that I've spent so much time in this game, which is fully free to play. I've never given this game a single dollar, despite fucking, I think we're on part 316 of the game so far. And those VODs are anywhere from at least 4 hours up to like 12-ish. So yeah, it could be, you could get a lot of time out of this game as far as like literally $0 investment. And I think it's a great game too, but yeah, I think Final Fantasy 11 has something worth me checking out. I'm not sure if I want to play it yet. I think I'm a little bit afraid of it, and maybe I don't want to play it the same way. I really like playing games on stream as like almost like long plays. How do I want to describe it? I like it. I like the perspective of my stream as being something like a documentary of you being able to see the lifespan of my relationship with a game. But it's not always like that, because I've played Marvel Rivals off stream, technically. Never alone. I've only ever played it on my stream or other people's streams, but still. Maybe I'm just a little less strict nowadays. I don't know. It's not a huge deal, I guess. But I do like, and obviously I care much less about Marvel Rivals. That's like a fun party game that I play with the homies, as opposed to a game that is like strictly one that I'm actually trying to play through, as is the case with this game, and would be with another MMO. Elian says, yeah, SE is a money-grubbing hoe, though. Square Enix. I see. I mean, they gotta pay for it somehow. And like, honestly, I'm not even against MMOs having subscriptions. If there's one game or one genre of game, if you will, that's gonna have a subscription, it's gonna be MMOs, because they're like the original live service experience. In fact, MMOs predate the term live service, right? And like modern live service gaming is like pretending to be MMOs, but is like demonstrably worse in almost every way. Like probably across the board. And honestly, I feel like as far as live service games go, more or less, I want to be like divorced from them. I feel like there are some games that are okay, but like, because like I say live service and like I don't want to be involved with them, but like Marvel Rivals is like mostly fine, and Deep Rock Galactic is fucking fantastic, and it's technically a live service game. I think technically it's just it doesn't have like literally any monetization outside of the actual base game. There's one, you can buy some extra cosmetics if you want to. There's like one package that'll get you extra cosmetics, but other than that, there's literally no other money that you could spend into the game. And like, I really appreciate that. And they put so much effort into like consistently updating the game. There's like new battle passes and all kinds of shit for just free. There's like literally hundreds, maybe thousands of cosmetics that you just get from playing the game, just like part of the progression of the game. And like, I like, so hard for me to complain about that. It's so hard for me to find fault with a game like Deep Rock Galactic. I feel like they did such a fantastic job. The only issue that I have really is like, there's kind of a big difference between having an overclock and not having an overclock, and not all overclocks are made equal. So when you get to like the approximate end game, right after you promote your first class, you can apply overclocks to these weapons, which like recalibrate how weapons work. It's like an overtuned weapon, so it'll reduce some aspect of it and increase another aspect of it. Basically, is generally what happens. There's some clean overclocks that just increase your ammo capacity, but generally the point is that they make a weapon better by, you know, making it so that it does, you know, twice as much damage but has half as much ammo or something like that, which would dramatically change the gameplay experience, right? And with that in mind, it matters a lot which ones you get, and there's no way to get a particular overclock. You just have to like try and get overclocks, and sometimes you're presented with 3 choices, like it's an overclock for this class, it's an overclock for this class, or it's a cosmetic for this class, right? And you can choose an overclock for the class that you actually use, or a cosmetic for the class that you actually use, in the hopes that it's something helpful to you, or something that you will actually use. But there's just like no way of like honing in on specific things. But that being said, as I understand it, at least, there's also a finite amount of overclocks in the game. So if you just keep playing it, eventually you will get the thing that you're looking for, I think. So that's nice, I guess. But in that way, it's like working against itself. They're like, there's so much free stuff, it's hard to find the one thing that you actually want if there is a specific thing that you're looking for. But like, I guess that's a good problem to have, right? Like, because, you know, it's nice to have free content. It really truly is. Even if I don't want all of the content, it's nice that it's there for people who want it. Like the single player experience. I've never done the single player experience in Deep Rock Galactic, but I'm glad that people that do it fucking enjoy it. I hear that it's harder in some ways, and definitely I don't like the idea of having no one watching my back, but you can make that robot like go and get fucking rock stuff in the sky. Only since I was doing it so much harder. It might be an experience thing as well though, because like one of the most important things in my opinion with regards to that game is the Iron Will active, which I guess just wouldn't help you in single player. I don't know how that would work, because if you get down, do you just die? I mean, it would definitely change the way that I approach the game, because I don't play the game like obviously I try not to die, but I'm not like, if I die it's over constantly. I don't play that defensively. Alien says the pod can revive you once or twice or something. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's interesting. That would definitely change the way that I play. But I've never done it before, and I might do it actually fairly soon, because I think I want to promote my engineer. Actually, maybe I can already, so that wouldn't be an issue. But regardless, my point being, Iron Will. So when you're downed in a multiplayer setting, you can revive yourself for, I think it's 10 seconds, which is enough time to revive one of your co-players, right? So it's we all got downed at the same time, get out of jail free card, and I think it's the most important active in the game by virtue of that. However, it might not work in that setting in the single player experience, so that would be very different from what I'm used to. And secondly, the biggest perk of having the robot guy is that he can just fly straight up. And there are some missions where like your inability to get stuff in the ceiling, no class by itself can get stuff from a ceiling, if that makes sense. So the gunner has a zip line which could like kind of get you there, but doesn't like super duper work, and usually can't go straight up, or even approximately go straight up. The engineer has platforms, but he'd have to make an entire staircase all the way up there. Same with the driller. He'd have to start in a wall somewhere and then go all the way around to get to a ceiling, like if something's just literally 100 feet straight above you. The scout could go straight there, but even then they would not be able to like dig into the wall. They would just be on the surface where they want to be. So you need 2 people, and most pairs could make it happen, really. Particularly scout and engineer is obviously like the go-to. And having your robot be able to just like literally just go get that, and he just does, like, that's fucking sick. And I've heard very, very good things about people who played single player doing stuff like that. I've just never properly experienced it myself. I could one day, but I don't see any reason to, really. It would just be out of curiosity, just to see what it's like. Alien says, I have to play it tonight, actually. I'm not far in it, though. Okay. Well, I hope you have a fantastic time. I very much enjoyed Deep Rock Galactic. And if you need someone to help you out, let me know. Though, I will be streaming most of the night. Usually stream later than I do, but I can definitely help. I'm on PC as well. I don't know if I can actually make a difference for you, but, you know, I'm glad to volunteer my services. Rock and Stone. Because I really do love that game. It's a fantastic game. This guy with his fucking striped shirt. It's not even striped. It's got like weird diamonds on it. But yeah, I'm very curious. Now that the more that I think about it, the more that I'm like, I would kind of like to know. Another thing that's weird is like playing with 4 people feels very different from playing with 3 people as far as like the enemy intensity. Alien says, I have it on PC, but it's for a collab, not on my channel. Oh, I see. Sure. I got you. Say less. Yeah, no pressure, man. Just throwing that out there. If you ever need something, you know what I'm saying? I definitely enjoy that game. I kind of try to take any opportunity I can to play, especially games like that. The more time that has gone on, the more I'm like, yes, I'd like to progress in RuneScape, but I want to take every opportunity that I can away from RuneScape that I can. Particularly with Monster Hunter Wilds being released, I'm trying to figure out where I want to slot that in, because I do want to play through that game, but I haven't scheduled a time, and that's kind of what it's going to boil down to. Because I think I want to go through that game consistently, but I don't necessarily want to dedicate the majority of my stream to it. Alien says Wilds is so much fun. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things, except for like some people's ability to like literally just run the game. But as far as like the actual gameplay experience goes, oh, and also multiplayer is another Monster Hunter game, unfortunately, it seems like. But aside from those 2 things, like some, you know, frame rate / runtime things and, you know, multiplayer connectivity things, it's an excellent Monster Hunter game from what I've heard. So I'm very much looking forward to it, but I haven't even started it up yet. I imagine it'll be fine, but I might actually end up getting to it like super duper late. It kind of just depends on how things go. If I can schedule something though, we'll start actually having that game consistently. How many people can play Monster Hunter Wilds together? Two to 4. Yeah, I thought so. Shame. Everything's 2 to 4. And that's a goddamn tragedy. When you have a group of 5 that plays games regularly together. Fucking tragedy. But, you know, it is what it is. And this is why we stay in the survival genre. Which for some reason is like really breaking the mold of like more than 4 people for some reason. There's definitely some survival games that aren't like that, that still have exactly 4. Grounded comes to mind in a big way. Shout out to Grounded, actually. That game is great. I just wish it didn't, or wasn't affiliated with Microsoft in any way. Not that there's anything wrong with being affiliated with Microsoft. I just don't like signing into fucking other accounts. Like, if I buy the game on Steam, I should be able to just, you know, double click the game and play it. That's what I want. Is that an unreasonable ask? Shout out to GOG as well. Same thing, same beat. I feel like I'm dying. Like, health bar low dying, not like emotionally going through it or anything. God. So many fossils. I was gonna say mushrooms. I guess it's also so many mushrooms, but mostly fossils is what I was thinking about. This rate is so goddamn low. We're supposed to be like 10k higher. It's okay. I don't remember like slacking though. I don't know why I'm struggling so bad. Wait, what did I just do? There we go. Again, do I need to organize my inventory every single time? No, of course not. But it gives me so much satisfaction. Organizing my inventory in this game isn't that important to me. In Resident Evil 4, it is the most important thing like that there is. Like I care so much about the attaché case or whatever in that game specifically. It's so good. There's like an auto sort in that game and it fucking disgusts me. Like it's so wrong. It's so wrong and aesthetically dissatisfying and all that. I'm like, no, never. I could never. But I fucking loved Resident Evil 4 Remake specifically. I played through the original game too. Maybe not all the way. I think I only made it to like the castle section. Actually, I'm not sure. Did I beat? Maybe I can check. Because I only would have beaten it on Steam. Like Resident Evil. How do you spell Resident Evil? 34 hours. No, wait, that's the remake. The original one, 23 minutes. So yeah, I'm gonna say that I didn't beat it. With 23 minutes on the record, I'm gonna say I didn't beat it. When I played it on like PlayStation 2 or whatever, I definitely got to the castle section. I remember that. But I really didn't like escorting Ashley, and like I got to literally the first section of the castle where like there's the catapults and stuff. And I was not enjoying the whole Ashley's like getting, well, I like left her at the entrance and then that some dude like snuck up and found her or whatever. And I was like, dude, I don't want to have to fucking escort Ashley through this shit. So I just stopped playing. But playing through the remake, Ashley was a lot less of a problem in a lot of ways. And I think that the remake made a huge difference. I've heard from Beatrice, who played it recently. I don't think she played the original, that she still thought that Ashley was like an inconvenience, which to me is like, damn. So they buffed the shit out of her and some people still don't like it. So like, I'm glad that they dialed it down because it made a difference to me. But for those who didn't experience the original game, it seems like it's still a problem. He says, I gotta start getting ready for bowling, but I'll catch you later. Look, man, don't even worry about it. Have a good time bowling. Go ahead and roll fucking big X's and stuff. Get a turkey. I know stuff. You can get a perfect game in bowling, and also there's turkeys. Other than that, I don't know anything else. Turkeys are 3 strikes, I think. I don't know why. Seems like a weird thing to call them in retrospect. Looks like we're doing well so far. This is 4, 8, 9, right? So if we fill up our inventory with just mushrooms, we can leave. But also we're going to have to stop and drop and roll because we're on goddamn fire right now. Things are going so well. Definitely dropped that fossil on accident, but that's okay. We'll pick it up later. Imagine high-alking a fossil for 180 gold. Oh my god, dude. What a ripoff. A large fossil? That's probably 1,000 prayer experience. So that's like 180 gold, but it's like actually in reality like a bit over 4,000, I think. How much is a dragon bone worth? Yeah, that's 9. Is it still here? Dragon. 3,600. Okay. So yeah, it's probably a bit over 4,000. Because I think a dragon bone is like 700. Maybe it's actually 400. Hold on. Dragon bones. So there's 72, but it's times like 7. So that would be like 490, I think. So about 500. And I think it's 1,000 for a large fossil. Large fossil. And I identified large fossil. Do. The large enriched bone. It's 1,500. So it's about 3 times. So 180 gold, aka 10,500 gold, which is almost perfectly 2 orders of magnitude short. Like actually 1% of the value. Good lord, that high alch is nuts. Like high alching this is like actually deranged behavior. And I'm sure that the other one is worse. We'll check. Once we get over here, I want to drop the rare, see what its high alch value is. I guess I wouldn't have to drop it. I could just check the chat. But it's easier if I just do this. 750. Okay, so that's at least significantly higher. 750 becomes 2,500, I think. So that's like 3 times. A little bit more than that. A little better than 3 times. Still 1% though. It's like you guys have probably heard this because it's been like kind of not controversial, but it's been topical with regards to like news and stuff. The amount of money it takes to manufacture pennies, like most coinage in fact, but particularly pennies and nickels, is more than it's more than the penny is actually worth. So you make pennies at a loss and nickels at a loss, which is very, very unfortunate. When I first heard that, I think it was nickels would cost, it was CGP gray, I think. I think it was about 9.4 cents to make a nickel. So you lost almost twice as much. And pennies, I think it was like, I feel like it was more than 2. I feel like it was 2.6 or 1.9, but I'm not sure. I know it was at a loss though. Pennies were at a loss, which is very silly. You would think it would be possible, you know what I mean? To like make them profitably, but I don't know. Koya says he stands there menacingly. No, this is what he looks like when he's like, yo, dude, why are you laying down instead of going for a walk? Like, what the fuck is going on? That's what his face says. He's like, hey, walk time? Hello? Eileen says, I think all the coin currencies are a loss. I think you're right about that. But I feel like it doesn't need to be that way. Because it's not like the value of the currency is the metals that it is comprised of. It hasn't been that way for fucking hundreds of years or whatever, right? So like, just, can we not just make it cheaper? Well, I guess the expense comes from counterfeiting. Yes. So counterfeit mitigation, I guess, because they're trying to make it so that you can't make fake. But who's gonna counterfeit fucking pennies? I guess the same people who counterfeit everything else. I guess it would be the same people. It's just, it seems really wasteful. Like, do you know how many fucking pennies you need to counterfeit in order to buy fucking anything? How are you gonna move counterfeit pennies, dude? It's just unwise. Oh my god, it's uncouth. Koya says, I have no idea what topic I stumbled in, but go off, King. So pennies cost more. Pennies are the 1 cent currency in America. So 1% of a dollar is a penny, and they cost more to manufacture. They cost more to the American government to manufacture than they do, or than they are worth, right? So if I gave the government 1 cent, they wouldn't be able to afford to make 1 cent. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, We call them pennies, but they're not actually pennies. They're 1 cent coins. Because pennies are actually Britland terminology, I think, technically. It's just the same thing. It's 1% of a pound or 1% of a dollar. So it's a 1 cent coin for us, I think, technically. We just casually refer to them as pennies. Nonetheless, needless, what would that be? Etymology lesson? Needless. Kolya says, meanwhile, as the stupid Germans, we have supermarket chains called penny. Interesting. I don't think that makes you guys stupid, but it is interesting. Penny, huh? I don't know if I have something like that. There's a famous dollar store called Dollar General. And also... Is Dollar Store the name of a dollar store? Maybe. Alien says, I want the queen to take us back even though she's dead. I mean, if you asked her to take us back now, I think we would all go to the afterlife, so, which might be an upturn depending on your perspective. Like, oh, well, yeah, we died, but... Polius is pretty affordable products like Aldi products. I see. Yeah, I've never been to an Aldi, I don't think, but I'm familiar with them. Audi? No, Audi is the name of a car, and it's got a U in it. Aldi is like a grocery store. For all I know, though, it's pronounced the same because I barely speak English, let alone. Alien says Aldi is like a very discount grocery store. Yeah. Like a Costco, except less big. Not serving size. Like portion size? You get what I'm saying. You buy in mass at Costco to save. Koya says Audi is room. Aldi is shopping. Room. You really minimized it there for me, right? Like the lowest possible common denominator. Like everyone will understand this one. Like there's no way he's too stupid to get this. 4, 6, 7. I don't have any space, so I guess we go. Get 5. Polius says room is a funny word. It is. It's true. It's true. I think most onomatopoeia, or would it be onomatopoetic words? Words that are onomatopoeia, right? End up being very funny. Weirdly enough, some of them don't sound like onomatopoeia to me anymore. Like, cats don't really say meow. And dogs don't super say bark. They especially don't say bow wow. Polius is, you know that cat that goes vroom? Excuse me? Alien says bork. Thank you. Thank you for borking. Alien says wee wee wee. What? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? The cat goes wee wee wee. I see. Good for him. Alien says he's on TikTok. Of course he is. One of my homies used to have a cat that had like deep ass meows. He wouldn't say meow, he would go bow. Bow. Koya says, I love the Ferrari cat. Koya says, oh, that cat is also nice. The wee 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 cat and the Ferrari cat are both nice. Cats were designed to be internet sensations. I'm not convinced that cats weren't manufactured expressly to become memes. That's the only thing that they do. Koya says, not the deep meow cat. I don't know if he's reported or recorded anywhere, unfortunately. In fact, that cat might actually be dead now. I have to ask him next time I see him, one of the homies. But yeah, I think about that cat all the goddamn time because his deep ass meow is one of the funniest things. If ever you hear me trying to mimic the sound of a cat and I go bow, that's why. Because of that cat specifically. I heard him myself say bow. Elian says, I love this story ended with his death. Well, I mean, I don't know, but I've known the guy for like 15 years, right? So it's like, statistically speaking, that cat is either fucking ancient. It's not like it didn't have a long and healthy life, but you know, cats don't live to be as long as people do, right? They just, a 20-year-old cat's a really fucking old cat. It's just like, it's fine. Like, he was fine. I just don't know. And also, it's not his cat. It was like his parents' cat or whatever. So like, it's very possible that he's just around, but I wouldn't know. Oh, this is the Ferrari cat, I see. Oh, because he goes vroom? Yeah, he does kind of go vroom. Wait. Ain't nobody sicker than my Fisker? Is that what it says? Fiskers don't make noise when they start up, by the way. Shout out to Childish Gambino. Childish Gambino absolutely does not need a shout out from me. He's like, fucking who? Well, that's an alarming looking fucking weather article. Wish I hadn't seen that. No, was I going to check? Oh yeah, I was gonna send him a message. Let's see. I don't think he's gonna respond anytime soon. 7 p.m. He might respond today. Is that cat that goes bow still alive? If I send you a random DM, it's probably going to be something like that. Just so you know. If you ever get a message from me, I'm just going to start with a question that I want to ask you. I don't lean with, hey, winky face. You know what I mean? It's just like, hey, what's up? This is the thing I want to ask. Is that okay? I think I've actually made, not enemies from doing that, but like, I've definitely unsettled people by doing that. Because I just like, I don't know, talk to people like people instead of like trying to schmooze up to them or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm the weirdo though. I probably am. I mean, I definitely am weird. Because now that I think about it, not only is that like different, I think it's also probably especially indicative that I know that it's different and I don't change my behavior at all. Like, I'm like, I don't really care. It's fine. If it causes a problem, then I'll rather deal with the repercussions than prevent it from happening. You know what I mean? It's like a self-filtering thing. Like, the people who are bothered by that will just like not talk to me. And then I don't need to worry about it anymore. You can't be the thing for everyone. I mean, you can't be the right thing for most people, I would say, even. Maybe not most. Probably, though. Statistically, if you're counting the entire world, you don't even speak the language most other people speak. Koya says, nah, that's relatable. Just going high when I want to ask something feels awkward as fuck. Yeah, but you might have what I've got, Koya. Have you considered that? That the two of us both have the same thing. Criminal stupidity. Polycystism. Oh no, I meant stupidity, but you know that too, I guess. I just meant like regular garden variety stupid. But yeah, maybe that too, I guess. It's good to cover your bases, you know what I mean? You never know. What are we looking at? Is that 9? Yeah, that's 9. I don't need this. God, I fucking love chopping trees down in this game. I actually don't mind it, but I do really like that this is the best rate because it's the most active, and it's also not too active to be woodcutting. This is like acceptably active, I think. Tolia says, I'm waiting to get officially evaluated if I got the TISM. So, well, what's that gonna do for you? Just peace of mind? Are they gonna give you like fucking medicine? Like what? They're gonna rub some fucking owl on your neck and send you on your way, right? Like, what are they? What are they gonna do? Like, yeah, you sure do. Well, anyways, like, I don't know what it's gonna do for you. It's not something that you can treat in any way, right? It's not like ADHD or whatever, right? I'll use this understanding myself better, also in retrospective, and some mental healing. Mental healing. That's interesting. That sounds kind of like peace of mind to me, ultimately. So I think I'm going to choose to interpret it that way. It definitely does help for you to like know yourself in the way that you are able to, how do I want to say this? Sometimes, okay, so when it's easier when you're talking about someone else. Okay, so sometimes somebody will say or do something that bothers you, but you know that it's not worth bringing up, right? It's not worth confronting them about it. Mostly because they're not trying to do it on purpose, right? Like it's just a thing that they did that they didn't mean anything by, right? And the best way socially to deal with that situation, typically, especially if it's an periodic thing and it's not like, you know, actually actively, you know, reducing your capacity or, you know, bandwidth or anything, is just to let it go, because it's just like a throwaway thing that'll probably never happen again or will happen infrequently enough that it's not a problem, right? So in cases like that, I feel like, or if I were to make a parallel situation where it's instead me being the person doing something that's wrong, but I also know that it's wrong, but I can't help it. I think that knowing yourself and knowing that it's something that you can't help doing, but it also isn't that harmful. Jesus Christ, I feel like this music is way too fucking intense. I feel like I need to speak faster because the music is playing so fucking loud. All right. So, but I think you get where I'm going with this, right? So my idea basically being, if you know that you can't help it, then it only makes sense for you to go easy on yourself and say, listen, I just can't do this right now. And because of that, I'm going to, you know, tackle this later, right? Like I just don't have the bandwidth for this at the moment, or I said that wrong and I didn't mean to say it like that, but it's okay. And I'll try to do better next time. Sometimes it's just the way it goes. I'll turn it down just a little bit more since Cody said it was loud. I imagine it was loud before and now it's less loud, but yeah, no, I was literally just like struggling to like think through my sentence because the music was so fucking, first of all, it was not quiet and also it was intense. So I'm like, fuck, Jesus, trying to like match my thinking rate to the tempo of the music for some reason. Like, good Lord. I think it also built up as part of it as well, where like it was like pretty quiet before, and with that, like I was able to like speak casually, and as the intensity of the music built, I tried to like match the tempo. Definitely needless. You can just speak normally, I think. It's fine. All right, I think that that's closer to right. I think right around 15% is usually correct. So what is this? 4, 8, 10? We can eat just one. 68 plus 9 is 77. So yes, just the one. Because 21 plus that is a little more than we have health. Not a lot more. It's only wasting like 1 health. Well, 1 health plus however much we happen to heal in the interim, I guess. Because I got that regen bracelet going and, you know, whatever. Details, details. We can eat 1, basically. Oh, another fossil. Well, I'm glad I ate that food. Okay, so how do we do this? I think this... like that? Alright, we still have 1 extra space. Okay, well, we no longer have 1 extra space. Okay, this is actually kind of awkward. So we actually have to eat this and then fill up our inventory with these. Wait, so how do we want to organize our fossils now? Because we got 2 Sulicep caps, but we want our fossils to be next to each other. I guess we'll just do this for now. There's a lot of ways to fix this. In fact, I think anything would fix this. Oh wait, hold on. I was thinking moving this so that it's aligned. Well, says woodcutting will take quite a while, right? Well, we're at 6.7 mil right now, right? So that means that we need roughly we're actually right at the halfway point, I think, weirdly enough. Yeah. Yeah, so all the time that we spent woodcutting, that and at least more. That we spent doing the Soliceps period, but also in recent memory. Because I obviously did woodcutting all the way back in free-to-play on Willows, technically. Which I imagine the rate was technically lower. So I imagine we're technically more than halfway done because this rate is higher than we've ever had woodcutting-wise. Unless you count all woodcutting sources, because Wintertod definitely gives woodcutting experience, just not very much of it. Really, we're aiming for... So 13 million is when you max a skill, roughly. It's like 13,034,441 or something like that. Doesn't matter. But we want to be about 600,000 short of that because getting fire making from 90 to 99 will give you about that much woodcutting, I think. Poises and at least more than what's at most. Yeah, so at most, it kind of depends. Because at most, it could take an infinite amount of time. Because if I die tomorrow by getting hit by an 18-wheeler, I'd never finish it, right? Also, that's very impressive that an 18-wheeler decided to drive through my fucking house. But anyways, because I don't go outside. Like, I went and got my mail and got murdered by an 18-wheeler in that moment, I guess. But I don't even think an 18-wheeler can fit on the road that I'm... Like, my street is not suitable for that. I don't think literally at all. Box trucks, yes, but 18-wheelers, no. But nonetheless, yeah, it's a weird way of saying it for sure. But yeah, the idea is, even if this was exactly halfway, it's going to take me the amount of time that you've seen me do this, at least in recent memory, and more than that. Because we haven't gotten all of this from Soliceps. That's really all I was trying to say. But when I thought about it more, I was like, oh, but that means that I was doing something less efficient than this. So realistically, the amount of time that you see me here probably is fairly close. All said. Time again, if you will. But I honestly don't know how long I've been here. because we do this very intermittently. I do it whenever Savage isn't here, basically. Oh, speaking of Savage not being here, where is, or what does my dart look like? Oh, so we got a little bit left. 1050 left for darts. What do we do here? Something like that, I guess. It's fine. This amulet kind of gets in the way. Koya says math. I actually really like math. I've always really liked math. I used to be better at it as well. I'm a little out of practice now, I think is more what it is than anything else, but I used to be very, very good at math. I can still approximate things okay, but I used to be very precise. I think Saku's better at math than I am. Now, at least. Koya says math is fun. Oh god, another math enjoyer. Let's see, how do we do this? Or do we do anything? Is this just fine the way that it is? Because we could do like this. We want it to be like square based. I don't know, usually I don't like... Wait. This is exactly 5 here. That feels very weird. I kind of like it though. It just seems wrong. Wait. 3, 7, 8. So we're actually short. Police says to a certain degree, at least, at some point it stops being fun, and that's when it stops feeling like puzzles and riddles and more just, I don't know, it feels like brain is just being overstuffed, for lack of better words. That's interesting. I had a lot of trouble with discrete mathematics, which is when you're starting to write proofs for things. I had never written proofs for anything before. And like one thing that was very unintuitive to me was like, oh, well, part of the way that you prove this is like, you have to use the definition of even and the definition of odd. And I had never seen like a formal definition of what it is to be even or odd before. I just like qualitatively knew. And using that to like prove something was like just well beyond the scope of what I had ever done in math before. So it just really didn't jive with me. It's a very different kind of math. It's almost like theoretical math, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, as opposed to like computational math or even like analytical math, if you will. Because I totally was fine with like statistics and calculus and those kinds of things, but it was harder for me to like creatively apply things that I knew. And also like N choose R, if you want like permutations to like calculate permutations and things like that. There's a lot of things like that that were very interesting to me, but not something that I would have come up with myself. The way that I would have passed that class, if had I passed it, which I did not, would have been to like memorize all the different kinds of things that you can encounter and apply them. Because there's only so many, I don't want to say there's only so many things that you can prove in math, but you get what I'm saying. There's only so many rules that you would apply to like a mathematical proof generally. there's many different things that you can prove, but there's only so many things that they're going to make you prove, if that makes sense. There's only going to test you on so many different things, probably. So you could probably get like a decent working understanding without like fully embracing the like creative generative part of it, because I'm just not very good at it. I can apply the stuff very easily, I think, but I don't understand. I don't know how, I wouldn't be able to like manufacture that. I can just recall it. Well, Coolio says the more letters, the more headache. If I just have numbers and a few mathematical signs and graphs and some basic letters, I'm having a lot of fun. So things like X and Y are cool. Okay, so you liked probably algebra up through maybe 2 geometry, I would say, somewhere in there. How do you feel about sine and cosine, triangles and shit like that? Triangles and angles. Because you very quickly get into a space where math has fewer and fewer numbers, I would say. And I like it. I think it becomes more powerful, if less useful. Boy, this says sine, cosine is okay. It's not as fun, but I don't struggle. I see. Sine and cosine are like, I mean, they're literally functions, but they're straight up just computational things. They just have like cool tricks, basically. Similar to like calculus with its like derivatives and shit like that. You just have to like kind of know them eventually. I mean, I think you can derive them, right? Like you can literally recreate them if you want to, but more reasonably you just memorize them. Same thing I was saying before, where like you just kind of have to have like 40 or so of those guys just like fully memorized at some point, I think. Koya says, I love probabilities in math. I liked statistics a lot, for sure. Statistical analysis was one of my favorite things that I had ever learned how to do in math. Lines of best fit and stuff like that. I wouldn't say that I was like terribly gifted or anything like that, but I did just fine overall. This is a weird place, a weird way to arrange my inventory. Cut it. Oh, how about this? Put it in between. Okay, so that definitely works, but it's just the wrong orientation. Oh, but there's no center. Could have one going up, I guess. So if we do not exactly what I had in mind. I would rather this one go here and this one go there, but there is no inventory space here. Koya says, in elementary school, I was one of the gifted kids, especially in math, but I dropped the more mentally distressed I was later on. Bullying stuns the ability to learn. Who would have thought? That's interesting. I definitely feel similarly. Maybe not dropping it per se. I also wasn't very particularly bullied or anything like that. My kid droid days were pretty uneventful, I would say. Laurie says, do I hear math? Math? Laurie's kind of weird because she doesn't seem like she's actually all that good at math, but she is pretty passionate about it. She's had a lot of trouble with math, but I think that I think her expertise with math is just at a different level, if that makes sense. She's very good at teaching kids math, if that makes sense. But yeah, Laurie is a variety streamer. She actually really likes Minecraft as well. I'd say that Minecraft and Subnautica are her main games, other than whatever she happens to be playing with the homies. She's got like a group chat that she spends a lot of time with. Laurie says, I'm good at math, but my hyperness gets the better. That's why I hate being timed. I don't know. You've definitely been presented with math problems before that like you didn't really solve, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like I had as much or a similar amount of success as you did, and I'm like 8 years removed from being practiced. So I was like pretty disappointed in that particular application. Not that it was a huge deal or anything. Laurie says, I'll figure things out eventually. Sure, but figuring them out eventually doesn't mean that you're like good at math, right? I would say good at math means that you're able to turn it over pretty well and easily and readily. Not like, you know, if you're presented with an infinite timeline, you know what I'm saying? That's a little bit different, don't you think? Ari says, bro, I can't believe I disappointed you, Sads. It's fine. It's not a huge deal. It's not like it was my math homework or anything. I mean, and I had trouble with it too, but like I was also like well and truly more removed from it than you were at the time. Hadn't thought about that shit in fucking 10 or 12 years at the time that I was looking at it. Kolya says, oh, I got fucked over badly starting from 5th grade, but I love studying and learning per se. In fact, I'm taking some free courses to learn some stuff like German Sign Language. But yes, Laurie is definitely a teacher. Lifelong teacher and learner, I would say, is what Laurie's all about. She's an after-school instructor and a tutor. Yes, she tried to send me all kinds of pictures of stuff that she made with children out of Legos and stuff. I was like, okay, it's fine. Just don't send me pictures of kids, please. That's weird. Laurie says, I love my kids. Yes, I know you do. I know you do. Like, very incessantly and loudly. She does most things incessantly and loudly. So if you love high energy streamers, then Laurie's definitely the one for you. She says that she isn't always high energy, but if she's live, she's high energy. Laurie says, I want to show them off. You can show off their stuff, just not them. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't need DMs of children. That's kind of the thing that it boils down to. It's like, it'd be one thing if I knew who these kids were, but I just don't need random children in my DM. That's kind of what it boils down to. It's like, oh yes, this is my so-and-so or whatever. It's like, yeah, no, I could totally explain that. But if I'm like, I don't know, it's some kid, like, I don't want to have to explain that to someone. Alright, says I didn't show them like faces or anything. It was just a video of the project. Yeah, okay, Laurie. Yeah, all right. Sure. Kolya says, awesome work. Teaching kids is so much fun. Seeing them understand something they struggled with before is so rewarding. I wouldn't really know. I've taught several people actually many different things. There was a while where one of my professors was out, so I was teaching the class chemistry for 2 or 3 months. The valedictorian and I took turns teaching the class. Something like that. Other than that, and one of my friends who I basically taught calculus, I haven't done a lot of teaching. That was more like a tutoring thing though. But yeah, she was struggling a lot with calculus, and by the end of our, I don't know, 10 or 20 sessions or whatever, she became one of the better performing students in her class. Or it says, yes, it's very awesome, and seeing the spark is everything that keeps me going. I don't know if that's true. I feel like you're like a perpetual motion device to begin with, to be real with you. I don't know if you'd ever run out anyway. Or it says, dang, Bandit, I should have come to you about calculus. When I was better at it, yeah, probably. I would have definitely taught you some stuff. I'm not very good at it anymore. I'd have to get it back. But if I clawed it back, I probably could do, but only up until like fucking Calc 3 or Calc 4 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because I definitely did flunk out of college. So once you're past what level I was at in college, I don't know anything anymore. I could learn it, but I would have to learn it. Oh, he says, you didn't talk to me in December, January as frequently enough to know how depressed I was because I wasn't working. Yeah, I mean, sure. Colia says, I used to pursue the career of an elementary school teacher and did a bunch of internships and free work, honorary work. What's the term in English? Volunteer work, sounds like. If not an internship, then volunteer sounds correct. Maybe charity work as well, depends. Colia says, yes, volunteer. Yeah, sure. I used to volunteer a lot too. I kind of miss it in some ways. Obviously, I stream too much to volunteer very much nowadays. It's kind of the thing. Which, in some ways is sad, and in other ways is like, I don't know. It's nice to have a project that is mine, which is the stream, and that I'm constantly working on, which is to say I'm adding to, contributing to. I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily improving the stream per se in many ways. It's mostly just getting more and more experience. I'm accruing experience, which does help, but it's really hard day to day or even week to week to feel like things are better, which I think is partly because of a lack of like concentrated effort. I want to say, like, I'm not, you know, this is the thing that I'm going to work on. This is what I want to get better at. That definitely doesn't happen, right? Though I could. I'm almost certain that I could improve in like micro improvements here or there, like concerted micro improvements. I'm just not too worried about stressing about that for now, I think. But additionally, I could also, or part of the situation is I wanted to like save. That's why I'm so concerned with like saving so much of it, my stream, for posterity, because I want to be able to go back at some point, at any point, I guess, whether it's, you know, as part of like my improvement or, you know, 40 years from now, just waxing nostalgic and say, oh wow, hey, look, this is all here. Like I can look at all of this. I can see how, you know, it was a little bit shoddier here, or like I'm clearly better on the mic, clearly more comfortable, etc. Ari says, I think volunteering is cool. I think everyone should think that volunteering is cool. I think it's a very, very nice thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. Yes, 100%. I think it's a great way to spend your time. I don't know that I have anything that I would volunteer for like nowadays per se. But there's definitely some good causes out there that are like more than worthy. I just don't have, I'm not familiar with anything around me presently. Let me put it that way. I'm not in the same place that I was where I like, oh yeah, I'll just do the same thing as before. Like there's a whole different area. And it also might be like way different and harder and stuff as well. And like also like travel sucks a lot, like a lot. I'd rather not actually travel anywhere if I can help it, to be honest. It's a lot easier to volunteer if I was just there already, is what I'd say. I'll put, I mean, as you might have noticed, I'll put my time into like most anything, and I'm glad to dedicate a lot of my time to something to see it through to the end. But I'm not sure that I will feel the same way about having to like travel. That's like a big minus for me. Laurie says, I used to volunteer at my church, but honestly, I kind of view it a little negatively because it felt like they prioritized that and see my faith in troubles. Sometimes the acts of volunteer, you know what I mean? Like a volunteer acting out is kind of a show of faith. You know what I'm saying? Like it's literally like a godliness thing. So they could also have that kind of perspective where it's like, no, you're cultivating your faith by volunteering. Like you're literally purifying yourself in that way. In the same way that like, you know, Hail Marys and shit like that was like a redemption sort of a thing. I could see that being the perspective that they have. I don't know that it is, obviously. I don't know your church, but I'm just saying. I could see that being part of the reason for that. I broke my neck a little bit because I was drinking this tea, sorry. Goliath says, volunteered for a kids circus holiday course. Worked with a literal circus to help kids create a circus show within a week and learn these skills. I helped in athletics, supervising in the breaks and helping them prep for the show. In one show, I even had to step on the stage too because too many circus people have gotten sick. Wow. That's crazy. Kolya's worked with the circus before. The actual circus. Laurie says it is, but they legit put me in a place that made me separated from others. We're okay with me not having any participation or connection with people. It is a sign of faith. I don't see that as being a problem necessarily, Laurie. Like, some things just have to be done alone. Like, I mean, I get if you're not getting what you want out of it, but that doesn't seem like a problem to me. I just don't see where the issue is, except that you would rather it be a more social and, like, you know, faith building exercise as opposed to something that is just, you know, for the greater good or whatever. But like, some things just need to be done alone, and if they felt like they could trust you to do it alone, then why wouldn't they just leave you to it? I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't know. I'm just a guy, though. All right, says, my problem was that no one cared how I was. No one cared how I was. So they didn't, like, check in on you, is what you mean? Because you have, like, a lot of masking behaviors. You know that, Laurie, right? Like, you, like, go out of your way to, like, mask when things aren't going well and stuff. So, like, it's not surprising to me that they wouldn't know that things aren't going well because you mask things pretty hard. So I'm like, is that really their fault? I mean, like, sure, it would be nice if they noticed, but like, what do you want them to do? Like, it's kind of hard. Would it be kind of hard to know, Laurie? Am I wrong? It's like nobody, the meme of like the guy sitting in the corner is like, none of these people know that I had a bad day. It's like, well, like, did you try telling them? You know what I mean? Like, Laurie says, I didn't think I was hiding it that well, but yeah, but you know yourself better than they know you, right? Even to this day, you would say they didn't know you that well, right? Four, 7, 9. Okay. That's the right amount of these. Oh, actually, you know what I should do instead? I should move this there, and then it's a 3x3. All right, says I did actually try once, and they gave an excuse. But yeah, no one knew me well. I got you. You felt like they weren't supporting you in the way that you wanted to be supported, and that's perfectly legitimate. That makes sense. Zephyrius says, turns out you're a professional masker. I don't know about masker. That feels like it might mean something different, Zeph. Colia says, sometimes you become oblivious to your own traits and behaviors. That's definitely true. You need to know thyself. And that's not something that you can just do intuitively. You have to learn about it. It's like the brain, right? The brain is the brain, but the brain doesn't know about the brain. You have to learn about the brain. The brain has to learn about itself. And I mean that like from a biological perspective as well as a psychological one. How's it going, Zeph? What are you doing here? Zephyrius? The demigod wolf boy? Oh my gosh. The resident Barker? Bob Barker? That's not him. That's a different guy. But yeah, Zephyrius is a variety streamer. I think he just finished Yakuza Kiwami. And he's also started Hello Kitty Island Adventure just recently. I don't think he knows who Big Challenges is yet, but one day he will find my most important boy, the most important guy in the goddamn world, Big Challenges himself. Zephyrius says, I'm hanging out before Hello Kitty time. Oh yeah, today's Tuesday. I thought it was Thursday. So Tuesday's Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That means that Thursday was. I'm trying to think. So you played Deep Rock with us on Sunday, and that's what he does every Sunday, or at least for now. We might switch up the schedule a little bit soon. Thursday's Elden Ring. Got it. Thursday's Elden Ring, and I think you stream one more day during the week, Friday. But I'm not sure if you do anything particularly then. And on Saturdays he plays games regularly. Friday with Loke, fantastic. Loke, a mutual friend of Zeph and I, mostly him. He's known Zeph for about 10 years more than I have, or something like that. A decent amount more than I have, but we are all friends together, I would say. I think that is fair. Separately, on Saturdays, with that very same Lokrin, Zephyrus, Apple Pie Kitten, and Sasuke Cat will, as Decadent Rain, the group of 4, play all kinds of different games. I think they're playing Aloft right now, but I don't know if you guys have decided to start playing something different as well. You're welcome for the shout out. Laurie says, yeah, I don't realize half the things I do until someone points it out, like Panda half the time. Sigh, I'm gonna drive my 2 hours now. Later, dork. All right, enjoy your drive. Enjoy your ride. I'll see you later, Laurie. When did I become dork? What happened? She's called me dork like consistently for weeks now, and I literally didn't do anything. Zeph says a 2 hour drive. Geez, she loves it. She loves it. It's her favorite thing. She goes out of her way to hang out in her car just to like be in the car for a while sometimes. It's like one of her safe spaces, you know what I mean? You know how like, is it weird to compare her to a dog? All right, so end of that conversation. Similar, no wait, completely different, completely unrelated to that. So one thing that I suggest to you dog owners is that you leave their kennel, like the dog cage thing, like open and available in the house so that they can go in there and just like hang out there as like a little safe place for them to be. That's this dangerous territory, Panda. Yeah, a little bit. It was unintentional. Fully separate from that. I'm just letting you know about something that I just thought about for no particular reason, completely unrelated. Koya says dork is a good nickname. I don't think it is. It's literally an insult, actually. It's just a very light-hearted one. Zeph says dork is a great nickname. Why does everyone think dork is a great nickname? What's up with that? Zeph says Kevin used it all the time for his dear friends, Ed and Eddie. Were they his dear friends? Kevin fucking hated those guys. Kevin liked Naz, and I think he fucked with Ralph. Everyone else he fucking hated. Koya says dork sounds endearing. I don't know. I think it's like a classic old school bully term. Zephyrus says Rolf was the goat. Yes, Rolf was very good. The power scaling in that shit was actually fucking ridiculous, by the way. Zeph says he also had a goat. I don't remember his goat, but I bet that's true. He was the son of a shepherd. And wait, do shepherds tend to anything more than just sheep? It's literally like sheep herder, right? But like shepherds can like tend to all kinds of different livestock, cattle, like, right? Zephyrus says, I don't remember the goat's name. I just remember the pig was Wilfred. What a weird name for a pig. That's fascinating. I don't remember that much, I'm gonna be honest. That does sound familiar, not the name Wilfred, but there being a goat and a pig. I totally believe that. Is that why Ed had such a fascination with chickens? Because Rolf was literally around? Because if not for Rolf, there just wouldn't be chickens in that fucking suburban neighborhood, right? Because why would there be? Zeph says, I think it made the chicken obsession worse. Interesting. I don't remember like the deep lore of the show in any way. Like if there's like any like emergent kids, like if anybody like moves in or anything. The Kanker sisters live like right away from them, right? Like they're all part of the cul-de-sac, but like literally like 1 block away or whatever. Just like on the opposite side of some like random construction is the trailer park, right? Like they literally are not far away at all. And yet they like fully are considered like outsiders for some reason. Zeph said Ed had a lot of obsessions. I believe that. I do believe that. Collier says, I would love being called dork. How it's been used around me and by me, it seems like you're just a funny little guy. I agree with that, but I think that's a modern lens on dork, or at least a, you know, post-adolescent, a post-pubescent perspective of the word dork, whereas a prepubescent perspective is a lot more harsh. So similar to dork would be like nerd and like even like geek, I would say, where like nowadays those don't really mean, like they don't really have a lot of malice or intensity associated with them, but I could imagine them being like, you know, almost like character assassination type, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like very different. They would be received very differently. Oh my good, look at how full my inventory is. And I've eaten 1 food, maybe 2. Zeph says, think about it a different way. Go on. I mean, I think what happened is like over the course of my life, I've been introduced to more harsh language, and thus those terms, nerd and dork and stuff, became a lot less intense. Zeph says, if you take away those words' original meaning, you deny bully characters that weapon. I mean, you're correct in that way. You're correct in that way. And there is like a little bit of like reclaiming language that can happen in a big way. Like there's a big difference between bitch and bad bitch, right? Very different. That being said though, I don't know if I would go so far as to say that it's like fully bridge the gap of like, from insult to term of endearment. I don't feel that way about it, but I also don't mind it. It's fine. Oh, you're getting out of your screen ride? All right, man. I appreciate you for stopping by and hanging out. Talk to you later, man. All right, what are we doing here? This song sounds straight out of Kingdom Hearts to me. It's like the fucking violin or whatever as well. Experience has got to do a little studying. I bit off more than I could chew this semester. Oh my god, you're still studying stuff? I thought you just finished an exam. Fucking college kids, man. I swear to God. They literally are like, oh man, I finally finished my finals. Now I have time for myself. Oh, sorry, I'm taking midterms now. Screenwrite says, I have so many classes. Yeah, all right. I'll let you off this time. Fucking, that shit must be exhausting. Oh, Screenwrite said, moi, nai cuties. It looks like, oh, so he said this. No. Is that right? Yes. Wait. Yeah, that's what he said. But to me, it was like, Mua Nini quits? Like, what the fuck am I looking at? There's this song, the opening for this anime, it's called The World God Only Knows. It's either the first season or the second season. I don't think I saw the third season. It's called Oratorio, I think. And that song is fully in English. But I heard that song dozens of times, maybe even 100 times, and had no idea that it was actually in English until, I don't know. At some point I like read the lyrics of the song, because like every, you know, anime opening has subtitles, even if it's already in English or whatever. I read the lyrics in time to the music and I was like, oh shit, they're just saying the things in English. It's like same with Cotton Eye Joe, where like, again, fully in English, I had no idea. Cotton Eye Joe, is actually a song in English. It just doesn't sound like he's saying fucking words. Like, all right. Yeah, you can fucking pop off, dude. I don't know what he's talking about, but like everybody's fucking doing jump style or something. Like it's going crazy over here. The dance floor is lighting up. How come everybody knows the Cotton Eye Joe dance, by the way? I imagine maybe not so anymore, but back in the day, it's like, I mean, I guess it's not that different from knowing like Soulja Boy. It's just, you know, as a black man, I had no idea the steps to Cotton Eye Joe. Don't imagine why. Koya says, I do not. Yeah, it's like, it's a little dated now, I imagine, as well. So that very well could be part of it. I wonder how prevalent it is in like the greater space, you know, because like Soulja Boy is definitely outdated. I don't know if Soulja Boy's like, you're not going to play Soulja Boy at like, you know, a public school or whatever, and everybody's going to be like, oh, and they like do a flash mob of dancing or anything. That's not going to happen, right? Like, don't give a fuck about that shit. But like the Electric Slide, which is much older, still is like fucking eternally popular. Like it's been at every fucking wedding or group, you know, fucking whatever adult setting for this year and the last fucking 50 or whatever. Like people fucking love that shit, right? They eat that shit up. See what I'm saying? Like I wonder if the same thing applies to like those other, particularly Cotton Eye Joe. That one's because it's old enough to have been there, but I've never heard it at a function that has like, you know, proper adults doing shit. It seems like it's more of like a youth thing in the same way that Soulja Boy was also mostly a youth thing. But like, I could definitely see a wedding having some of those types of like, especially like relatively low intensity mass flash mobby type of dances or whatever. God, I could never imagine. I don't dance at all, ever, never, ever. Could I be convinced to dance? Probably, but not for free. Under pain of death, you understand? It would not be something that I just decided to do. That's for fucking sure. Oh my God, dude. Maybe it would be different if I felt more confident as well. Because that was a weird cough. Because there's a lot of dances that like, or dance styles I feel like I do jive with. I particularly like electro swing a lot, which is similar to like hard style when it comes to like dancing. The way that you can dance to electro swing is similar to hard style, which is like jump style and stuff. Actually, I don't even know if hard style and jump style are contemporary. I don't know if you guys even know what I'm talking about, because I haven't heard of any new music in the genre in a long time. Koya says, I did jump style? Okay, so you at least know what I'm talking about. But electro swing, I think, is relatively, not like super new or anything like that. It's literally vintage sounding, in fact. But I'm pretty sure people would know that one. Like, people fucking love Caravan Palace and, what's another one? Like Gramophone or something? I don't remember their name. Caravan Palace is an easy one, though. Shout out to the music video for Lone Digger. I'm sure you guys know it already. It's kind of famous on the internet. Don't watch it with your parents, though. Or do, whatever. I'm not your fucking dad. Koya says it's fun, but nowadays exhausting and painful. Yeah, it's a little bit high energy, jump style in particular. Hard style could be like shuffling, which is definitely outdated. LMFAO, party rock. I think that they literally don't even make music nowadays, right? What is that? 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. What the? Give me the 9th one. Thank you. Shit. I definitely clicked on it twice and it didn't work. Come on. All right. We're doing well so far. The rate says 3 hours. Time says 3 hours. God damn. 270K? Dude, it's gonna take fucking eternity to get the 13 million woodcutting experience. We're gonna be fucking free associating the whole way too. Let's talk about whatever comes to fucking mind. Literally anything. You guys got any homework you want to work through? Like, fuck it, I'll learn something. Let's try and figure this shit out. Imagine. Fucking imagine. Do your own homework, actually. I don't want to do your homework for you. It's dishonest. Where's your academic honesty? Also, fucking ask ChatGPT. Chloe says might fall asleep soon, just a heads up. No, you're good. It's all good. It's all good, brother. We're just vibing it out anyway. Look at how many fucking mushrooms we have, though. God damn. Kind of try to surround the teleports that I'm most likely to accidentally click. I think it would be this one. Kind of developed like a weird... I kind of stumbled into that on accident. I don't know why I said it like that literally at all. You say enough words in a day and I guess you just fucking absolutely beef it up for no reason. Could you imagine? Like, I could never, like being a politician or whatever, like speaking as a presenter to a stage. Though, to be fair, I imagine that they don't spend a lot of time speaking like to audience in that way. Like they spend probably a decent amount of time like they'll speak to like a lot of people, sure, but I imagine most of that is like really informal and conversational, whereas like speaking to audience is a lot more curated and scripted. Colia says, I play with the idea to become a politician often, but nah. Yeah, it's a lot. Like, you're going to be hated by a lot of people that you'll never meet. You'll meet someone for the first time and they're going to hate you just for the things that they perceive that you did, whether you did them or not. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it is as a politician. It can't be fun, but... And also anything that goes wrong is your fault, no matter what you actually did or didn't do with regards to it as well. So I don't have a lot of like sympathy exactly for them, but like it definitely isn't an easy place to be. That being said, corruption is also something that I really struggle to like come to terms with. Like, just don't, you know what I mean? Like fucking actually don't. Well, at least the same thing happens being trans or gay, so it works for me. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. As a politician, you just chose that one. I mean, it's nice to be hated for something that you chose to do instead of just being the way that you are. You know what I mean? That's fair. Because being hated for who you are is that's a little rough. I'll be honest. It's a little rough. Like, well, I mean, I didn't really ask for this. Like, I mean, it presented with the option. I might re-roll. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just got the starting stats that I got, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I would love a higher dex, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that I'm fucking anything, I'm 5'11" instead of 6 foot. Yeah, no, I would appreciate. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is, I guess. We all get the cast, you know what I mean? We all get our lots, and we just gotta make the most of it, I guess. And by that, I mean max in RuneScape. That's how I make the most out of it. What else are we going to do with our time? This is the most efficient way that I could be spending my time. Name something that I could do in this world other than max in RuneScape that would make the world a better place. I'll wait. Work for a charity, fucking volunteer, fucking donate money, fucking... build something, make something. No, all of that's ridiculous. The most important thing that you can do is spend time on this particular video game. Goya says pet animals. Nah. Rescue animals in need? Stop being so selfish. RuneScape stats. Goya says not even care for them, just give them pets for the good boys and gals. No. You're being ridiculous. This is obviously the thing that is most helpful to the world. You're welcome, world. I know. You can thank me later. When you think about it that way, it's like literally just a vanity project, right? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that that's kind of like the ultimate takeaway, because I am a streamer, right? Like, there's a lot of vanity in the space. It's just weird to think about it that way, because I do feel like I'm working hard on it, but at the same time, I'm like working hard on something that affects me and only me and no one else in that way, right? As far as like my resume goes, like we're all in this together, and I'm like trying to do it as an entertaining thing for you to watch, right? I'm trying to do it as a bit of entertainment and also like a bit of a documentary or whatever, but like it is ultimately something that is like me for me, right? Like if I stop doing this, maybe people would be disappointed, but no one would be like, you robbed me of the thing that I deserve. Like nobody cares about it like that, right? Also, I definitely ate that food on accident. I kind of wish there was a display or an indicator about like the food. Hold on. Is there a plugin for that? Antelope. Moon. Food. I kind of want something that when I eat a food, like moonlight antelope meat, it says like it has like a timer or something, and it goes like, bam, there's your extra health or whatever, because it heals you in 2 stages. Well, this is, I'd like to quote and adapt what my childhood hero said. I'm not a content creator. I'm not an influencer. I'm a pastime. I'm waiting for people to pass their time well spent. Interesting. I think I can empathize with that. I don't know if that's different from being a content creator, but I do get it. Influencer definitely feels different. Influencer feels like you're trying to disseminate an idea into the space. You're trying to like seed, like whether it is, you know, just like a message, like even if it's just like a positive, constructive, like self-fulfilling, you know what I mean? Like I just want the world to be happier or whatever, right? Like, and I guess in some ways I do have that kind of a conceit, right? I think that my core conceit when it comes to this channel, right, to the stream, is I like to take things that don't matter too seriously. I would say that's my core concept. And because like some people do that for sure, right? Like shout out to MadPat, shout out to Game Theory, right? But I feel like a lot of people feel like things that don't matter aren't worthy of talking through. And I think that even things that are trivial or like pedantic or like way too, you know, nerdy or niche still do have, you know, a space in, you know, a conversation. Like it's still worth thinking it through and having it make sense, even if it doesn't really matter. Like, and that kind of comes from like, I don't want to say that it comes from like a particular like event or anything like that, but I'm saying like with regards to like, how do I want to say this? Like media analysis or whatever, you know what I mean? Like I could see them being like relevant to the conversation as well. I think you can drop stuff and keep cutting as well. I think you can do both, but it's a little unclear. Seemed like it took a long time for that to come through, so maybe not. Well, it's just that guy succeeded incredibly in the German YouTube and Twitch field, but he is so fucking humble, it's insane. I got you. Sometimes that's like the way it goes, you know? Sometimes people find their space, find their voice, you know what I mean? In like a YouTube space or whatever, and they literally aren't made worse for it. Some people are just not that. Shout out to every fucking rapper. Not every rapper. Some of them are fantastic, actually. Some of them are great at giving back to their communities and shit like that. and like are just like regular fucking dudes at the end of the day. But others like notoriously in their music, but are like, you know, big balling on the fucking top floor, you know what I'm saying? Like hose on the floor, balling on the floor, we're on the fucking floor. floor. Inspired rap music. I don't even know if that's like an inaccurate parody of rap music, to be honest. I think it's like kind of true. Not good. It's definitely not good. And it's definitely not all rap music, right? I really like, I don't know. I like a lot of different stuff when it comes to rap music, to be honest, because I like music that isn't even in English, so I don't need it to be like deep or profound or compelling with regards to the words. It just needs to sound good for me to enjoy it. But something that sounds good and also, you know, sounds dope, like is saying some real shit, that's like really special, obviously. So I think the two of those things combined together obviously are huge. But yeah, no. I am getting a little bit distracted from your point. Your guy who stayed humble. It's very impressive. It's very impressive. It's very good. I think that more people like that would do us a lot of good. Especially people with character. People that are humble, but people with character as well. Because integrity means a lot when it comes to like branding and, you know, deals and like sponsorships and shit like that. And I feel like a lot of the like content creator space is really like fully drenched in like seedy, almost like crypto type shit, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like just not the best, you know what I mean? Like I don't want people who are benefiting from, you know, entertainment platforms and like ad revenue or whatever to profit off of the losses of their viewer base, if that makes sense. That's kind of where I'm coming from. Polio says, imagine a mixture of PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Jacksepticeye. Make him by now in his 40s in German. Boom, you got my childhood hero. He's the grandpa for the German gaming soon. Interesting. PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Jacksepticeye. That's like, those are like the three main dudes. Also, how old is PewDiePie now? He's got to be pushing like fucking 40 now anyway, right? He's been in the space for like 20 fucking years. PewDiePie. 35. So he's not quite 40. His network was originally Machinima and then Maker Studios. Oh no. And now he's in RE6L, whatever the fuck that is. Dude, PewDiePie got fucked up by that shit. Machinima was notoriously bad, and I think the creator one was also not that much better. But Koya says PewDiePie is a father by now? Sure. I mean, 35, he could have been a father for 10 fucking years at this point. Koya says also does a huge charity event every year since 10 years ago now. Since many, over the course of those years, he's collected over $1 million in 12 hours. He goes to many different charities. Interesting. I don't know about many different charities. The problem to me with that, it's not a huge problem, obviously, and I don't know anything about like his research or anything like that. But my problem with many different charities is every charity is different. Some of them are more trustworthy than others, and like the overhead, you know what I'm saying? Like how much money the charity itself makes matters a lot, obviously, right? Because realistically, the charity should be allowed to continue to exist, but should make exactly $0 in my opinion. Polio says, no, not over the course of the year. Since some years every year. So for every year he has made over $1 million in 12 hours. I got you. The like since some years isn't like a thing that you would really say. That's why I'm like trying to interpret what you're saying. So like you would say, how would I say that? I think the idea is that you're saying every year for the last few years is what I would say. Because like since some just feels weird to me. But anyways, but yeah, I get what you're saying. So he's been doing fantastic on the charity front. But yeah, my point with regards to the charities thing is like every charity, obviously, well, not every charity. In a lot of cases, charities have very good, you know, this guy, I'm sorry, is this the halberd guy? Why do you have a fucking noxious halberd and a Slayer helmet? What the fuck are you doing here, dude? Are you good? What is this? What is this? like, why are you fucking here, dude? Why do you have a fucking noxious halberd and fucking Karamja gloves and a Slayer helmet if you're fucking doing Siliceps? Why? What, fucking Aranea boots? Like, huh? I feel like this guy is absolutely lost. Like, there's no fucking way. But anyways, Colia says guy could be me with how confused he plays. Apparently, yeah. I don't understand. I don't understand. I fully don't understand. So the reason why I'm wearing the armor that I'm wearing, right? So we have the Devout Boots and the Rada's Blessing for bonus prayer because I pray ranged, right? We have the Serpentine Helmet so that I don't get poisoned. We have the Bandos for ranged defense, literally just for ranged defense against the tar monsters. The Forester's Kit and the Felling Axe, I don't feel like I need to explain, as well as the Celestial Signet. Those are all just for lumberjacking things. This is Crystal Axe, so you want the crystal with ring. Regen bracelets for health regen, right? Some of this stuff does give him range defense. Aranea boots do not. This gives him prayer and offense. Noxious halberd would only be useful if he's attacking the tar monsters, which I presume that he isn't doing, because he shouldn't be, because it's a waste of time. Fighter torso has notoriously low defenses and would be better off with any other body piece, to be honest. Like literally any better body piece. And the Slayer helmet, I don't think has any defensive stats. I don't think. Really, you only want to use that for Slayer. That's like the only time. Same with the Karamja gloves. These gloves are fucking dog shit. Nicolia says, are the tar monsters Slayer tasks? I fucking hope not. Jesus. That's a fucking terrible Slayer task. They have like fucking 160 health and constantly hit through prayer. I fucking hope not. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but I guess they could be. Colia says, but it would make the most sense. No, if that were true, if his thing was, I'm just here to kill Slayer monsters, right? Then why is he chopping these fucking mushrooms? Just go in here and kill them. No, yeah, I wasn't gonna check it too. I'm curious. Tar monster. I think that it's just for this. I'm pretty sure, like, it's gotta be one of the most dog shit Slayer tasks ever. Yeah, no, Slayer is not a thing. They have fucking 200 health. Oh my god, is that fucking miserable. Having to kill these fucking guys. Their defensive stats aren't high or anything, but still. I think you would use magic on them rather than melee. But like, god damn. That's sheesh. At least they don't do that much damage. Their max hit is 7. Reduced by ranged prayer, and also they hit lower if you pray against them. This fucking spot picture, dude. I almost made this another GIF. I had 2 that were just like this, but Savage was like, no, don't do it. So I didn't. So if ever you feel like you wanted another spot gift, know that you were denied it solely by Savage's discretion. I need to like move. Okay, so I don't have enough space. This 3x3 is what I need. So I need to eat this to get enough room for these mushrooms. I really need to organize this too. This is a fucking nightmare. Police this while someone wants belly rubs? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry, Cole, you also said then maybe I combine German and English now because that makes perfect sense in German if I think about it. Yeah. I don't think it's like wrong. Well, is it wrong? Maybe it is. I don't know if I wouldn't go so far as to say that it's definitely wrong in so much as it feels very weird to me specifically. I would say that it doesn't seem like a normal thing. Yeah. So yeah, this is part of the reason why we don't want to be here with extra dudes. I think that this guy is simply killing. Oh yeah, so like if this guy's goal was to kill the archaeologist, right? And that's all he was doing, that his armor is fine. He's using melee, which I think is worse, but like whatever, he wants to use melee to kill it. But he's obviously not fighting anything. He's obviously doing what I'm doing, but he's not doing it with any of the gear that I would suggest someone use. Particularly like a gear set. It's like he's in the middle of Slayer and he's just like, oh well, since I'm here, I'll just do this for a while, I guess. Which is like fine, like you can do whatever you want to do in the game, right? Like whatever, but it just feels weird. Is this putting the phone aside to fall asleep soon? Yeah, I got you. You're all good. I appreciate you for sticking it out for a little while longer, telling me about your German content creator, Hero. Which is nice to have. It's nice that there are people that like, you can be like, yeah, that guy, as far as I know, nothing but a good guy for years and years and years. Solid. You know what I mean? Great. Love that. I think Markiplier is pretty uncontroversial. He had tasteful nudes that one time, and that's like the most controversial thing that I'm aware of. And that he's also someone that I'm not like super informed about in general. Even PewDiePie I'm much more familiar with and has a little bit more ups and downs, but like not even in a big way. Like mostly he's fine. Again, from like the surface level stuff. The as far as like big content creators that I like am a fan of or whatever, like MatPat's like the biggest one that I'm like, yeah, no, he's like sometimes a little cringe, I guess, but like that's as far as it goes. sometimes he's a little bit, you know. What did he say one time? It's like fucking Ivy's boobs might be fake. Great. I wonder how big Luigi's dick is. You know what I mean? Like this is as controversial as his stuff usually gets, as far as I'm aware of, at least. I'm gonna do fucking 40 videos on FNAF. Like, okay, that's fine. Do I want to do this? Sure. Just for now. Just as a treat. Just because there's exactly 6. If there was one more of these, I would have to do it a different way. Maybe 4 and 3, for example. I usually don't stack them vertically, but you know, just to mix things up a little bit. I feel like literally just like lining up all of my RuneScape footage, but only my inventory would be pretty interesting to see. Like a supercut of just my inventory over the last, like, I don't know, fucking, I guess 300-ish YouTube videos. Could you imagine a supercut of just my inventory for the last 300 YouTube videos with like maybe every time the inventory changes, maybe? Because I'm like, obviously you don't want it to be real time, but like 1 frame per unique inventory, if that makes sense. Like from one change to the next. So like you could see an item come in and then like go away. So it's like adding to and removing from. It would probably be very, very fast if it was just 1 frame, but I think that that's fine. I wouldn't want my mouse to count, just like new entities in the inventory. If that makes sense. Because you could see like me doing stuff. You could see like the fletching happening. You could see me doing temporos. You know what I mean? I think it would be pretty interesting. Just the inventory. Whoa, it's really hard to click in this because the window is so much smaller. There we go. All right, so what? We got 3, 6. I think we just leave. 3, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. And we want to keep everything, so we go. We can drop off all of this stuff, including the desert amulet, since we no longer need it, obviously. What the fuck did I just pick up? We kind of get it like every other time. The desert amulet, which I think is fine. It's technically better. I just like using the desert amulet to get my health back. My health can get me prayer back, but not my health. And I don't want to eat food. I could, obviously, but desert amulet's free. And I finally get to use it. I was very concerned that I was never going to be able to eat. What the fuck? I was very concerned I was never going to actually use my my desert amulet, even though it's a better reset than my what is it called? House teleport or whatever. Like the fountain is literally worse than the Narda altar. So it's nice that I actually finished the Desert Elite Diary and actually can benefit from it literally ever, but particularly that I'm actually using it. Fewer tasks there than most places. Reminic has the least. I don't know what the Fremenic Elite looked like. Was there something particularly bad in the Fremenic Diary? Kill the Dajonoth Kings. Have 56 Astral Runes simultaneously. Dragonstone Amulet. Delete a lap of Relica. Kill the Generals of Armadil, Bando, Saradomin, and Zamorak in God Wars Dungeon. Sure. Slay a spiritual mage within God Wars Dungeon. And okay, so yeah, it's like relatively low stat requirements, I think. Kind of makes sense. Fremenic, I would say, doesn't have very good stuff. Generally, like it lets you bank on the Lunar Isle. What else does it even do? Let you teleport to better places using both the boots and the harp. But like not in a huge way anyway. What else does it actually do for you? I feel like it doesn't do very much. Should we look? All right, let's check. What's your name? Reminic. Oh god. I meant like the diary. Oh god, why is this? Okay, so I should have gone achievement diary, I guess. Sure. Reminic diary. Rewards. Unlimited teleports to Relica, who cares? Dagonoth bones dropped as noted. Enchanted Lyre can go to Jatizo and Neatsnot. 50% chance of gaining approval and managing miscellanea. That's fascinating. I didn't even know that that was a fucking thing. Seal of Passage is no longer needed. Frogsman will permanently enchant your lyre for the discounted price of 200 sharks. Ooh, I already finished doing that, so who cares? The fact that it's discounted is not relevant. I mean, and even then, like, it's not even a huge discount anyway, so like, whatever. For fishing and woodcutting, approval tends to be given as a random chance of an increase. The 10 or 15% buff may not make much of a visible difference. And for the other skills, approval had a 100% of being given, so the buff is immaterial. So what you're saying is the rake that I use is like super duper consistent and also doesn't benefit from... That's cool. Doesn't benefit from my elite diary. So the fact that I have the elite diary for miscellanea literally doesn't matter at all and would never matter. Well, cool. No wonder I felt like that diary was worthless when I looked at the rewards. It's like, wow, Dagonoth King bones? Shit, I could say a Dagonoth King for forever, I guess. I mean, for someone who's actually like farming them out, I guess, like if you're going for the pets, I could see that being actually pretty sick, I guess. But of all bosses, Dagonoth Kings, like, what are you gonna do? Tri-breed them? Unless you're doing it in fucking duo or, God forbid, trio. Like, making it so that, especially with like an iron or something, there's probably a way. If you just make sure that they don't target or can target anyone else. Like if the iron's doing the melee guy, right? Because the melee guy only is going to hit the guy nearest to him, probably. I could see it being okay. It's a multi-combat area too, right? So yeah, you can probably coerce the melee guy to just like hit you specifically. But some of the other dudes, like, I don't know. I don't know how consistent you could possibly do it. But like, it kind of is what it is. Like, you kind of don't want to do it solo either as an iron. Maybe you could though, or close. Not like solo, but like just fighting. Because like anytime somebody tanks it for you, it doesn't count as your kill anymore, right? Is what it boils down to. So it would be a huge problem if you were trying to do multiple ones, but if you're only trying to do one at a time, I imagine you could probably mostly swing it. Oh shit, there's a guy here. I was chopping that one tree for so goddamn long. I gotta go somewhere else though. This guy knows what's up. His gear set is just fine. It really doesn't matter how much ping I have, to be honest. I'm just going to a world, and if I'm going to change worlds, I might as well choose one with a lower ping, right? Like, it doesn't matter I'm not gonna like, oh my, you know, I'm not gonna have like a clutch fucking Hollowed Sepulchre run because of 8 ping. I can't believe we're completely done with Hollowed Sepulchre, by the way. That grind was fucking incredibly long, like, and kind of intense, and also had a lot of growth in it. And we like just nailed it. It's just done. We just like literally finished it. And it didn't even feel that bad, to be honest. I enjoyed Hollowed Sepulchre still to this day. Like, I could definitely go back and just like do it for a while and it would be fine. So, I don't know. People don't like agility, but I think it's really just like the rooftops. That's the problem more than anything else. Like, yeah, you have to learn Hollowed Sepulchre, but you have to learn fucking everything in this game. So like, I'm more than happy to have done it and to actually like to teach it as well, because it's not that hard. Most of it's like, the hardest part of it is, listen, you just got to break it down one step at a time. Like, all right, dodge the arrows, step forward to a safe place, dodge the arrows, step forward, you know what I mean? And just keep doing that forever. It's literally 2 steps that you just repeat forever. First you dodge the arrows and you step forward however far you can to get to a safe place, and then you dodge the arrows again. And just keep doing that over and over again. And eventually you'll be done. Easy. There is one thing at the end where I'm like, also, you know, don't approach the last 3 statues or whatever. Run through the last 3 statues all at once, because they're inconsistent. They have like a weird alternate frequency thing. It's not that they're inconsistent. I'm sure they are perfectly consistent, but they don't line up with every other thing, every other obstacle. So the place that seems like it's going to be safe isn't as clear with them. So rather than memorizing those special circumstances, you can just skip the last 3 statues. 3 or 4 or whatever it was. But yeah, I still think fondly of Hollowed Sepulchre. And it feel like it's been a long time since I've even been there. I guess it must have been, right? Because we've done... What was that? Was that second? Actually, don't even know. I bet it was. Yeah, so it was farming, then agility, thieving, well, agility, smithing, cooking, thieving, then crafting. And now we're here, right? I'm kind of surprised of the I'm surprised of the order, and I'm surprised that I forgot the order as well. Maybe I should note that. Wait, 12.7 mil. I thought it was 600k, but whatever. Maybe it's closer to 300k. Oh. Drop these. I think I'm gonna note the order that we maxed in. Farming. What else? Agility. Smithing and cooking basically happened at the same time. I don't remember what I did for either of those as well. Crafting, but that was after thieving. We did this with Saku. We did agility. I think we did something special for agility, but I don't remember what it was. Crafting we did in Corrupted Gauntlet. Or just regular Gauntlet. Thieving we did with Savage, and it was Man. I really don't remember. I think we went somewhere special for agility. I'm kind of glad I thought about this now so that I can actually go and get it. I'm sure that between Savage, Saku, and I, we can remember these three. But also, I'm sure it's on the videos. I can just go and look. But yeah, we're doing pretty good. Oh, and I guess wood cutting is where we're at now. In mining. And we're probably going to get wood cutting well before we get mining as well. Probably. It's a little unclear at the moment. No telling how frequently Savage is going to be around and etc. But oh yeah, and we kind of want to stop early for wood cutting, so maybe we don't actually finish maxing it just because of winter tot. Whoa, why did I drop all of those? I need these. So 3, 4, 2. I just love clicking, what can I say? It's one of my favorite pastimes. Okay, good. Net total, we've gotten 400k or 100k per hour. And that's obviously not counting the actual fossils themselves. I wonder how they factor in the fossils. It looks like they literally just don't appear. I mean, fair enough. But it's also counting this, which gave me 13.7 mil an hour. Holy shit. That's one of the best money-making methods in the whole fucking game. Holy shit. And I did miscellanea as well. Holy shit. You really should, guys, you really should do battle staves. Pretty fucking good. Even for half that, they're one of the best money-making methods in the game. That's as good as fucking Desert Treasure 2 bosses. Unless you're an iron, I guess. Because though the battle staves are great for crafting experience, I don't know if you can afford that shit. If you're Saku, you certainly fucking can. But you get what I'm saying. Seems mad expensive. And like paying it forward to yourself as an iron is like, it's definitely, it's definitely possible, and charting the course makes a lot of sense to do since you're going to be putting so much time into the account in general. But it reminds me of like an OSAT where like really what you want to do from a logistics perspective is you want to put time into the skills that are going to help you do other skills faster generally. So like it makes a lot of sense to do combat skills earlier on because it makes a lot of them safe, a lot of skills safer. With the exception of like thieving, obviously you want to probably, well, so for thieving, you're not really going to get very much from it unless you thieve specifically buyers for blood shards or farmers for seeds. Like everything else that you get from thieving isn't really going to be super duper worth it. You can certainly do it in the Rose Castle like I did it, and you'll get various, like a bunch of various fucking things. But I don't know if it's as valuable to you as the seeds that you would get from a farmer specifically. Because like those seeds, like Renar and Snapdragons, like they're fucking so good. You need that shit so bad. Yeah, you can use bootleg potions, prayer potions, moonlight moths and shit like that. You can use them. But like, you really truly do need a bunch of different herb, especially if you're gonna max herb lore at some point, which I imagine, you know, if you're playing an iron, eventually you're gonna max. There's no reason that you wouldn't max. Even in a hardcore iron, like you still kind of have maxing as like a long-term goal, if you will. It's just that at some point you're probably going to die. Just statistically, it's pretty likely to happen. So like any iron, I think ultimately kind of has maxing like in the cards, right? In the way that you would do it. Oh well, except for some irons, I guess, like skilling irons. Obviously, you're not gonna fully max. But like, damn, if you're an iron and a skiller, like, good lord, is that some effort? You could do it though. I fully believe that you could do it, but man, definitely not my favorite way of playing the game. I don't even think I like truly fuck with skilling by itself, to be honest. Like, I don't mind it, obviously. I would say I'm probably more of a skiller than, you know, a PVMer, if you will, or bosser especially. But it's like not, I mean, some of it, like some of the stuff obviously that you can do, you just don't need to. Like Savage is trying to do, I don't know what fucking quest it is, fucking recipe for disaster or whatever with the poison barrel or whatever the fuck that quest he's trying to do, and he's been doing it on and off for ages and ages. Like that one I don't know about, because that's like a lot of effort that I don't think is worth it to me. But like finishing Slayer sounds really, really sick, but doing it through the partner cheese sounds really kind of lame. I would rather do it the slow and consistent way, I feel like, of fossils, even though fossils is like lamps or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like the archaeology lamps, even though that's like actually hell and would take forever, at least it's consistent and not like sketchy, where I feel like I'm maybe not risking, but you get what I'm saying. Like I feel like at any time I could fuck it up and ruin my account. I wouldn't fuck with that at all, as far as like being a skiller goes. And also it feels a little cheaty to me as well. I'm not sure if I have too much of an opinion on the other stuff. I do like the fact that a Slayer is considered a skill, even though it's like almost necessarily combat. Slayer does kind of look like critical hit as a skill. If I were to look at it from the perspective of any other, how do I want to say this, like MMO or whatever, there's a lot of skills in this game that are like pretty unclear. I wish I recorded what I sounded like or what I said the skills were when Savage quizzed me on them before we ever started playing RuneScape. Because I had played RuneScape before, but I did not know these skills. I would have guessed something like swords, fucking strength, probably not. Probably maybe strength. It doesn't look like strength to me though. Probably swords, unarmed. This one's health, even though it's hit points. Mining. I'm not sure what if I would have guessed this one right. Blacksmithing is probably what I would call it from Mabinogi. This one I have no fucking idea what I would have called it. Shields, probably. Farming, I think. Fishing. Archery. Ooh, thieving. What would I have called thieving? Sneaking. This one is another one that I can tell it's a pot full of something now, but like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Like merch. These two are both magic. I'm gonna be honest. They're both magic. They're both equally magic. candy crafting, which is very funny. That's another Mabinogi thing. Campfire, again, Mabinogi. This one was archery. So what the fuck is this one then? Maybe I knew about fletching. It's possible. So I'll say fletching. Wood cutting, I think. I think I knew it was called wood cutting. I might have said tree chopping or some shit, but to me that's close enough. Like, you're good. I think that gets a pass. Rune crafting, I think I would have remembered because I remember doing rune crafting the OG style, mining the essence and everything. Like I said, critical hit. If I said that this one was farming, I don't know what I would have called this one. Watering? Like, that one I definitely don't know. I can see now it's a saw cutting a log, but I probably would have guessed what it looks like to me right now, and what it probably would have looked like to me then was a cannon. So cannoneering or something? Fucking something to do with sailing, ironically enough. And then this one is like Beastmaster. So I would have gotten like literally none of them. Maybe 2 if you want to count close. But yeah, it's not surprising to me at all that these skills are like well and truly outside of like my normal perception, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think the shorthand that this game uses is intuitive to modern gaming sensibilities. We're 74 skills or 74 levels short. Bro, we're like closing in on that 2200. We're kind of fucking gaming, honestly. We're kind of doing it. Speaking of gaming, we have exactly the 5 spaces that we need right now. So what, like this? Sure. 3x3 is a really easy way to tell that it's instantly 9. I think 4x4 is also clearly 16 to me, but less so. 4 I can see in an instant, and 9 I can see in an instant. Maybe not 4. It's kind of interesting, though. I might have mentioned this before. It's supposed to be some kind of soft indicator of intelligence or whatever. How large you can count units. So I obviously count by 4s pretty easily, but counting by 16s is like a little unintuitive to me. But counting by 9s I could probably do. But it depends on the layout in a big way. Counting by 5s is pretty possible for me, but 6s I don't know if I could do. I mean, I can literally count by multiples of 6s, but like seeing them in groups of 6s is not intuitive to me. But I can definitely do 4s. Oh, speaking of groups of 4s, we need a group of 9, please. Thank you. Yo, my frames. Oh my God. Runescape? Are you good? What is happening? Framey on RuneScape? Oh, dude, we're not going to make it to Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm going to be honest, guys. We're going to fall to fucking pieces. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. It's called RuneLight for a reason, my brother in Christ. Did they update this shit again? It's fucking NVIDIA, man. They had like fucking 4 updates in like 2 days. I don't think it was quite that bad, but it was like 3... I think it was 3 in like 2 weeks. Which I'm kind of glad that they're, they're trying to do shit. It just seems like that's too many updates. Yeah, they're still good. I do like when they have an update the same day a game releases, because that does raise my confidence that the game will be, helped by that. But I don't know if that's like illusory. I don't know if they like plan that specifically, you know what I mean? Or if it's just like a marketing thing more than it is anything else. Kind of works on me though, to be fair. Because it doesn't seem like it made a huge difference for Monster Hunter Wilds, even though the update was like play Monster Hunter Wilds the best way possible with the highly enhanced DLSS, whatever the fuck. I don't know what any of that shit is. Somebody definitely cares, but I don't know. The 50 series is like improved AI processing, and I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck that means, dude. Like how, what do you mean AI processing? Do you mean like, what do you mean by that? Is it like, is there an algorithm that's determining how to anti-alias better or something? Like I genuinely don't know what AI processing could fucking mean. It sounds like fucking blast processing to me. Like fucking marketing slogan thing from the fucking 90s that doesn't actually mean shit. Not that I would know, obviously. I'm just a fucking guy. I don't know tech that well, ironically, perhaps. Maybe I will one day, though. I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, I don't care to know a ton. I kind of just, like, absorb what I happen to come across and, like, slowly accrue more rather than, like, properly doing research and finding out, like, oh, this is what this means, this is what that means. It's more like, oh, no, I just, like, hear things and try to hold on to them, which I think is fine. I mean, I don't think there's any rate that you need to learn something anyway. I'm kind of curious how fast I could learn something, though. Like, in the same way that RuneScape has been a nice long-term project, I would be curious to learn something from start to finish, if that makes sense. Maybe as part of the stream as well. But I don't really have anything that's like a clean starting position. Like, I mean, I guess it's as clean as it ever could be. Like, I'm certainly not fluent in Japanese now, and I could start learning Japanese, right? That'd be fine. And similarly with art, like, obviously I'm not an artist at the moment. I think I would like to get more hardware for that, though. I think to learn Japanese, I could just, like, start with fucking Duolingo or whatever, but for art, I think I would want a little bit more hardware, just like any tablet. It doesn't need to be an amazing one or anything like that. And I would love to do like art-based streams, if that makes sense. Like, where all I'm doing is like making stuff, especially stuff that people suggest. I feel like that would be a huge fun thing. Because obviously real artists are making art for their fucking commissions and stuff. But me, I don't have any goals or aspirations in that way. I don't have any clients to answer to. Be glad to just make stuff. And you can have it if you want it. I don't care. I feel like that would be kind of cool. I'm not sure, though, that I, like, deeply care about, you know, developing my ability as an artist or anything like that. I think it would be a much more casual thing. Kind of like the stream in general. Like, we're pretty casual over here. Like, I take some of it pretty seriously, but, like, I'm not, like, you know, I'm not trying to be the biggest, baddest, bestest that ever was or whatever. I'm trying to keep it a little more down to earth, a little more real than that, if that makes sense. Which I don't know if those two things are, like, even contrary to one another. Like, you can be the best and be real, I guess, but it just feels like, how do I describe this? It feels like if you're trying to be the best, that you kind of have to, like, fake it until you make it to some degree. If you're not cheating, you're not trying, if that makes sense. That, like, comes to mind to me in some way. Whereas, like, I just want things to happen and evolve naturally, I think. Ooh, speaking of naturally, nice little rare boy. Rare boy for me. Speaking of rare boys for me, this is, like, terrible. We literally have not been able to eat this food. I guess I'm gonna reset with just this. and just not get the desert amulet? Because we got a lot of prayer and still a decent amount of health. Because like we literally don't have the space, and we might as well just keep the food that we have. Like this is great, to be honest. It's actually fantastic that we're having this problem, but it is very crowded at the moment. Is this just one run? I actually don't know. That's one thing that I'm like really bad at like remembering or feeling. I've just been like completely head empty. Hey, go through there. Head completely empty and just like going through the motions or whatever. So I have no idea when I actually bank and like, oh shit, is this the same run where I was? Or I imagine that this is more than one run, but I have absolutely no idea. Oh wait, maybe this will tell us. Trip duration is 26 minutes. What is this saying to me? Oh. Trip 9 is active. 34 minutes? I don't know if that's telling me very much. I don't think it is. Started an hour and 9 minutes ago. Good lord. Also, these fossils, bro. I have one space now. This is so silly. I'm never gonna be free. It might be cringe, but at least I'm free. So that time before, I just got an experience drop and didn't get anything in my inventory. That's because my fucking rations worked. It doesn't say it here, but it's real, I promise. Oh, maybe, no, I probably got Numalite, actually. I should check my rations, now that you mention it. Now that you mention it? Now that I mention it. I said that. Okay, we're good. Good lord. Ended up with a full inventory. That was a long trip, too. Especially considering how much food we still have. Alright, so new trip. Trip 10. I only ate one food that whole time. Good lord. One here. Three, 4, 5. Yeah, it seems like 5 food is really the max, huh? Motherfucker, dude. Actually rocking my socks, bro. It's fascinating seeing this. Can I like export this? Do I want to do this? Look at all of this stuff. Wait, I can do squared corners? Oh. I think I like the rounded corners. Wow, look at all this stuff. You can really change this however you want to change it, huh? Interesting. It includes some things that have no value, but it doesn't include other things that have no value. Like, what did we do with these gold nuggets, for example? You can get bags full of gems with them. Wow. It's very interesting. Yeah, there's quite a few things that they've considered for this, huh? Good job, guys. Wow, somebody really thought this through. I feel like the plugins in this game are like, they tend to be extremely well made. Much unlike a lot of mods that I've experienced for games where they're like very much like tacked on or whatever, the plugins for RuneScape, for whatever reason, seem to integrate into the game very, very one-to-one. Like, they seem to be very clean additions that, like, the game really feels like it's missing something without them. Generally, at least. Some of them are a little bit jank or whatever, but even the most jank plugins still have, like, a little bit of a, you know what I mean? Like, they, like, still feel like they're part of the game. Like, it doesn't feel out of place for them to be here. I guess because the game as a whole is a little bit jank too. Which is fine, right? Like, whatever. I think a little bit of jank goes a long way, as far as, like, making the game feel a little endearing. Abiotic Factor has a lot of that, but I don't know how I feel about it overall. I feel like they do a great job generally, but I don't know if it's a thumbs up from me. I'm glad that we played Abiotic Factor, that's for sure, true. But I think the next time we play it, we're going to spend a lot more time just progressing rather than, like, building a base and living. Because I feel like we really moved into the game without, like, actually progressing in the game, if that makes sense. Which I would much rather do in a game like Stardew, right? Like, just hanging out in Stardew feels much better than in Abiotic Factor, where it feels like a grind and also, like, pointless. I think the day-night cycle of Stardew helps tremendously with making it feel like you're progressing a little bit every day, something's happening every day, whereas Abiotic Factor feels like it just has, like, mostly nothing going on. It's hard to explain what exactly is going on there, because there's a day-night cycle in Abiotic Factor too, but you're not communally going to bed every night. You could, but even if you did communally go to bed, it's not so clear, like, your daily progress. Newbie doobie doo, what is going on with you? How many times have you gotten that? Do you get that a lot? I'm sorry if you get that a lot. I thought it was creative and inventive and endearing, but if it's something that you hear all the time and you hate it, I'm sorry. It's one or the other, though. I feel like I feel like it's got to be something you get a ton or it's terrible. It can only be one or the other. You know how it is, right? You feel me? You feel me? It's like when that song Panda, you know, Broads in Atlanta, my teacher used to say that. Oh, that's funny. But like I used to get a lot of that. Like anytime I went anywhere, it's like Panda, 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 Broads in Atlanta. Like, cool. And I knew about that song strictly because other people told me about it. Like that's a weird way to discover music, but you know, whatever, it's fine. So what's going on? Are you grinding anything else out? You making something happen in RuneScape? Because as you can see, we got this for another fucking 6.5 million experience, basically. Which we're not doing today, but we will do for another 3 hours, which means that we're going to end up with like 250,000 experience at best. Winter Todd solo? That's not that bad. You've done it before, right? Well, I guess you're learning it, so, but you know what you're doing, right? It's very easy nowadays. It's basically fully hit point level independent, so it's very straightforward and somewhat kind. Huge margin for error too. Yeah, you got it. Good. We're gonna probably be doing Winter Todd in duos when the time comes, but I could definitely do it solo. I don't mind it. I don't think it's that different. I don't know if I've ever truly attempted it solo, but the core concept obviously isn't different from duo. It's just you can get it set up not twice as fast, but approaching twice as fast. You can get all 4 braziers going twice as fast. Oh my. Why am I yawning so deeply? I was a little worried that I was going to be extremely tired today, but I feel like I'm fine. I definitely felt tired before the stream started. A little bit of that is just like, just before stream started, I was watching some YouTube. And some YouTube videos just like kind of put me to bed a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm looking forward to, after stream, I don't know if you guys are familiar, there's this channel called Drawfee. Oh my god, dude, they're so fucking good. They stream on Mondays, actually, as I understand it. So you just missed a stream yesterday from them. I haven't seen them live yet at all. I've seen one of their VODs. And they seem perfectly entertaining as well, live. But yeah, they're doing a pseudo D&D. It's almost like it's closer to a pseudo tabletop. Like, how do I want to describe this? Art, improv, murder mystery. Sure. In that order. It's a comedy show where their characters are detectives trying to solve a murder. Well, in this case, it's a vandalism, I guess. But anyways. And they are often, well, every episode they are tasked with drawing something, usually comedic in some way. So they get to flex their artist muscles because they're all artists. And also there's a lot of like character acting because they're role-playing as characters and the DM is acting as characters as well. It's a very, very compelling piece to me. And it's very unique as well. You don't really see anything like it. Imagine if all of the combat in like a D&D, for example, was replaced with literally just a drawing or whatever. So all of the fights have like art pieces, if you will, that kind of like in a lot of ways progress the plot. In some ways it depends. It mostly depends, actually. In Draw Detectives, I would say they're more of like a mini game, like a layover, rather than something that directly progresses what is happening in the narrative. But in the prequel series, Draw Detectives is like a spiritual successor for Draga, I believe is what it was called. Which I don't know. I'm sure that's like a name pun, but I don't know. Maybe like Saga? I don't know what the name pun is in reference to. But anyways, those drawings were a lot more one-to-one with like what was actually happening. Like literally the drawings were to solve a problem that the characters found themselves in. As an example, there were like, say, a group of trolls that the party had to like contend with. And one of the drawings was a character punching a wall out of excitement for like actually being able to properly fight someone, and then they punched the wall so hard that the cliff face collapsed and it crushed all the trolls, right? So it was like literally a stand-in for combat. Whereas in Draw Detectives, they're more like drawing things. Oh, so just recently, this isn't a spoiler, they had to remind a character about some hints that they had heard. So like the character had clues for them that would help them solve a part of the mystery, right? And using all three drawings, they could, it's like kind of like Pictionary, right? But Pictionary in 3 parts, if that makes sense. So they drew something that was a word hint, and then all 3 word hints together was the clue that they needed to like progress forward. So it's much less so what they were drawing per se, and much more so how it worked in the context of the narrative, if that makes sense. I think both work though, and I don't necessarily like prefer one or the other. It's mostly the same. The cast is the thing that does it for me. I like the art as well, obviously. I think it's an interesting show, and they're very funny. I think it is mostly net. I think it's mostly the people. Like without any visuals, I think I would still enjoy the show approaching to the same level, because I just like their sense of comedy or whatever. But I do think that the illustrations made before, like in pre-production and also in the timeline of the show, do elevate the show to another level. But I'm not sure if I would describe it as being like strictly necessary. I think they could probably do it completely without the art aspects, and I would still enjoy it approaching to the same level. Like if I would describe it as being like a 9 out of 10 right now, it probably would be a 7 out of 10 with literally no art whatsoever. So it's a lot of work to make all of the assets and stuff, but I feel like it's probably, I get 80% of my appreciation out of the, 10 or 20%, not even, probably 10% effort that they put into like being there and being funny and all of that. Whereas, and like the scripting and stuff, because I'm sure the DM has like some kind of idea of what it is that's going to be said and all that. But whereas like the pre-production for like assets and the art that is generated during the thing, and also it's rendered and all of that, and like post-production editing and all that stuff, I don't know if very much of any of that actually factors into like my overall rating, unfortunately. I think that like I said, it probably does give it those 2 points, 7 to 9. Maybe even, is it a 10 out of 10 for me? It's really good. I do really like it. I don't know if I want to give it a 10 though. I think the difference between 9 and a 10 is it's like usually like an X factor, right? Like there's something about it that you can't typically put into words, especially if it doesn't have it. So I feel like settling on 9 is perfectly fine. I do like it a lot though, the series. I like their channel in general also. But I think that Draw Detectives does add a lot more than their regular stuff. But I feel like if I could listen to them like fully podcast style, never looking at the screen, and get approximately the same enjoyment out of them. Close. Yeah, I would say pretty close to. Like, for the regular stuff. So probably like 8 out of 10 to 9 out of 10, if you will. Whether I'm seeing them or not. And so I guess the visual component does matter more for Draw Detectives than their regular stuff. But I do like their regular stuff a little less than Draw Detectives as well. So I guess it's closer to like 7 out of 10 to 8 out of 10, and then 7 out of 10 to 9 out of 10. Ooh, is that fair? If I wasn't watching either of them, would I put them on the same level? No, definitely not. I like to Draw Detectives better. So maybe 6 to 8. Maybe they're both 2-point swings. And 7 to 9. That seems fair. I don't know if the 10-point scale is like corporeal or manifest in any way anyway, but just thinking about You know how it is. I almost want like more. So I just went through another binge pretty regularly. I'll just like go through and like kind of mass unsubscribe to YouTube channels that I stopped watching. And I kind of do want to like branch out and find some new people, but I'm not sure because I don't have a ton of time and I kind of want to value my time, if that makes sense. Like I kind of want to watch the people that I think are the best. And if they aren't uploading, then I think I should be doing something other than watching YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because what tends to happen over time is I'll go, I'll like increase the amount of people that I subscribe to, and I'll watch largely worse and worse stuff, if that makes sense. Until I like I'm fully saturated, you know what I mean? I get all the content that I'm looking for, and then I like move on or whatever. And then as I stopped watching YouTube, because like my viewership in YouTube will go like up and up and up, and then it'll plateau. And in fact, it'll actually fall at some point because I'm watching a lot of stuff that I don't care as much about. And as it starts to fall, I'll start missing things that I would have watched otherwise and really would have enjoyed, right? Like it falls too far. And at that point, I start unsubscribing to channels that I'm like less interested in. Even if I enjoyed their stuff, I didn't like it as much as other stuff, if that makes sense. I don't know if I have an example of that. I don't think I would want to even cite them because like I still like them. It's not like there's a problem with them. I'm just like, yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? Here's a good one. This is more like a flavor of the month thing than it is like an indictment to the channel itself. So there's a few Skyrim particularly, but Bethesda in general lore channels. Some of them I like much more than others. And they have like definitely different takes on it. I think my favorite is probably Drew Mora. Oh, I should definitely not have dropped. I should definitely not have dropped the. Am I chopping this? I certainly am not. Oh, I am. Oh yeah, I am. It's fine. Okay. Drew Mora, and his take, which is similar to a lot of other people, is to explain to you the lore in the context of a person who is studying Skyrim as a character in Skyrim. So he's role-playing as a character in the universe, telling you about the universe. Am I like tick manipulating right now? Is that what's happening? But I enjoy his stuff tremendously, and he's got extremely thorough videos that are like pretty lengthy as well, which in some cases is very nice. It's nice to have like a podcast of stuff going, right? I'll contrast that with Fudge Muppets, which is a very popular channel in the space, and they do great stuff genuinely, but the problem that I have with it is that they have a lot more varied stuff. They'll talk about lore stuff, they'll talk about like build stuff and like character concepts or whatever. And I just don't like care about like builds. I'm not interested in like playing through the games again necessarily. I just want to like hear more about like the lore of like how the story, like what the story is trying to say, and like what, you know, some things could mean and stuff like that. One of my favorite series, this might actually be Fudge Muppets, I don't remember who it is. I think it's Camelworks. Is Cultivating Curiosities and Curios or something like that. It's like 3 C's, whatever. And similarly, there's like a mysteries one that he does. I think both of them are from Camelworks. And what he would do in the series is like he would focus on one particular thing. For example, there's a quest line with Sadia, I believe is what her name is. Maybe it's Nadia. Regardless, she's a like barkeep or whatever in Whiterun. And there are some Redguard dudes that show up that are like trying to basically kidnap her, right? And they say, hey, she's a criminal and we are the good guys. If you trick her into coming out here, we'll reward you, right? And we talk to her, she's like, those guys are basically bandits and I am just here trying to live my life. I tried to escape from them, and you should trust me and tell them to fuck off, basically, right? And it's not super duper clear who's telling the truth, but those stories obviously don't quite jive with each other. I think ultimately the bandits, the red guards, are actually the good guys, and she was lying to you, but I'm not 100% sure. But the video goes into all the details of like, this is why the bandits might be telling the truth, and this is why she might be telling the truth. And it seemed to me ultimately like, oh yeah, no, it probably is the bandits from my perspective, but you can watch the video yourself and make your own choice. There's a bunch of stuff like that where it's like, there are some quests that are technically ambiguous about what the reality of the situation is, even, and they just let you make your choices, you know, in Skyrim, and you just deal with the consequences of your choices, whether they be, you know, the most righteous or whether you've been deceived or not, you know? And I think that it's really interesting to have supplemental material like that. Epic Nate does very similar things, except he'll do like an exhaustive deep dive. And when I say exhaustive, I mean like truly as much information as you can have on something, like hours and hours of like him talking through all kinds of different things, particularly the Fallout games. Very big. He seems to be a very big fan of like the origin of ghouls and like what it means to be a ghoul and how they like live, and also some of these like side quests. Like I think he has one on the caps, the Sunset Sarsaparilla caps, stuff like that. He's got all kinds of different things. There's a long-term special that he had on the Dunwich stuff, the like chthonic Cthulhu type shit that appears in Fallout. Oh, and the deep ones in Oblivion. Oh my god, dude, such an interesting like one-off location that just doesn't have any bearing on the greater scope of the game. So good, such good stuff. Like the deep ones, if you like fuck with like D&D in particular, the deep ones video, first of all, the place in the game is worth experiencing, but also like their video, I think it was Epic Nate, but whoever it was, is like so worth exploring because like it's such a rich setting for like such a one-off location. Like it's literally a place that you could just never go to, that has like such weird zaniness. It feels very like H.P. Lovecraft and shit like that, in that it's like very mistrustful, and there's like some kind of deep, strange mystery going on with like a cult happening, and everyone's like in the cult, but they all don't want to talk to you about it and stuff. It's very, very cool to experience that in a game, but also in any space or whatever. And I certainly will be inspired by that the next time I do any kind of like D&D experience. If I'm ever a DM again, I definitely want to have something in keeping with that, like a grand scale. When I say grand, I mean probably isolated to like a town or something like that, or maybe just like a small region or whatever, where there's like actually a genuine grand conspiracy happening at large. Some kind of like, I don't know, like vampire overlords or like demonic worship or something like that. Something along those lines is like such a cool idea for like a subplot that you don't even need to like engage with in any way. Like you can just like come through and just like be a regular person and it's fine. Or you can like root out like the secrets, like where is this, what do these guys mean by this? Why is everyone so weird, right? Like I think that would be pretty compelling, especially if there's like, you know, elite members that all have like some kind of special like marker on them, like they're all wearing like, you know, a gold fucking earring or something on one ear, or like some kind of distinctive symbol somewhere or something like that. And you know, there's like just these cultist elites that are all throughout society. There's like a beggar on the street that has it, as well as, you know what I mean, like the barkeep, but also the blacksmith, but not just the tradesman. There's also just, you know, one of the barmaids or whatever, and one of the town guards. You know what I mean? Like it's all over the place, but it's like not in your face in any way. It's just like, oh yeah, by the way, this guy has the same earring, and they all don't want to answer any questions about the earrings. If you have to ask, they're like, oh no, I just got it from a friend. And they got it from a friend, and they're like, oh, they won't tell you anything more specific than that. And it's like, do you guys all have the same friend? And they're like, so what can I do for you? You know what I mean? Like, they just like completely blow it off. Like, sounds so interesting to me, but maybe I'm talking crazy talk. I don't know. Look at all these goddamn medium fossils. We're fucking rolling in it right now. Things are going fan-fucking-tastic. Oh, I think I started with saying why I was unsubscribing to some channels. So I really like Epic Nate. I really liked Camelworks. I'm much less jived with Fudge Muppet's general stuff, so I would subscribe to him, but stay subscribed to the other three, including Drew Mora, right? That's kind of the story. And it does depend on how frequently they upload too. The people who upload more and I'm less interested in their shit, obviously, I'm more likely to unsubscribe to them. So, you know, it kind of comes and goes. I don't know how necessary unsubscribing truly is, but I really like, so, oh, that's another thing. Do you guys use the subscriptions page on YouTube? Are you even aware that there is a subscription page? Do you even know? Because there's a page that is like your For You page, if you will, right? That just has like algorithmically driven uploads and stuff, which will often have new videos from channels that you subscribe to. It will often have that, but it won't have just that, and it won't have them in order or anything like that. But you do still have your original OG YouTube subscriptions feed from like 2013 or 2016, whenever they decided to do away with it. It's there, it's just a different option. It's not like the For You page is like the home page or the top one, and then the subscription page is like the one like right below it or two below it. It's actually funny, when they changed over from one to the next, they were asking for feedback, and the first thing that I did was actually provide them with feedback. I was like, hey, you should make it so that my subscriptions page is the first page. I don't want this like cultivated bullshit page. And instead, like when you open YouTube, I don't want the fucking cultivated bullshit. I want to be able to see what it is that I curated for myself by subscribing to people. That's what I want to see. And obviously the workaround that I have, which I suggest for you as well, if you feel similarly, is just set your homepage, if you will, if you use YouTube the most, which I certainly do. Well, I use Twitch and YouTube pretty equally, I guess, nowadays, but nonetheless, I set the root page for YouTube to my subscriptions feed, which is just obviously in reverse chronological order of most recent uploads of people that I'm subscribed to, and that's literally all it is. It's fantastic. And by virtue of that, I can kind of see, well, I haven't watched, you know, this particular YouTube channel. Like, I haven't seen the last 5 videos from them, right? So like, I'm probably over whatever it is that they're trying to, you know, make me see or whatever. I probably should move on, like unsubscribe to them and start watching something else, or just focus on the other channels instead. Because obviously if I ignore the same YouTube channel a few weeks in a row, it's like, okay, well, whatever. But it depends, right? Because there's some people that like upload videos that like, they'll upload like a big thing that I care about, and then they'll upload just like filler stuff for, you know, a month or whatever, and then do another big thing, right? That's fine. Some people do like live streams and stuff. I don't really watch YouTube live streams. Ironically, I guess. I'm a Twitch dude. Thanks. Thank you, no thank you. I'd rather watch it on YouTube or Twitch instead. You know, just throwing that out there. All my homies are on Twitch. Well, yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. All my homies are on Twitch, but, you know, shout out to Hololive, I guess. They don't need a shout out from me. They don't even know I exist. What else do we do? I need a desert amulet. Yeah. How are we doing? How long was that last trip? 30 minutes? Okay. A little shorter. Fascinating. I do feel like I was getting my ass beat, at least towards the end. And I fully ran out of food too. feel like the Numalite should be a pretty strong indicator of how long it takes, because the Numalite's probably very consistent. Oh, well, these are 8 minutes apart, and they have almost the same amount of Numalite. Look at how much fucking health I took. Damn. All right, so maybe not. Feel like it should be, but I guess RNG is still at play. I mean, it's only 30 minutes or so, right? So you can't just super duper high roll or super duper low roll over the course of 30 minutes. It's not a lot of data points, right? I wonder how much wood cutting that actually is. How many drops do you think you get in that time? In 30 minutes? No, actually, I can just do the math. I get 130 each, and we're at 90K an hour, right? So 45K divided by 130. That's kind of it, right? If it were 150, it would be 30. Wait, no, 150 times 3 is 450. So 300? Yeah, 300. So yeah, I would say about 300 drops would be the answer. Maybe a little bit more than that. Because I did a little bit of wishy-washy rounding, you know what I'm saying? 130 to 150. But yeah, that seems like a decent ballpark. And obviously most of it's going to be mushrooms. Damn, 300, huh? That means that every 30 minutes I'm doing about 300 clicks at least. If most of it's mushrooms, then I'm mostly clicking those out of my inventory, huh? I guess I don't have to drop the mushrooms if I'm teleporting away. I can just deposit them. But it's like literally going to be like 5 or 6 mushrooms, right? So who cares? I guess it's faster than dropping them though. And I would rather get the money from selling them than just dropping them on the ground, right? Like in this case, I want to have as much inventory as possible so I can AFK. How much are the mushrooms? That's a good fucking question. I just dropped all of them. I think they're like 130 gold a piece. It's not very much, that's for sure, newbie doobie. These ones are very good. They're like 5k around. But the regular ones... they seem to be 140. Yeah, 140. There's more Meyer mushrooms as well, which are in between. I think they're like 200 or 300 or something. Oh my. So yeah, these are only 140 each. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely not worth picking them up. Can you get beaver from these? That's a good question. Let me double check for you. I don't think so. Oh, you can. Oh God, the rate is low though. Yeah, it's 1 in 343k. So, yes, you can, but it's very, very unlikely. It's the least, not the least likely, it's the third least likely. The highest likelihood is on Redwoods, 72k, and Magic Trees tied, 72,341. And the least likely are oak trees, juniper trees, and then Soliceps. But since we know 300k or 300 chops is roughly what we're expecting in 30 minutes, that's 600k an hour, right? Actually, maybe that's not even the best way to do that, because thinking about it, we're talking 130 and we're going from, I don't even know. Let's say from here. So let's say 7 million, so another 6 million experience, right? So we'll do 6 million divided by 130. 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's 46,000. So even from here now, if we say that number over 343, 000 is a 13% chance. Of getting the pet. So 30% odds from doing this all the way from halfway. So even if you did this from level 1 to 99, which is not possible, but presuming that it was, you would still only expect roughly a 1 in 4 chance of getting the beaver. Yeah, newbie says I might just cut 90 magics until 99. If you want to get the pet, that's not bad. The problem with magics and redwoods is that the rate of like successfully cutting log is actually kind of low, right? Whereas like obviously there's other trees that you can more easily cut consistently, which is how you get your experience rate to be higher. But it depends on what it is that you're looking for. If you've already got 99 wood cutting, then I think cutting magics or redwoods makes a ton of sense if you're just farming for the pet. But if you are trying to level your skill efficiently, you might want to do something different, like willows, for example, because willows have a really, really high rate associated with them, success rate, and also, you know, an in-between pet chance. So it's like, you know, they're different dials. They're competing dials, you know what I mean? So you kind of have to like optimize for your own experience or whatever. Because if you like want money and you want pet, then magic or redwoods make a lot of sense, right? And if you don't mind how long it takes, right? Then like, yeah, sure, perfect. But if you're like, oh, I'd rather, you know, get the 99 as quickly as possible while still having a pet chance, then Soul Accepts is the answer for sure, right? Because this is the best experience for sure. Or if you want to optimize for, you know, the pet chance while leveling, then maybe willows would make the most sense. Maybe, I don't know, actually. But you can definitely like do it. It's just math, right? Because you're optimizing versus time, versus pet, and versus money. And just like where those three cross is probably the answer that you actually want. If you even care about money. Because if you're like an iron, then obviously the money's not doing anything for you anyway. Do irons benefit from forestry events? I bet they do, right? Wow, get a load of this guy. He stands alone, huh? Wow, I mean, also, sure. Newbie Doobie says, I'm just doing magics. No point in rushing maxing since sailing's coming out soon. I'm not sure how soon it is coming out, but it could. It could come out soon. I would like to finish maxing before it comes out, but I'm not so sure. It's in the beta world or whatever. It's going to be very soon. They said August. Okay, so they actually did announce when it's dropping. So 5 months from now. 5 months. Can I max before then? This is gonna take a fucking eternity. Okay, so if this is 93k an hour or 90k an hour, we're talking about 93. 1, 2, 3. That's 64 hours. Okay. $64 hours plus 40 hours here. That's from Hunter. plus 20 hours for construction. Plus, we'll say 80 hours for Slayer. Oh, God. Fucking 120 hours for rune crafting? Jesus Christ. Maybe I should be putting lamps into fucking rune crafting. Good lord. Plus 50 hours for fletching. Chaos Altar is a little hard to say. Plus 45 hours for herb lore. Anybody else? I'm gonna assume that I'm gonna get the combat stuff done during Slayer. Prayer isn't gonna take very long. Winter Tide could take a little bit. Temporals too. But those are definitely what I'm gonna do for those. We did rune crafting, construction, hunter, Slayer, fletching, wood cutting. This is gonna, we're assuming that all of those are gonna get done as well as this. Volcanic mine is 90k an hour. It roughly. We did all of these. We did that. We skipped fishing. We did these, this, did this. Okay, we're skipping Wintertod, fishing, and mining so far. Okay, so this is not quite 9 mil. 3 over 90. 100 hours, okay. And then I don't know what. Runecrafting, agility, Slayer, and woodcutting are my only long grinds left. I was surprised how fast agility was. I think runecrafting is like pretty handily the worst of the ones that are left. It seems like even though the rate that I have nominally, excuse me, isn't that bad for like experience or whatever, it just doesn't seem very good as far as like leveling it. Like we're gonna be doing fucking Arania or Guardians of the Rift for a very, very long time. All right, so I needed, okay, well, let's ignore that for now. This is 519, which says 10 weeks of nothing but RuneScape. 10 weeks, there's about 4 weeks in a month. That would be 2.5 months if I was just doing RuneScape. But I usually don't play very much on the weekends, if at all. So that would be 5 to noon, or 5 to midnight. So 7, 14, 21. 3 days a week, plus maybe 9 to 4 on Saturday. 3, so that's another 7, so 28. So divided by 28, we'll say. That's how many weeks? 19 weeks. So that's almost 5 months. So if I didn't have Wintertod or fishing left to do, I could maybe do it. Maybe. It depends on how much I play. Oh, I should not have dropped those mushrooms. Interesting. I can maybe finish maxing by then. I definitely would not count on it though. Okay. 19 weeks. Is that math right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 is July 15th. So yeah. That's before August, all right. And even then, if I just if I finish this by July 15th, I could even do Wintertide, and because Wintertide and fishing are not slow. Fire making and fishing are not that bad. Fishing is at least as fast as this skill is. 90k an hour. It's probably a little faster, and Wintertide can be faster than that. Do I already have you at it? Let's see. Okay, so you're well on your way to maxing. Yeah, wood cutting is going to take you a long time. Why is your hit point so low? That's weird. Slayer is very low too. Yeah, these two skills are going to take you more time than anything else, I'm sure. Especially if you're doing wood cutting through magic trees, it's going to take you a long time. You'll get some money for it though. You're almost to 2k as well. Yeah, you're definitely a skiller, huh? It's very surprising how low your combat stats are. Most people focus on combat pretty intensely. And you definitely got some money, right? Leveling mining and fishing and stuff. Like, you would have spent some of it on crafting and possibly on fletching, but... I mean, if you spent it on fletching, then you might be broke now, to be honest. But depending on how you level fletching, you could have done that profitably, too. Newbie says, I'm not going to max before sailing. I would hazard to guess that you wouldn't, but it depends on how much you play. My time in this game is like pretty consistent and somewhat restricted. Like I only play RuneScape on stream, and my stream is only so wide, so I can only play so much, right? The most that I could possibly do is about 51 hours a week. But I have a collab on Saturday evening from 4 to midnight-ish. I have a collab from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Sunday, and then one from 4 to 7 on that same Sunday, and then one from 7 to midnight that same Sunday. A lot of days I end early on Saturday and Sunday particularly because it's a lot of collabs and stuff, and I feel like I would rather rest than go back to RuneScape for a couple hours. But if I want to max before sailing comes out, if they're projecting August, then maybe I should come back to RuneScape consistently at the end of the day, Saturday and Sunday. Newbie Doobie says, did drift nets for crafting? You made drift nets for crafting? That's fascinating. Made bows for fletching. That makes sense. So you profited on probably both of those. People buy drift nets, so you should have made money from that. Drift nets, huh? Yeah, 600k an hour. Wow. Fascinating. How much crafting experience do you get from that? 60k an hour? Okay, so it's not terribly good experience. But still, it's not bad. 60k an hour is a little slow. For 600k gold an hour? That's not bad. As far as skilling content goes, it's pretty good. It's pretty good money. I don't know how much more you can get while still like leveling. Sandwich lady, are you gonna fucking come over here? Chocolate bar? Okay. Thanks for the chocolate bar. She got fucking trapped behind the hoop snake. Yeah, it does seem like it would be kind of slow, huh? But still, for 600k an hour, that's not bad. Oh, you can build a loom and bank on Foss Island? Fascinating. Hey, Ruby. Ruby says, all my life, what's this? I think you answered your own question, but let me know if you need any more clarification than that. What's up, Westlays all day, every day? I'm sorry, all day and every day? What's going on, man? As you can see, we're still just grinding this out. We're kind of trying to figure out the logistics of maxing, because it seems like we might finish maxing as quickly as this July, which would be just before they add a new skill, which would be very, very cool. Because then I can choose if I want to come back to RuneScape or not for the new skill. Newbie Doobie says, I've been doing Wildy Agility for money. I think that's less money than this. Wilderness Agility course. Why don't you tell me how much money it is an hour? Fucking just, yeah, it tells me the gold per fucking lap, but like, how fast are the laps? Oh my fucking god. I remember doing the math before, and it seemed like it was slightly more than Rogue's Castle. Or maybe slightly less. I think the Rogue's Castle is like 2.2 mil an hour though, so that would be more than. He says, so I can pray for prayer and construction. So I can pay for prayer and construction, excuse me. Yeah, I think the oaken doors, you can kind of see what my math is, right? So if you do mahogany homes with mahogany planks, you get 280k an hour, and it costs you 50 mil. Or you can spend twice as much money and half as much time using oaken dungeon doors, basically. Okay, Ruby. Nice. So this is what you're into? Okay, cool. There you go. Newbie says, I think the Wildy Agility is like 3 mil an hour after 61 laps. I think that's probably right. Thank you. I think it was more than the Rogue's Castle, and if not, it was definitely like comparable. So it's probably one of the best skilling methods, if you want to think about it that way, for like making money. It's just, you know, you run the risk of fucking dying. And it's in the deep wilderness too, which is not the best, but you know, whatever. Everybody says, yes, I like jars. I'm sorry to hear that, I think. I don't think that's a normal thing to like, but you know, good for you, I guess. Okay, so yeah, those are 350 each. That was close. Now we just need to get, well, actually, we're waiting for this to go away, basically. Because once we get 9 of the mushrooms and this goes away, we reset, and then we profit in that order. Okay, terrible. Definitely clicked next to the mushroom instead of the mushroom. Rip my rate. I mean, my rate is fucking miserable. I'm supposed to be like 10k higher than I am anyway. So I'm obviously not taking this super duper cereal anyway. Doobie Doobie says, I do it in masses so I don't die that much, to be honest. I'm surprised the wilderness agility course works in mass worlds, to be honest. Because it's a singles area, so I kind of get that. But like, wouldn't there just be people like hanging out there, just like killing dudes? Because there's like wilderness like CCTV cameras set up in the world or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that people just like fully out there trying to PK. I don't know. Just doesn't seem like a very good idea to do it in mass. I mean, it's obviously safer for everyone involved, I guess. Newbie says you got to do it in bounty hunter worlds. What does that change? Is it just that people use bounty hunter worlds less? I don't even know what bounty hunter like super is, to be honest. I know it's a world that you can go onto, but I don't know what mechanics. There's no player jack timers. Agility FC has antis to protect you. There's no player jack timers. Meaning that there are people there that are just going to like kill the PKers that show up. Is that what you mean by that? That's interesting. So what, they just like skull up to fucking Void Waker spec anybody that tries to hurt anyone in the flock? I mean, that's cool and all, but like, who's to, if there's no player jack timers, who's to say, you know what I'm saying? Like that the Void Waker guy isn't going to get, who like skulls up isn't going to just get killed by any other PKers. I guess you're just hoping that you happen to have more people than they do. Basically says if some Newbie Doobie says basically if someone attacks the dude that protects, you can jump in and attack the dude that attacks you. If someone attacks the dude that protects, you can jump in and attack the dude that attacks you. I don't understand. But it must be that you just don't get very many PKers. That's got to be what it is. Because if they knew that you were doing that, if PKers knew that you were doing that, they would just send a fucking clan and just kill everyone. Right? So... because the number of anti-PKers is never going to outnumber the number of PKers. It's just not possible. Especially when they know that there are anti-PKers that are willing to skull up with their fucking Void Wakers. Newbie says I wrote that wrong. That's fine. I still don't... I don't know how what I said could be untrue, though. Like, unless their PKers just simply don't know. Newbie Doobie says, if I get attacked, the person who protects you can attack them. Sure. The mass world is one big clan. Yeah, sure. But like, there's whole PK clans too. Right? So, I don't know. I just don't see it. Maybe, I mean, if it works fine for you, then great. But I just don't see it being a thing. I'm definitely skeptical. Let me put it that way. I mean, I already finished agility now, so it doesn't matter to me, but 3 mil an hour is not bad, especially for skilling. Doobie Doobie says, and that happens sometimes? Yeah, but like, I'm surprised it only happens sometimes. Doobie Doobie says a big clan does come mess it up every now and then. Yeah, but like, shouldn't they be like rolling up every week or some shit? You know what I mean? Like, Or not even every week, like every few hours. Fuck it. Like in the same way that people do bossing content, why aren't they just rolling up all the fucking time to kill you? You know what I mean? It's just free money, really. Like if your clan shows up in mass, the only thing they would need to do is coordinate enough of their clan members to show up. You know what I mean? And it's literally just free money. Just roll up and do it. NewbieDB says that's because Agility Free Company has a lot of antis protecting. I mean, I hear you. That's got to be what it is. But I just don't believe that the number of antis can outcompete a dedicated PK clan. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense to me. Newbie says you gotta see it to really understand. Yeah, sure. Look, let me put it this way. I'm glad that you guys exist and I'm glad that you have success. But if I were a PKer, after hearing that, I am going to get all of my homies and we are going to farm you guys until you guys stop showing up. Like, I'm literally going to kill you guys. I'm going to wait 40 minutes and we're going to kill you guys again because I know you have money worth taking now. And then we're going to do that until you stop being there. Newbie Doobie says, yeah, they don't do it all the time. Yeah, but I don't understand. Thank you for the hydrate, Beatrice. I don't have any water, though. So I'm going to just refund that. I'm going to kill you guys? No. But yeah, like, I just don't understand. Like, because there's a lot of PK clans in this game. Certainly more than just your one wilderness FC. I don't know how big your FC is, obviously, but I know that some of the biggest clans in the game are PK clans. Like, they fucking thrive in clan wars and shit like that. Beatrice says, I won't make you go get water since it's late. Okay. But you get what I'm saying, right? Where it's like, it doesn't make sense to me that in this one case, the anti-PKers are actually outnumbering the PKers. It's possible. It's totally possible. I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. But you did say that you do die sometimes, so it's not like it's perfect. It's not flawless. And the way, maybe that's just the way that I'm thinking about it, is as if you guys never die. But again, if I were a PKer, why would I not just come back every hour on the hour or some shit? Because obviously I want to wait until you guys get money so that I can kill you and get the most value out of it. But even then, if there are anti-PKers there, I could show up literally on repeat. As long as the anti-PKers come back, every time I attack someone, they're gonna fucking skull up on me with their Void Waker, right? And so I could just get their fucking Void Waker. Newbie Doobie says, yeah, 2 days ago, there were like 450 people running the course. That's a lot of people. But it's still not multi-combat, right? Does it become multi-combat in a bounty hunter world? And even if it does, people do die sometimes, yeah, I'm sure. But if it becomes multi-combat, I feel like that would be worse for you than it is better for you. I can just imagine people fucking barraging the entire fucking screen. Like PKers just showing up and barraging shit. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Newbie Doobie says, most likely the PKer won't get out with your keys. I mean, it sounds like it's working for you. I don't know if I would tell every stream that you encounter about it, though, because it's more likely that you recruit or you get PKers interested rather than anti-PKers recruited to the cause. What's up, Saku? Newbie says
Heard something about PKers.
Yes, we're talking about there's a wilderness agility free company, basically, or friend company that does wilderness agility en masse. Newbie said there were up to 450 people running the course together, which is a lot of fucking people. But at the same time, I have a lot of trouble imagining that even if, like, the more people that are there, the more a PK clan would want to show up. even if they're potentially gonna lose. You know what I'm saying?
And they have the tools to know that you're there.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. But Newbie was saying that it's just not that big of a problem. Sometimes you die, but usually it's fine. And I'm like, okay, I mean, that's cool, but I don't know if I'm, you know, trying to fuck around and find out. I don't think I want to fuck with it. Newbie says a big streamer is streaming them. That's how I know about it. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. A big streamer's spotlighting this plan of mostly defenseless people doing wilderness agility. And nonetheless, people are still doing it, and well, wait, why is this jar slightly off? What? I must have moved you over to avoid the spot picture. There we go. You have a dedicated jar. Did you know that, Saku? I have a jar preloaded just for you. On my overlay, I have a jar just for you.
Hmm.
I have one for Savage. I have one for me. Do you have others? Probably. Let's see.
I probably have the water level as well.
Savage. Oh, I have one for Lokrin as well. Wait, why is there one here? I don't know what that is. We don't need this. Ruby, are you okay? What happened to you? Ruby says, yay, jars. Yes. Are you well? You good,
Thank
fam?
God it's not Jar Jar Binks.
Hmm.
We don't like that jar.
There's that theory that Jar Jar Binks is like a Sith Lord. Have you ever heard that?
I have heard of it.
I don't think I know enough about Star Wars lore to know if there's anything to it or whatever. I haven't seen a YouTube deep dive on it either.
I don't know enough either.
Oh, I see. Newbie says, sorry, Twitch lagged out. I missed what you said. I didn't really say anything. I'm just surprised to hear that there's a big streamer spotlighting that stuff, and it still is just fine. Ruby says, I've been playing Rivals all day with a new player, and no, I'm not okay. Those two things don't seem like they're related to each other. You played a video game with your friend, and you're also not okay? Like, surely that has nothing to do with your mental state. Like, what do you mean? Just enjoy video games with your friends, guys. Speaking of, how did Palworld go?
Good. Sorry.
Doesn't sound like it.
No, that's a different condition.
I see.
Completely separate.
Hmm.
I'm not coughing because I got my 200 stacks of bullets stolen twice.
How did you get that many bullets stolen twice?
Because I have the good habit of leaving a craft on the table and letting the pals do it for me. And then someone else took the bullets.
I see. Beatrice says we bullied Saku. Yeah, Saku get good. Damn. Is there PvP in that game?
I think so. But not in our settings.
Because I was gonna say that would only be a problem once.
It would be a huge problem for them, not me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you take those bullets, I take your fucking life. I took everything you own. Congratulations. Beatrice says, I also riz Chuzzy. That's not surprising.
I'm also 10 levels above the rest, so that doesn't help.
It's the only way that they can get back at you. The proletariat's fighting against the bourgeoisie, you know what I mean? You're the 1%, Saku. Beatrice says, who asked Saku who asked? I literally did. What do you mean? I literally asked how it went. Ruby says he was throwing on purpose for me to get mad and it went bad. Ruby, don't play with people who try to upset you. If your mood is worse after playing a game with your friends, don't play with those friends. Simple.
What?
In fact, those friends might not be friends. Beatrice says, yeah, listen to the panda. And I'm just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, it was all in good fun. I think it made for a good meme.
Mm-hmm. No, I got you. I got you. All in fun. You know what I mean? Newbie says it does. He lost in rank. Huh. So the big streamer lost in rank. So like he got demoted in the FC or whatever. That sounds like not a consequence. Like, I have a lot of trouble caring about that. I feel like, okay. Oh no. Newbie says 938 pulls, still no Thelma Fire. I don't know what the odds are like on that. Oh, so Saku, did you hear when sailing is going to be added to the game?
No?
So word is that it's August, presumably this August.
Motherfucker.
I just heard that today from Newbie Doobie. And I ran the numbers for maxing, right? And I think given my actual rates and what I perceive like nominally my rates will be, I could potentially finish maxing halfway through July, not counting fishing and fire making, which is Temporos and Wintertide, which are pretty fast relatively. So in theory, I could maybe finish maxing before sailing is added, possibly, but I'm not sure, obviously. And that's at the rate that I'm going. If I did it 50 hours a week, I would be doing it roughly twice as fast and definitely do it beforehand.
You're not gonna max again, are you?
Sailing? I don't know. That I don't know. I would like to
pick the AFKS activity and do that until 99.
Yeah. If they add sailing to the game, I would like to then be at luxury. I would have the luxury of choosing if I want to max again, if that makes sense. I would rather max before it's added, so I can say that I did it and I was done, right? And I could just be done and just completely say fuck it. If I don't, sailing's bad or whatever, I could just be like fuck it, I don't care, right? But I don't know. I don't know. Newbie Doobie says, no Tomo Fire or Dragon Axe. And then Newbie Doobie says, you should try it. You might like it. I will not like it. I promise you that. Because the conceit of sailing, I do not like. I already know I don't like that it is being added to the game. I don't want a skill added to this game. I never had the opportunity to vote. I wasn't even around when they had the fucking poll, right? But I like the skills that we have. I love that the total level is 2277. And I love the formatting of this. And I don't want any new skills. And I don't think a new skill is necessary for any of the new content that they want to add to the game.
I love that having all skills at base level and only one skill level to 69 is a total of 100.
Mm-hmm.
Sailing completely ruins that.
Mm-hmm. Not counting hit points, obviously. Not hit points to 69. It has to be a different skill than that one. But yes, otherwise. But yeah, no, there's a lot of like nice symmetry type stuff that the game has that it will lose by having the skill, and that has nothing to do with how good or bad the skill is. If they
literally unplayable.
and if they add the skill and it is anything less than the single best skill in the game, then it is a disappointment. Period. And I think that that level of expectations is unreasonable for anyone to do anything. So I think that they simply shouldn't, in my opinion. But, my opinion's only worth I don't know what the fuck my opinion is worth. Apparently nothing, because they don't want to repoll sailing, even though I believe they said that they would repoll it later. But you know, it is what it is.
You're scared that the poll will lose. You're
Yeah.
scared that it's gonna go under 49%.
Good. Good. You should be scared. Ruby says, I was on a losing streak, and that alone got me kind of mad. I was put in machines with no lifers. Or I was put in matches with no lifers. That's MMR, so that's your own fault. Also, no lifers. Big talk coming from
Yeah,
you.
I was doing some ranked with Bia the other day, and
Mhm.
we actually went up against a Smurf,
Hmm.
but we actually beat him.
Oh, shit. Well done.
It was a Smurf Jeff with 18k damage at the end of the game.
Did you see Beatrice and I play with Ducky? I think somebody else was there too.
Ducky?
Yeah, Ducky's a relatively new person that we've met. He's a Grandmaster 3 in Overwatch, Marvel Rivals. Sorry.
Overwatch.
It's the same game. You know what I'm saying. But
What?
he got 17,000 damage as Mantis. he didn't do the most damage on our team, but he did do the second most on our team. So yeah, obviously we were in quick play though, so it doesn't matter. But
I actually tried out Hawkeye and it
yeah,
did decent, apparently.
shit. But yeah,
But I
Mid-
also didn't get ganked by the 4 assassins of the enemy team.
that makes a huge difference. But yeah, newbie. Savage suggested the same thing, that we should try the skill out. I really don't care to. I'm like very much against it, to be honest. I do think that someone should try it out, and I think that you should try and make the skill as good as possible if you're going to add it to the game. I just wish that we weren't in the position where we were trying to add a skill to begin with.
How about they just work on the quests? Literally better content.
Look, you can add anything to this game. You can add all of the sailing content without the skill. You can just add that.
Desert Treasure 3, please.
Yes, you can add quests as well. Since apparently Sins of the Father is going to get its sequel quest. Did you hear about that?
Well, see, not bad is not good enough.
Newbie said, the dudes that tried it at RuneFest said it's not bad. I just hope the XP rates aren't that slow. Well, it's probably going to be slow, almost definitely, but not bad is, like I said, unless it is the single best skill in the game. That's what you're competing with. You're competing with the best skill. Doesn't matter which skill you like the most. You're competing against the best skill in the game. Whatever you like the most, that's the skill that you're competing against, because that's the game that's what you're adding to the game after the fact, right? The best skilling method, whatever you like to do to skill or to level a combat or whatever, this is being made after that, right? So it's been informed by the existence of those other skills. That's what you're comparing against. And I'm not even saying that to bully sailing. The same thing applies to every skilling content that's added to the game, except it's added in context to a single skill, right? So mixology is compared against everything in herb lore, right? And fucking the hunter rumors is compared to hunter methods. It's only fair that if you add an entirely new skill, that you compare it to the field of skills. Congratulations. That's just the way it goes, in my opinion. It's only fair. And I know it sucks, but then maybe you shouldn't fucking do it unless you're going to blow us out of the fucking water. Unless it's going to be the most fun, interesting, and highest rate type shit. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it doesn't need to be the highest rate, but it needs to have some kind of, it needs to have something. It probably needs to have like 2 or 3 different training methods. One of them's high rate, one of them's high money or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. High fun, whatever. And it's got to be compelling to do at least one of those methods. Ruby says, sure, I have captain for 3 characters, but that's besides the point. I just play a lot. Generally this game has, I believe it has skill-based matchmaking, which means that if you're getting sweaty lobbies all the time, it's because you are relatively good at the game and they expect you to perform all the time. If you don't like that, then you, like most gamers, don't like SBMM, and I don't know, fucking petition, I guess. Like everybody says they don't like it, but they only play games with skill-based matchmaking, so like it is what it is. Suffer, I guess. Newbie says my favorite skill is mining, so I'm pretty sure it will be better than that. Volcanic mine is fantastic. I don't know what to say about that. Regular mining isn't very good, but MLM is fine and volcanic mine is great. And blast mining is also kind of sick. So of the 4 mining methods, stars probably count too. So 5 mining methods that I'm aware of, I like 3 of them. Ruby says I'm a healer dog. That doesn't matter. What do you mean? Healers have the best ultimates in the game. Like the best ultimates in the game, like by far, I would say. Even.
Yeah, healers have ultimates of your team is invincible.
Mm-hmm. Tanks almost don't have ultimates. Tanks have ultimates.
Even nerfed Cloak and Dagger is still invincible in her ult.
Mm-hmm. Relatively, yeah.
Unless she gets one shot by Hawkeye.
She could be chipped down as well. You don't need to one-shot her, but you need people to coordinate to do damage to her at the same time. You know what I mean? Like a Black Widow and a Hawkeye can both shoot her in the body and probably kill her at the same time, right? But yeah, generally you want to headshot her with a Hawkeye. Yeah, that's the easiest way. Ruby says, I'm not even that good, so I don't know how I was put against Sweats. The game disagrees with you. Ruby says, I don't even play ranked. That doesn't necessarily matter. It has to do with your win. Like, I'm not really the person that you should talk about this with. And it's like a logistical elo thing. I don't really have anything to tell you except sucks to suck. Play a different game if you don't like it. Like, I can't make the game better. No, you know what? Play against bots. There you go. Play against bots instead. There you go. Simple. Then you don't have to worry about it. Lobbies will never be sweaty. Newbie says it has 3 different methods, and they said the higher construction level, the better. Sure. I knew that it had different methods, but those methods that I heard about were all the same. Ruby says, now that's worse. Okay, well, I gave you 2 options. One of them was suffer, and the other was play against bots. Your choice. I would rather uninstall. Uninstalling free, so it's downloading the game. Fine. Nobody's making you play it.
Practice Spider-Man against bots.
Yeah. I think that bots are perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with them. I think that the most interesting thing about the game is playing with friends, and I don't think who I'm playing against matters literally at all, which is why when I lose, 3 or 4 games in a row and get a bot match as a result of it, we have a good time against those bots. So if you don't feel the same way, then that's fine. Just don't. No problem. I think that you should play a game that you enjoy, and I think you should play that game with people that you enjoy playing with. And I would not play Marvel Rivals if I didn't enjoy it, or if I didn't enjoy the people that I was playing with. That's like simple as. But you can make whatever choices you want. You can play fucking League of Legends if that's the thing that you want to do. I wouldn't, but you certainly can. Ruby says it's better with friends. Everything is better with friends. You could watch paint dry with 3 friends and probably have a decent time. That's why like co-op is such a cheap like choice. I mean, it doesn't not make the game better. It definitely does, but it's such a cheap like answer, like multiplayer or whatever, to make a game more enjoyable. I don't trust like how good a game is at all just because it's multiplayer, you know what I mean? As soon as it has a multiplayer element, I'm like, nah. All right. Update. That cat is indeed dead. Unfortunately. Sorry, guys. If you were waiting on the edge of your seat to hear good news, he did live to 19, though. So he was an old ass cat. That is an old bastard.
Wait, what happened?
There's this cat. Sometimes you'll hear me make a meowing noise, but instead of doing like a meow, I'll say bow. It's because there was this cat that a friend had who had just a very, very deep meow. And that particular cat is the one that I'm imitating. And he died at the age of 19.
Well, that's pretty big for a cat.
Yes. He survived kidney failure twice, but ended up dying ultimately to cancer, apparently. This was years ago as well. So he's been dead for a little while. But he lived a long life, and apparently quite a healthy one outside of, the somewhat, towards the end, the sicknesses that he had to conquer or whatever. He lived quite well. And he had a badass deep meow. There you go. Not my cat, one of the homies. But yeah, I definitely like the level that I play Marvel Rivals at, which is to say the degree to which I play it. Pyro says, "You're talking about my cat?" Hell yeah, I am. I think about your cat all the goddamn time. I mean, you know that. You know I do bow all the time. But yeah, I'm glad that I play Rivals to the degree that I do, which is to say exactly with friends and only with friends. Because there's just no time in my life for a game like that in any other circumstance. I just couldn't. No thanks. Similarly, I'm looking forward to playing Monster Hunter, but I really do have a bit of a fire under my ass now to like beat RuneScape by maxing and being done. I think that would be kind of cool to be done. And then I could actually make the choice instead of feeling obligated to max the new skill as part of maxing in general. I do feel that's another thing. Like the amount of people that have a max cape right now is just gonna get like what, reset when the skill drops then? Right?
Pretty much.
That feels like shit. What do you mean? Like I get quest capes get reset pretty consistently and the achievement gyre cape gets, but like all of that history just gone? I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I mean, I do know how I feel about it. I think it's shit. I would much rather it not count as part of the max cape, to be honest. Because I feel like it isn't really a skill like the other skills are. But yeah. And it is what it is. We'll see. Maybe it'll be great and I'll just love it. I so fucking doubt it. I don't even know how you'd make it that good. I do like active shit though. And there was that like obstacle course type shit. Looked a little bit like Sepulcher. But I also don't want to play it in beta at all. I fucking hate beta shit, to be honest. Like, I understand that somebody has to try it out or whatever, but like, especially when it's paid, like, bruh, you're making me pay you to be your fucking QA? Like, bruh, I should be paid for this. People do get paid for this. In fact, people should get paid more for it. I don't know, man. It's not a huge deal, but it definitely does feel bad. In this case, I imagine that it's free, at least, but I don't know what the beta world is like or anything.
Speaking of free shit,
Yeah?
I got annoyed again because, so So I played the RuneScape survival game, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Beta test, closed beta,
Mm-hmm.
closed alpha maybe? I don't know.
Sure.
So they have these surveys. I'm not going to go into detail,
Mm-hmm.
but they were like, oh, if you do this survey, you'll have a chance at $200.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the survey, they're like, okay, so here's the terms of service,
Mm-hmm.
and it lists which regions can participate.
Mm-hmm.
For the Canada region, they list every province except mine.
God damn it. Why would they tell you? I mean, I know exactly why they told you at the end of the survey, but like, bruh. That's messed up. I feel like they shouldn't be allowed to do that. You know what I mean? Make you do the whole fucking survey before they tell you you're not eligible for it. Newbie Doobie says, was it fun? Yes, he enjoyed the survival game, right?
Yeah, it was quite a fun. Like, I could see myself playing the game once it goes live.
Mm-hmm.
I could see myself streaming it.
That's good. I'm glad that there's stuff happening, stuff in the works. Especially
I
separate
am on
stuff.
NDA though, so I'm not gonna go into too much details.
Yeah, of course. Especially
but
not on
being
my
that it is
stream.
RuneScape, you will recognize a lot of things.
Mm, sure. RuneScape stuff. Do you think it will be successful, Saku?
I think so. It was pretty solid.
Not really sure what successful means in the context of most games, to be honest, too. Because there's like
I don't think it's gonna be a super mega popular game,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it will do pretty well.
You don't think it'll die on release? It won't be a Concord, basically.
I mean, the good game outside of RuneScape is RuneScape, so.
Newbies is kind of comparing it to the other battle royales. That's a good point. I don't know if it depends, right? It depends, because acquisition is part of it, like adoption, you know what I'm saying? And retention. It's adoption and retention that matters, right? So like, as long as you have enough people playing it, it doesn't really matter. There's that League of Legends Hearthstone, like it's called Legends of Runeterra, I believe. I don't know if that game still exists, but I know it was a thing for a while. And it started with the, RuneScape, the League of Legends audience. And that's a huge player base, right? So as long as you can retain the players there, then it's no problem. And similarly, RuneScape has a huge audience, right? So as long as you get them interested, you get them in the door, and there's enough for people to continue, experiencing, and they enjoy it, then you'll have a successful game on your hands for sure, right? But just because you have an audience, adopting it, that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to retain them. You can see like Mass Effect Andromeda, like that game was big bad. Dragon Age, it's funny. BioWare games came to mind, weirdly enough. All three recent releases of BioWare, great examples of that. Like huge fall offs as far as like player base and stuff. Newbie says Jagus just has to put it on console and then you'll play it. That's interesting. I don't know that they will do that.
I'm not too sure. Like, it was just a test, so it was just on Steam, but maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know.
What was the control
They
scheme
put
like?
RuneScape on mobile, so
Yeah, but PC games translate to mobile better than PC games do to consoles, right? Because it's a totally different control scheme. You don't have a mouse on a console, right?
yeah. So you have to do extra UI elements in the game, or like a you have to put the analog stick for movement on the screen instead of like you have to make it to touch and interactable.
Sure. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, just checking this guy out. Surprised that he's not banned, but you know, good for you.
Surprised that he's not banned.
Yeah, he had an interesting name.
Oh.
It's only really offensive in the States, though, so maybe that's why. Aussie. Oi.
Well, you know Twitch.
Yeah, it's true. But usually they're like, let's say, they're really offended by surface level things, is what I'll say.
Yeah.
They'll blow up on some surface level stuff, but some like deeply insidious and like perhaps even like problematic or corrupt shit or whatever, they're like, that's fine, whatever. Well, I mean, we don't know that it's an issue, but as soon as you do something that's like overtly or whatever, it's like, oh, well, hold on, we would never. Like, okay, sure. They like to pretend that they care deeply. Let me put it that way.
They care deeply about the money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say so. That's true.
That's usually what companies do.
Not all companies, though. Shout out to Palworld. You remember when that game was at its peak? They fucking they were throwing money at the servers, trying to get as many servers online so people could play.
Yeah. Companies will support things until it doesn't make money to do so.
I would say generally, yes. But sometimes there are good
time.
companies out there. Genuinely good ones. But yeah, I definitely agree with you on by and large, for sure.
FromSoft just wants to make a good game, and that makes money, so they're doing quite well, I'd say.
I don't think that anybody wants to make a bad game, though.
No.
Well, maybe some people. Shout out to Game Mill. But you get what I'm saying. Like, by and large, they're not trying to make a bad game. They're trying
to make a bad game.
Yeah, exactly. I just watched a video. It was by Never Knows Best. I very much enjoy his content. Shout out to Never. If you don't know him, he's on YouTube. Definitely check him out. He's got extremely detailed stuff. Like, you need to watch his shit like a fucking podcast, because he's got like 3 or 4 hour videos. Like, it's fucking intense. But he has a whole video on the difference between, or why he thinks that some games shouldn't be considered bad in the same way as other games. More to the point that video games that are failures shouldn't necessarily be like directly punished and like, you know, Thanos snapped from existence, particularly a Lord of the Rings Gollum or whatever, because that game wasn't good. It was a bad game, but like, is it unfair to like fucking destroy it, like crucify it the way that it was basically critically received when it's like a AA company like trying to like branch out, you know what I mean, and try something new, you know what I mean? Because basically his conceit, the central argument that he was making is like, listen, if you don't allow people to like make games and fail, then you're not going to have like more fucking Larian Studios, Baldur's Gate 3, because while Baldur's Gate 3 was huge, Baldur's Gate 3 came from Divinity Original Sin 2, which was big, but not nearly huge. And that game basically came out of fucking nowhere relative to the other games that they've released. Like, no one knows about any of the games before them, except through Baldur's Gate 3, Divinity Original Sin 2. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't work nearly as well by virtue of that, right? Like, they were like borderline, I don't want to say indie, but you know what I'm saying, AA, right? Before that. And I'm not saying that, you know, Gollum is going to become the next Larian or anything like that, but that perspective, I think, was healthy for me to experience. Maybe Doobie says, I think most people trash games nowadays because how much some of them are costing. That's part of it, but like, I don't think that's all of it. I think the reason people trash games, and Never said this as well, so I am parroting what he says a little bit, is because if you say that a game is bad, people will listen. If you say that a game is the worst game that you've played this year or whatever, then people will subscribe, right? Like, if you're like popping off about how bad something is, like, oh my god, it's fucking terrible, whatever, like the room for nuance in like the video game space is like not really there. Mid means bad. Like, the way that we use the word mid, it means bad.
I think it's more that the cost of a game is referred to as some sort of metric for the quality to expect from a game.
That's definitely related to it. It's true.
Like, if you're paying $80 for a game, it better be a damn good game, for example.
That's true, but people will come for games that are discounted just as well. Like, Gollum wasn't a full price game, and that game was like on every top 10 worst games list I fucking saw. It wasn't number one, but it was on all of the top 10 worst games. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's just because it was a prolific game that also wasn't a particularly amazing game. You know what I'm saying? But you're right. The price does have a factor. It does play a role in it, though. Sure. But it's like mostly the shock of the price increase relative to rather than relative actual cost, because video games used to be like mad expensive. I wasn't really gaming at the time, but they used to be like fucking nearly hundreds of dollars or whatever, like relative to the like actual, you know, per the era, if that makes sense, like not counting inflation or whatever, or maybe counting inflation. You get what I'm saying? Like, video games used to be really truly expensive. Newbie says I got an ad, so I missed it. I think most people trash games nowadays because of how much they are costing. There are games that are cheaper that are getting even more trashed than games that are more expensive. So I would say that cost is not a huge factor, Newbie. It is a factor, but I don't think it is a huge factor. I think sensationalizing how bad a game is, even if it's mostly just a fine game or a below average game, is mostly why we are where we are. And it is a little bit like, there's a little bit of a selection bias as well, where it's like, if I'm going to review a game, if I'm going to talk about a game, I'm going to choose a game that is going to have an audience for the review. So I'm going to choose a game of a certain amount of notoriety, whether it be good or whether it be bad. And if it's good, I'm going to praise it, sure. But if it's bad, I'm going to probably go extra duper hard on it, because people want to see, you know, a public flogging of a bad game. It's easy to make fun of a bad game. Which is like fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that either. But I don't think that it's fair to say that all bad games are equally bad or bad in the same way as well. And again, mostly I just find this perspective compelling because I just watched a YouTube video on it. It's been a few weeks. But nonetheless, that hiccup was deep. Good lord, my bad. Oh my god. But yeah. Mostly I'm just saying, shout out to Never Knows Best. Really like his stuff. I would say it's a little long, but I think that's part of his appeal. Like, you start up one of his videos and 4 hours later, you're like, damn, I know about the entire history of Final Fantasy now. I don't know why I needed this, but I have this now. Thank you. And also, like, Dark Souls is kind of a JRPG, which is weird. Like, nowadays, we wouldn't really call it that. But originally, it was, like, low-key kind of a JRPG. I'm surprised you got an ad, though. It doesn't say that you're going to get ads until, like, another few minutes from now. Pretty unfortunate. fucking Twitch lying to me, man. Goddamn bastards. Like, I can literally snooze this ad, but you already got one. Bruh. Did I already ask you about Monster Hunter Wilds?
I think so.
I see. Have you tried playing it? Did you like do the benchmark or anything?
I tried what?
Like making it run or anything? Do you have like any?
Oh no,
runtime
I
problems?
did not try that.
I see. I see. There's a lot of technical problems this time around, so hopefully you don't have any. Seems like most people who are streaming it obviously don't have any real problems, but I've been hearing a lot of reports of like some frame rate stuff and things like that. The homie Zero said that he was getting like, I think it was 30 to 50 FPS or whatever, even when he was changing the settings. Like, it doesn't matter if it's on ultra or low, he still gets the same FPS, which is weird. But yeah, I'd like to play it, but I'm a little more concerned about maxing now than I was even before. So who knows? Who knows? It was crazy though. Monster Hunter Day, that game fucking released and everybody played that fucking game. It fell off in a big way now, which makes sense, I guess. But like everybody was so excited apparently. Holy shit. Love to see it. As a longtime fan of Monster Hunter, love to fucking see it, dude. I mean, I'm not like an OG fan, I would say, but long time, yeah, sure. How long do you have to like a franchise to be a long time? You know what I mean? I think I remember hearing some Halo Infinite news. That was actually like really promising recently. Trying to remember what it was. Shout out to Mint Blitz. That dude never gave up on Halo and honestly re-inspired my hope for the franchise in a lot of ways. Because I was really super disappointed. Not with the release of Halo Infinite. It was fine on release-ish. It wasn't like great, but it was like approaching fine. But everything since, man. Like the support and like the rollout and the missing stuff and the delays. They had everything. They had it all, man. Halo was going to be the
They
big
had
one.
infinite possibilities.
They called it Halo Infinite because they were like, this is going to be the Halo game that we like have. And we're just going to update this one from now on. You know what I mean? That was the plan. Man, has the plan changed. Man, has the plan fucking changed. God damn it. I'm so sad. Halo didn't even really need to go that way. They could have just like continued with their fucking installment type release cycle. But they tried something new and ambitious and it blew up in their face bad. Like bad. Meanwhile, like games that would benefit from that, like Pokemon. Oh, speaking of, there's a new teaser. Did you hear about the Pokemon news, Saku?
I did not hear.
So it sounds like that they're going to release a new competitive battle simulator for Pokemon. And if you're familiar with the Pokemon space, you might know of, when I say competitive battle simulators, one thing might come to mind. It's called Smogon. It's a website where you can simulate Pokemon battles 1-to-1, where you just like generate your team just by picking the Pokemon from a list and choosing their stats and their moves and stuff like that, and you can battle anybody you like on the internet. And the reason why Smogon is allowed to exist, even though it's like very clearly like Pokemon battling, is because in theory, the Pokemon games aren't really for like competitive battling. That's not really what they do. There's a competitive Pokemon scene, and you need the games to play in the competitive Pokemon scene. But the scene is just like fully in tournaments and nowhere else. It's not like Monday Night Magic type dealy, right? It's just not a thing. So it seems that the Pokemon community, or the Pokemon company, excuse me, Game Freak or whatever, seems to have a symbiotic relationship with Smogon. So they are allowing Smogon to continue to exist. Until recently, where there is a teaser now for a game, an upcoming game that is, again, this Pokemon Battler. So I'm not sure what that means for Smogon, because now there will be direct competition between Smogon and this, future title, right? And the reason why I say it is a competitive battler, besides the actual advertising, is because it has unique features as well. In the game that you're playing, Scarlet and Violet, there's a mechanic called terrestrialization, which I'm sure you're familiar with. You can change the type of a Pokemon defensively, and also improves their stab offensively. In other games, there have been other mechanics, particularly Mega Evolution, which you see in one battle in the preview, a Pokemon terrestrialize on one side, and you see a Pokemon Mega Evolve on the other, which is not something that is possible in any Pokemon game, any official Pokemon game at all, or even on Smogon, because Smogon simulates like actual Pokemon games. There are fan games that have stuff like that, but never before have we seen it in like an official release or whatever. So it's very possible that this is like the start of a new era for competitive Pokemon, and also might elbow out Smogon, a long-standing fan-run Pokemon thing, if you will. Which is interesting, because Smogon is one of those things that's like, there's a lot of like Pokemon-like things or Pokemon fan things that exist with differing levels of popularity, whatever. Smogon, I think, is far and away the most well-known, and yet it's allowed to persist because it has this like pseudo-symbiotic relationship with Pokemon in general, I think. There's a lot of hush-hush, speculation on as to why, another Metroid Prime remake or whatever, which is a relatively small fan-made game that's a fan reimagining of Metroid Prime, or Metroid. It's not Metroid Prime, Metroid 2, Super Metroid, recreation of Super Metroid, whatever the Metroid game is, doesn't matter. And part of the reason why, in theory, that game was shut down is because Nintendo was in fact intending to release, maybe not specifically a re-release of that. I don't remember if they did or not, but they certainly released Metroid Prime, or Metroid Dread, excuse me. Stop calling it Prime. Prime is different. Shout out to Metroid Prime 4, by the way, which I think is still in the works, actually, technically. But yeah, that's very fascinating to me that there's this new thing that's perhaps going to cease and desist a long-standing battle simulator, which in theory never was like super duper legal, I guess, technically. Like it could be shut down at any time and no one would be terribly surprised, but they waited this long because only now do they have like direct competition with them. And I am curious as well, is the Pokemon company going to just do it in-house, like fully? Because if this battle simulator already exists, like you could in theory, like, acquire, if not the existing, stuff, you could also acquire at least the minds behind it or whatever, because they know what they're doing. They could just recreate it. I don't know. I like ideas like that. I like it when a fan makes something that people like and the official devs are like, we're going to buy that idea off of you. I really like that, personally. It doesn't happen a lot. Sometimes it does. And I think that it does a lot for the space. Oh, speaking of, 2 members of the Halo community, Halo Infinite community, were actually officially hired by Halo Studios to help develop a new game mode. So these guys were, they're called Forgers. Forge is the custom game creation engine. So think almost like Roblox that Halo has. That's a fucked up way of describing it. That's like so fucking backwards. It hurts me. But sure, that's an acceptable way of describing it, I guess. And they've been hired to basically just make or remake, I suppose, a relatively classic-ish game mode. It's like a new thing. I think the idea, so it's if Halo had like a Counter-Strike search and destroy type of game mode or whatever, which is cool, but I don't know. Wait, is that the game mode that they're making? I think it is. I don't know if I have an interest in it personally, but I like that they're making new stuff. That's definitely cool. I really like that Halo Infinite is like still trying. It's still trying to exist. I want them to do well. I want it to be successful, but I also don't play it. So I guess, you know, I'm kind of an asshole in that way. And I also don't want to play it because I need to finish this. This is what I'm working on. I need RuneScape to be done. Not like need to, but I would like to progress. I like to feel like I'm accomplishing something, and so far I'm doing great in a way with RuneScape specifically. Are there any game releases you're looking forward to, Saku?
Not specifically.
I think I feel the same way. I have a new fear unlocked for August, this coming August, but outside of RuneScape, I don't know. But yeah, I presume that Varlamore is going to drop well before that, and maybe also the Sins of the Father quest new thing where maybe we fuck with Draken or whatever. That'd be cool.
And probably get a new weapon.
Another Blisterwood flail?
If it goes the way of the RuneScape 3, it will be a spear.
Ooh, a spear.
That is not Blisterwood.
Fair enough.
But the way they did it in RuneScape 3 is you find a weapon that's in their prison that they're keeping there sealed, because it's a weapon that kills them.
We've already killed a relatively senior vampire though, so I don't feel like we necessarily need an upgrade, but like in canon. But obviously a newer weapon would be fucking huge for Sentinels, Firewatch Sentinels at the very least.
Blisterwood flail is not impressive.
Yes, it surely is not a very good weapon, and its spec is truly dog shit. It's truly one of the worst specs in the entire game.
You put the Blisterwood flail IRL, I don't think that weapon would function as you want it to.
Yes, I mean all flail-like weapons are a little sketchy, but
well, yes, but you don't expect you usually put a ball at the end of that chain.
Yeah.
At heaviest ball you can
Yes.
take because it always crushes.
Yes, as opposed to a sharp thing that might just hit on
a sharp thing that is probably not gonna hit on the sharp
yes,
end.
Exactly. The odds that it cuts are pretty low, and the odds that you just get hit with like the flat of it or whatever are like kind of decent because it's only sharp on the inside edge, right? Like,
yep.
The outside edge is fully blunt. So like, what the
I think
fuck?
it's even like a crush weapon in RuneScape.
That, I mean, calling it a crush weapon makes a lot of sense considering the likelihood that it's just going to like whack something rather than cut anything or poke anything.
Yeah, it only casts crush styles, no slash.
Even though it's made from a fucking sickle hanging on the end of a chain. It's a very silly flail too. You very seldom see like, you know, a two-handed flail like weapon, like long pole with dangly bit on the end. It's pretty uncommon.
I think there is a weapon like that, but it's like a really short chain with a ball at the end of like the butt end of the staff weapon. I don't remember what it was.
I believe that it could exist, obviously with a fucking ball spike guy at the end of it rather than a sickle, but I definitely would say that it's a relatively uncommon weapon to see in, you know, medieval fantasy, if you will. Certainly less so than fucking halberd or spear or sword or even axe. Shit, even a hammer is more common than that. like Warhammer or whatever. And we don't have any of those. I don't think we need them necessarily. Well, I guess we do have Granite Hammer. It's kind of different though. I mean, it's like medieval fantasy hammer, where it's like a big old fucking Joker rather than like, you know, it's supposed to be closer to like a 14 ounce or 20 ounce hammer that just has a regular hammer sized head because, you know, the bigger the head, the worse it is at delivering force. Like you kind of want the head to be small. That's kind of the point. But, you know, RuneScape devs don't necessarily care about realism in their video game. It's supposed to be fun. Can you imagine having fun in a video game? Me? I would never. I'm too busy chopping tree. I don't think we're going to get another level, by the way. We got like not even quite an hour and a half. It'll be close. I don't think we level. Wood cutting again. It's all right though. A lot of good progress. Only what? 600, maybe 700k. So not an amazing amount of experience to gain in a day. But we keep doing 700k, keep knocking out those 700k days. We'll close the gap. We're only 6 mil off. So what is that? 60 divided by 7 is like 8.5-ish.
I was searching for the weapon I was talking about. I didn't find it. I'm looking in D&D weapons lists. But I found a weapon. I was like, what the fuck is this? It's called a flail dyer. A dyer flail.
A dyer flail? Okay. Is it just like a bigger flail somehow?
It's like a quarterstaff with 2 flail ends.
Oh, good. That's so you can hit yourself when you're hitting the enemy then?
Yeah.
That sounds like an obscenely difficult weapon to use. I guess. So clearly you grab.
It is an exotic weapon.
Yeah, clearly you grab it in the middle. Clearly. Because you can't grab it towards one end without whacking yourself with the ball on the one end. So I guess you would do like full body turns in order to possibly attack with it. You're doing like full overhand motions. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't think that a weapon like that couldn't exist. I'm sure people could use it effectively, but like seems like it would take a lot. It's similar to like the nunchuck problem. Like if you're capable of using nunchucks, you'd be better off using like almost anything else. Like, yeah, they're cool, I guess, but like they're not extremely practical. And also you do really run the risk of hitting yourself like kind of stupidly hard on accident. Which is just a silly thing for a weapon to do, I think. And that's like the whole point of a flail. I guess flails and nunchucks are like almost design-wise like cousins in a way.
I would say so. It's definitely not swung in the same way.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna hit behind a shield with a nunchuck, I don't think.
Yeah, I would guess not. Yeah, I would guess not. Which is the whole point of a flail, right? It's really to attack over shields. It seems like the double flail thing is like really badly designed for that. What is the point of it as a weapon?
I don't know.
I feel like it ends up being very similar to like a double lightsaber combat-wise, I feel like. Except the double lightsaber, the thing that's cool about that is obviously it's a lightsaber, so you just need to like literally touch them at all. Whereas like the double flail, you kind of need momentum too. Like it's like very movement intensive, it seems like. I don't know. I mean, it's a strength weapon, obviously, and that makes it icky. Have you seen the double bow exotic weapon?
Double bow.
Yeah. It's,
I haven't seen it.
I think it's a bow, but with 2 bowstrings, basically.
Okay.
Just let you shoot.
So you just shoot 2 arrows.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. Doesn't seem very...
Doesn't seem very practical to
Yeah.
load.
Yeah. In my mind, it's way cooler than it is, if that makes sense. Like, using it, I don't think would be very good. Because what you're ultimately doing, like in reality, if you think about it, what you're doing is you're saying, instead of shooting 1 arrow twice as hard, I'm going to shoot 2 arrows half as hard and less than a quarter as accurate or something. Like, I just don't totally get it, I guess, is kind of where I'm going. And also, typically when you're talking about arrows, like, or like bows and arrows, like you can kind of like knock 2 arrows as well if you just want it. Like, you wouldn't need the extra string, really. Like, the string doesn't really care. It might help affect your archer or your accuracy, right? Sure, but like, I don't know how accurate you're going to be with a double bow anyway. You only got 2 hands. If you were like Goro from Mortal Kombat, I could see, you know, a double or triple bow being of some value, right? Because you got 3 arms, you know, you're goddamn a champ. But hard to imagine a regular person really making that happen. Also, I think that it was like a huge expense, like skill-wise, in 3.5 when I was messing around with it. Like, it didn't seem like it was actually better than just using a regular bow and shooting twice or whatever. Kind of depends on how many... Man, 3.5 is fucking weird. Like, your first attack is more accurate or whatever. Like, it's like +4, +1 or something like that with multi-attack. It's very fucking strange. And then, like, you get another and then it's like +7, +4, +1 or something.
Hmm.
I feel like that's how it worked. Yeah, and I really wish I knew where to put this mushroom. Wait, why do I keep changing worlds? Also, what's the sound of Guthix? What do you mean by that? Also, why is it so quiet? Oh, I guess he is sleeping. Very ominous sounding for a god. Like, as far as I know, like a fully... I don't want to say benevolent. He's more like impartial. I really get the impression that Guthix is like true neutral and like Armadillo is like lawful neutral.
Armadillo is definitely in the lawful.
I definitely feel like lawful applies.
Guthix, I would also say, is true neutral.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about Bandos being chaotic neutral?
I'd say that checks out. He's probably leaning into the evil, though.
Bandos, you think so?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that he's done anything like actually evil. Maybe.
Of doing a war at all costs, basically.
Mm.
And there's also the monster worship. Again, the Bandos is worshipped by low intelligent races
True.
that usually want to fight.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess I could see it. I could see it. All right.
Zamorak's obviously chaotic.
Yeah. Definitely chaotic evil.
Probably the evil too, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about Zaros?
He's...
He doesn't really do very much is like my biggest problem.
Lawful evil, maybe?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning either lawful evil or neutral evil, somewhere in there. I'm not sure how like rigidly he's defined, you know what I'm saying?
In RuneScape 3, he's defined as this very logical god, but that leaves no space for like emotions and whatnot.
Okay, so lawful evil makes sense. Saradomin's obviously lawful good, right?
According to RuneScape 3, he's not good, but yeah, I'll let it slide.
Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough.
Saren, perhaps neutral good.
Yeah, that makes sense. She's just dedicated to the elves, and that's like literally all. She wants the elves to be good. That's all. She tries literally her fucking best. My heart goes out to
To
Saren.
the point of destroying herself.
Yeah, my heart really goes out to Saren. Like she really truly did care and did literally everything she could. She just got tricked and made some mistakes. Like literally all that she's done. Is that everyone? Armadillo, Bandos, Zaros, Guthix, Saradomin, Zamorak, Saren. Yeah, that's everyone. Unless you want to talk about the Egyptian gods. I feel like I don't know fucking anything about them.
We don't know much.
One of them is evil and the rest of them got tricked. That's like kind of it. Wasn't there a guy like near the Fremennik Isles that like believed his own hype and became like a bear eating person or some shit? Yeah, this guy.
Kendall.
Yeah. Mountain Daughter, that quest. Like he deadass like fucking 8 people or whatever. Nope, did not mean to eat that. Rip that food. I'm pretty sure I calculated how many logs I counted or cut or whatever, like given my experience rate, only to realize now that it tells me literally on screen, this is how many logs you've cut and this is how many logs you cut per hour. Like it's literally just right in front of me. Like, why did I do all those calculations? Like it's literally just right here. Oh, we don't have enough room for... I guess it's fine that I ate that food then, because we're going to reset anyway. Oh, what's this guy doing? Only 54 combat, but he has the entire Temporos gear. Oh my god, 99 fishing. What a fucking gamer. He's like, you know what I like doing? Fucking fishing. The rest, I don't even know if I care about. I'm going to be honest with you. 85 hunter too. I see he's been doing his fucking birdhouses. Shit, he might even be doing fucking herbivore at this point. Only 97 Temporos runs. That's crazy. A shocking amount of LMS too, considering. I mean, I think a shocking amount of LMS is any LMS to some degree. One ranged and one smithing. .74 strength too. That's a lot of strength for 24 health. Or 24 hit points. He's definitely doing something there, huh? Pushing those fucking... opening that door in this Warriors Guild. I don't think you can even enter the Warriors Guild yet. Let's see. There's a bunch of ways to do strength, right? You can ride the bike in Blast Furnace.
No, that's agility.
Oh, shit.
But it is at the Blast Furnace, and you
Oh, you push the thing?
you pump something.
Yeah. Same thing as Trouble Brewing,
You
basically.
push the pump.
Yeah.
You know what's better than Blast Furnacing, though?
For
fucking stabbing things with the... and not a scimitar.
what?
Scimitar's got the stabbing style.
Yes, it does.
It has like plus 10 accuracy with stab.
Yeah, probably somewhere in there.
And for some reason I see people stabbing with the scimitar.
Oh yeah, no, I was that guy. There was a time I didn't know no better.
Yeah.
I was definitely that guy.
But you were new at the game.
It's true. It's true. They might be too. I don't know.
But also you should know that the way a scimitar is made is not made for stabbing.
Yeah.
Logically.
But this is also the game that has mac and cheese. You know what I'm saying? So like, logic will only take you so far, brother.
Mac and cheese is a new thing, you know?
Then that means that they should know better. It's new, which means they have all of history's knowledge. You know what I mean? They've done this before. They've been down this road. They can make smarter choices now.
Yeah, they have the history knowledge, but they don't have the real life history knowledge.
It's true, I suppose.
That's why it's not a slashing weapon at all.
But yeah, I definitely didn't know. But somebody did tell me, and I was like, nah, it's fine. I think I was trying to level, like, I don't know, defense or something.
You were trying to level everything at the same time.
Controlled? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be why. Which is, like, so much worse. It's definitely not the answer, but it also wasn't a huge deal. It was, like, free to play at the time, I'm sure. But yeah, don't make the mistakes that I did. Keep your scimitar on slash style. That's what you want. It's a big difference. Big difference. You might as well be using like a fucking black dagger or something like that instead of a rune scimitar or what have you. I used to think black weapons were so cool because you couldn't make them. Oh my god, that thing is... That's some high level gear right there. Black? Oh my god. How did you even get that? I also wasn't like super clear on which armor was better. Like I understood that mithril was worse than adamant and adamant was worse than rune. But like the whole black situation, you know what I mean? It was like I don't know where that falls in. Which is kind of funny because like I knew about bronze. I knew about iron. I knew about steel. Just black was a fucking question mark to me. Like, which is also kind of fair in retrospect because like Mithril, Adamant, and Rune having the relationship they do is fully arbitrary. That's just this game. This is the only Rune is only in this game, and the other two are like both mythological metals or whatever. Like you could say that one was stronger than the other, and like nobody would be upset unless they're familiar with RuneScape. There's some game. It's like a Stardew Valley like. I don't remember what it was called, but it has Mithril and Adamant as two advanced metals for your pickaxe, and Adamant is worse than Mithril. And I'm like, I guess if you didn't know RuneScape, there's just no reason to assume that one is better than the other, I guess. I don't know if either of them sounds... Mithril sounds pretty compelling because myth is in it, but adamantium is like, I don't know, kind of like an unobtainium as well. But I think that's only because Wolverine, right? That's where that comes from. Adamantium. Well, maybe not where it comes from, but that's what he's got.
Maybe.
I know vibranium is like Captain America's shield and Black Panther's like armor or whatever. Also, supposedly vibranium is like sometimes, well, not like sometimes, it's fully magnetic, but like Magneto can't always mess with it for some reason. Because you'd think if it was like magnetic that he would be like, it would be a free victory for him versus like Captain America or Black Panther or whatever. But apparently Magneto's history is like kind of sketchy. Like they mostly just try not to let those characters meet each other. It's kind of what it seems like Marvel's doing. It's like, we don't really want to mess with this. Well, that's at least my perspective from, you know, reading like an article on it or whatever. Doesn't come up very much. Despite Magneto being like the magnet guy, where you think he would be like pretty intimately familiar with literally anything that he can manipulate. It's kind of like his whole shit. But no, not that one. I'm kind of surprised that the X-Men are so expansive. They feel like their own like comic like publisher. I feel like the X-Men are so expansive that they have a similar or comparable cast to like the rest of Marvel is kind of what is how it works in my mind. Like there's just so many fucking dudes. I'm not sure why, but something about X-Men feels that like grand in scale to me. Maybe because there's so many good guys as well as bad guys, whereas like most other comics just have like, you know, one dude like Spider-Man and his rogues gallery. Like there's other like hero like characters that come around now and then or whatever, but for the most part it's, you know, Batman and his fucking sea of villains. Yeah, there's a few Robins in there, but it's mostly just like so many bad guys. That's obviously DC instead of Marvel, but you get what I'm saying. Speaking of, shout out to Static Shock, and also, why are there only 2 heroes in Static Shock? The cartoon. And that's if you're counting Gear, who doesn't even become a hero until like, I don't know, season 3 or something. I have no idea. What's her name? She-Bang? I think her name is She-Bang. She's like not a bang baby, but she's like some kind of government experiment and also has like super athleticism or whatever. I kind of wish I knew more about Static Shock because it seems like there's some very interesting stuff going on, but I don't know if I care about Static Shock or if I just like that one cartoon. Do you have anything like that where you're like super invested in one thing, one version of the thing, but don't know anything about like the greater space?
Yes. That was Ragnarok Online. I was fully invested in the... There's actually kind of a split in the types of Uh, at some point, they changed the whole combat system.
Mm-hmm.
Like they call it renewal.
Okay.
I was never big into renewal. I was
Mm-hmm.
always much preferred pre-renewal.
Unnewal.
Yeah.
Fascinating. That makes sense. What did they change? Do you know?
They changed the way the stats scale,
Hmm.
and they changed a bunch of formulas relating to the stats, such as it's no longer 150 dex to instantly cast spells.
Mm-hmm.
It's a combination of dex and intelligence that must give a certain amount, and that reduces only the variable casting time because they added a not variable casting time.
I see. So there's no more instant cast
There's
basically
no
at
more
all.
instant
Yeah.
cast. There's just a highest point where you can reduce casting time.
I see. I don't know. Sometimes that's healthy for a game. I don't necessarily mind. Like, that's like fairly fundamental. Like, the upside of Magic is that you can do badass stuff, and the downside is that you're usually squishy and also sometimes slow to like do stuff. But I'd have to see it in the greater scope of the game to like have a real opinion, obviously. But I could definitely see preferring the instant cast if it felt better, especially. In Mabinogi, there's, now that I think about it, it's funny that you mentioned that there was like renewal and pre-renewal in Ragnarok online. In Mabinogi, there's been 2 combat updates in retrospect. Very early on, there were enemy skills. Skills in Mabinogi kind of work like specs in this game. It's just that you can use the spec regardless of what weapon you have basically in your hand, right? So imagine the specs are just fully independent of the weapon that you have in your hands, right? And there was a skill called Sharp Mind, which would let you see what skill other people were using, including NPCs. So you could see kind of like what spec they had ready, if you will. And the way it worked from a balance perspective originally was, in order to use a skill, most skills, it would take like 2 or 3 seconds for the skill to like finish loading. And the whole time that it was loading, you could see it over their head. So like kind of like a protection prayer or whatever. You could see, hey, I'm gonna fucking Void Waker spec you in a second. I swear to fucking God. So you could like know, okay, I'm gonna need to pray magic in a second. It's pretty interesting that it worked that way. But it took so long to use skills. Most skills took like not like a terribly long time, but too long to feel good. So eventually they reworked it so that almost all skills were instant cast. Some of them were slower, the magic ones in particular, but most of them are like you just choose the one and it just bam. Also, you couldn't see, they like completely removed the Sharp Mind skill, so you can't see what players are doing at all. You can't tell when they're using skills, which is funny because they have like a white flash that's like obviously signifies that they're using something, but you wouldn't be able to see what they're doing. You would have to guess based on whether they're like moving or walking, which is weird. But, and like some skills also have animations. Most of them don't, but some of them do, like have animations while they're loading and stuff like that, especially the magic ones. And there's also the newer rework of the game, which I know literally nothing about. I have absolutely no idea what they did to my precious boy. But yeah, there's a whole, third wave of combat. But yeah, I definitely played Ragnarok Online myself, but I didn't really get into it the way that you did. So there's a lot of mystery still for me. Shout out to Gunslinger though. I had some fun with that. It was a good time.
Yeah, that was a good class.
Killed so many fucking larvae and anthell. Shout out to anthell. Don't let them finish becoming ants because they will kill you. They do overlevel you. You're there for the free experience on the larva, nothing else. I feel like I played that game for like 30 hours. which is a lot for any game that isn't an MMO.
That's not terrible.
But for an MMO, that's like nothing, and that's why I remember so little.
Archer was definitely the easy class of the game,
Oh man.
and it was solid too.
Shh. Don't say that to me. Gotta try it out. I fucking love archery. I don't even know if I cared about archery back then, to be honest. I don't know when I developed my affinity for archery. I think I always liked it though. But at some point I went from being like, I like archery to like, archery is my personality. You know what I mean?
Archers or hunter or sniper or everything in that line is really simple to build.
Mm.
You just max your dex and then your agility.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Dex lets you fire fast, and your damage is based on dex.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not fire fast, but hit hard.
Okay. And agility lets you fire fast then?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
And then you have a buff that it further boosts your dex and agility.
Mm-hmm.
Hunters get traps, and most notably ankle snare.
Oh no, an ankle snare.
Which is literally a bear trap.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a lot more. That's a lot more alarming than an ankle snare. Gonna be honest. Interesting, though. I don't think I'm gonna go back to Ragnarok Online though. Maybe for an afternoon at most, but I think MMOs are more or less not the answer for me. More or less. I'm still curious about Final Fantasy XI though, because that game really is from this era of gaming, RuneScape's era of gaming, and it's going strong. It's one of those games that I was like convinced was dead until I saw people playing it. Really. It's like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy XI? Yeah, that's the MMO one, other than 14. But like, there's only Final Fantasy am I aware of. There might be others, unless you count RuneScape or Warcraft, I guess. Is a single franchise with multiple parallel MMOs existing. Just like, yeah, which one do you want? Which Final Fantasy MMO do you want to play? Which Warcraft MMO do you want to play? Which RuneScape MMO do you want to play?
Yeah. Also, Ragnarok Online 2 was not Ragnarok Online.
Oh yeah? How do you figure?
It was World of Warcraft with a skin of Ragnarok Online.
Gotcha. I think I remember. Oh yeah, there was a sequel to Mabinogi. It was originally going to be Mabinogi 2 because the game was just like old, and then it eventually was called Mabinogi Heroes, but it was released in the West as a completely different name, Vindictus. And that game was nothing like Mabinogi or World of Warcraft. It was just a totally fucking different game. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. It was like kind of like a hero MMO, kind of like First Descendant, I think, where like you have like characters that you can select from, which is kind of like your class, excuse me. It was very, very weird. It didn't play like any MMO that I'd ever played before, or maybe even since. I don't remember very well because I played it for like, I don't know, an hour, and I was like, this is nothing like the game that I love. What did you do? Why did you do this? I think it's probably for the best though. Not only that I didn't play Vindictus, but I also don't play Mabinogi anymore because that game is like not very good as far as monetization goes. It's like a little, it's a little strong on the, I don't want to say pay to win exactly, because I don't think that paying money helps you progress your account exactly. I mean, you can buy best in slot gear, for sure. But I mean, that applies to RuneScape too. Like, obviously, fucking buy a bunch of bonds, buy best in slot gear, easy, right? But I'm thinking about like actually leveling your skills. Like some skills in in RuneScape, obviously, having a big bank will make a huge difference. In Mabinogi, it's not like really that way though. Some of them, sure, I guess, but most of them, no, not really. I would say it ultimately ends up being similar to this one, where it's like, will best in slot gear help you with Slayer? Yeah, I guess, sort of, but only like in a roundabout way. Like you're mostly gonna just have the same Slayer experience as everyone else, and that it's gonna be bad, and you're gonna hate it, unless you love Slayer somehow for some reason. I feel like I gotta turn this down. I think it's a little too loud. I think I waited until the song was completely over to turn it down, which is kind of funny. Now, I do want to save my settings because I think I turned this audio up just a little bit. There we go. Okay, you're still good. Drop all of this stuff on the ground. 4, 8. So I can eat this. But if I get a single fossil, I swear to God, I'm leaving. That'll be the end of me. I'm gonna fucking drop all this shit on the ground and leave. I swear to God. Well, fossil or Solus up cap, I guess. Is redwood useful to you at all, Saku?
Not anymore.
What was it useful for before? Fletching?
Burning shades.
Of course. The shades of Morton. Of course.
Redwoods are always so inaccessible anyway. Nothing drops that shit.
Yeah, no, I think you basically just have to harvest it yourself, right?
Yeah.
Have we spoken about an addition to the achievement diary before? For Varlamore?
A little bit.
I see. Oh. I guess we're gonna drop this stuff off. I only have 7. I'm not sure. Whoa. What the fuck? No, I don't want to go to the Lunar Isle.
Oh, I just thought of one thing.
Yes?
Sailing is gonna be really awkward as well. You're gonna have no diary tasks for sailing. So like the sailing's added to the game, and you only need level 1 sailing to
Finish your achievement
get
diary?
your achievement diaries completed.
Yeah. Unless they add the Varlamore diary and have sailing in it. And then you could get all of it done except for Varlamore, I guess.
I honestly see it happening.
Yeah, that makes sense. If they add sailing, then I wouldn't be surprised if they did an achievement diary specifically for Varlamore just to add sailing to it. Maybe 3 benchmarks, 1 or 4, easy, medium, hard, elite, something like that. Incentivize you to do sailing a little bit. I don't know what you would get from it, but probably something, obviously something tied to Varlamore in some way, but probably something pretty good. You get double the Sunfire Splinters from Colosseum. Fucking crash the shit out of that stocks. Well, actually, would it even crash? It depends on how hard it is to get the rest of the Elite Diary, I guess. because people already do that for money. You know what I'm saying? So like, I wonder if it would crash. Depends on how. But like, how hard can it be? It's not going to be harder than doing Coliseum. It can't be, almost. Congratulations on finishing the Elite Diary. You just needed to get a red token, a yellow token, and the new blue token. Well done.
Token the chest you open with the tokens will now give 2 red topaz instead of 1.
Oh my god.
They really need to add better ways of getting the key tooth for the new moon chest. Because as it is now, it is ridiculous.
The key tooth?
Yeah, the new key halves in Varlamore.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
There's a new chest in Varlamore that requires 2 pieces of keys.
No, so is it?
In a similar way to crystal keys.
Yeah, I was gonna
but it is
say.
the Varlamore keys.
I guess I just didn't know about. Maybe I got one of them once, actually. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've gotten half of it once. And it's, so you're saying it's just exceedingly hard to get the new crystal key equivalent, basically?
Yeah. They made the tooth too rare.
Oh, but the hook, the hoop half of key is pretty common, is what you're saying?
The hoop half, you get it from skilling.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but the tooth half, you get it from mobs.
Interesting. Does the chest have anything worth it in it?
It has some pretty valuable stuff, but not... It's stuff that you can get otherwise.
I see.
Like, it's 1 in 150 per Huey kills.
1 in
What the fuck?
150? Jesus.
1 in 500 from the Amoxley Annal.
Okay.
1 in 600 from Brutal Blue Dragon.
There's brutal blue dragons in Varlamore?
Yeah.
Okay. Where?
1 in 5.7k from Jellies. 1 in 6.5k from Frost Naguas.
Oh, that's got to be in the Slayer Cave, right? Those are all in the Slayer Cave?
Yeah, Slayer Cave.
Okay. I had no
1 in
idea.
11k from Frost Crabs, apparently.
That's funny. Okay. Jesus Christ, though. That thing is rare as hell. What the fuck?
It's needlessly rare.
What are the rates on skilling? I know it's skilling, so you can kind of just do it whenever. But, like, when do you get it from?
Let's say loop half key. It says Runite Rock 1 in 250.
Okay, it's pretty rare.
Calcified Rocks 1 in 5k. Well, I still got 30 of them from Calcified Rocks,
Jesus.
so I don't know what that's about.
1 in 5k and you got 30 of them? Jesus. How many
You
fucking
mine
calcified?
Rocks pretty fast.
Yeah, but that still seems ridiculous. 30?
It is actually pretty ridiculous.
That's like 30 fucking pets, basically. Maybe not quite that much. It's probably 1 in 5k. No, it's probably like 1 in 100k. Or
I
1
did
in...
get my prayer max with that. Like, I did get the rest of the prayer XP I needed from those.
Mm-hmm.
1 in 3.4k from Crashed Stars in Varlador.
3.4k. That seems pretty low too. So
Fishing spot in Civitas, the casket fishing spot, 1 in 0.2k. 1.2k.
huh. It seems like it's pretty low, honestly, for the skilling side too. But you definitely got a lot of them.
In comparison to the tooth, it is not that bad.
I mean, yeah, that's because skilling is like necessarily more AFK, I suppose.
More AFK, but you also have a lot more opportunities to get it.
Yeah. I'm looking at coal for mining. The mining pet, it's 1 in 290k basically, and 30 times your 5k, that would be 150k, right? So you got half of a mining pet if you were doing coal instead. I think that the coal rate is about the same as calcified rocks, probably somewhere in there.
Oh, coal rocks is unknown
For the rate that you get stuff from them.
for the keys.
Oh well, yeah. I'm saying coal is like the success rate for mining it. So you probably mine coal at about the same rate that you would mine the calcified rocks. That's what I was supposing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So in theory, if you were doing coal instead, you would get half of a mining pet in the time that you got those 30 keys. Which doesn't seem terribly common. Doesn't seem terribly common. So I think I do agree with you that it is more common than the PVM halves or whatever, but it doesn't seem terribly common. I think that you just did a lot of calcified rocks. The calcified rocks actually have a pet chance as well, and it looks like it's 1 in 741k, which is tied
And
for.
I did get pet from it.
Yeah. Wait, you did?
Yeah, I got pet from calcified rocks.
Jesus fucking Christ. That's literally approaching 1 in a million. Jesus Christ. I mean, you were there for a long time, to be
I
fair.
mined a lot.
But like 1 in a million? Did you mine a million of fucking bones? I doubt it.
Million bones, yeah.
No, I mean,
but you get 1 to 3 bones per mining.
so 2 on average?
So 2 on average.
Yeah. So 500,000 at least is how many you did? That's crazy.
At least.
So that's actually like roughly on rate then. 500,000? Yeah, you'd be about on rate for that shit. Sure. Guess it's not crazy. One in 60k for volcanic mine, by the way. Golem rate from getting fragments in volcanic mine. There's base chance minus 25 times stat base of the skill. Or chance is calculated from base chance of 60k and your skill level. $25 times 99 seems like it would be pretty high though. 60 minus 2475. Oh, right. 60k minus 2475. So it's close to 1 in 60k, but it can actually be a decent amount more than, or less than that, I guess. Whatever. They're more common. More and less mean something different when it's 1 out of something. Like, your odds go up rather than the... You get what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've seen the mining pet at Volcanic Mine, but I haven't gotten it. We got whale, that shit. We got a pickaxe there too. Did you get the pickaxe?
From the volcanic? No.
Okay. Somebody got a pickaxe there. Oh, Savage got it for sure. Finished the collection log, I believe. But we saw a lot of stuff at Volcanic Mine. Not since we started doing it again, but we've been doing pretty well, I think. Breaking the rock crazy consistently as well.
I think the biggest strike of luck I got was the tangled root from a watermelon. Because that rolls just once and during the final harvest.
Oh, is that how it works? Interesting.
Or, yeah, it rolls either on check health or the final harvest.
I see. So it's just one per. So even if you get 100 watermelons, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 1 in 160k for the watermelons.
How many watermelons did you harvest though in your time on RuneScape? How many allotments?
I got in my bank. I don't know how many seeds I've used, but I can check the bank.
Do you use watermelons for anything?
I make compost with it.
Yeah, true. That makes sense.
17k.
17,000 watermelons?
Yeah.
I would almost just like divide that by 100 to guess how many times you picked them.
I don't get 100 watermelon a batch.
I agree, but I don't know how many you get. I know it's going to be between 20 and 100, I would guess.
I'd say it's around 15 to 20.
Okay, so
Probably
20.
closer to 20.
So 850 out of 170k. So yeah, that's pretty good.
That doesn't count what I've used already for the super compost.
Yeah.
Since I had to constantly resupply.
You're telling me you don't use the spell from Volcanic Mine?
Yep. I mine volcanic ash and then I use that to make ultra compost.
I think the spell is ultra too, right?
The spell is only ultra if you unlock it at Volcanic Mine.
Yeah.
And it also does cost the volcanic ash anyway.
Yeah. It's kind of silly that it works that way.
And it's on a spell book that I already don't use at base when I do my runs.
Oh yeah, no. Which spell book is it on?
Lunar.
Oh, okay, so it's not bad. Lunar's the one that you want for reviving spells anyway, right? No, Arceus. Right?
That's Arceus.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, but if you're in Lunar Spellbook, you can use Humidify and refill your watering can, so you can water your plants.
You could. You're correct. You could do that.
However, comma,
yes.
it doesn't work on the important plant that you want it to work on, which is the herb.
It doesn't. You can't water herbs.
You can't water herbs.
What the fuck is the point then? That's the one that I actually might do. Maybe magic trees as well. That's kind of.
I don't think you can water trees either.
No, of course. Yeah, of course not. Why the fuck would you be able to? Don't be ridiculous, me.
All right, what can you water?
Just allotments, apparently. Allotments and fucking flowers. You can water your fucking scarecrow. It wouldn't surprise me actually at all if you could water your scarecrow in this game. It doesn't do anything, but you certainly can. I showed Kolya how to do tithe farm. Like I did the whole like mini game. I didn't do like a whole thing, but I did, 8 or so of them or whatever. But I forgot my shovel. So I got a fat 0 points for growing those guys. There's probably a shovel in there somewhere, but I was like, ah, fuck it. I was just showing it off. It's fine.
Watering plants is such obscure knowledge that I can't find it.
Do your own research, Saku. You gotta do your own research. The wiki doesn't have everything, all right? They're like, well, look, man. We are but a man. We are but a boy. You can't expect us to know these things. That's actually crazy. It's very uncommon, I feel like, that the wiki has like an information gap like that. Maybe watering's like busted. Maybe no one discovered that like watering something increases your RNG. If you water allotments, your pet chance goes up when you harvest it, you know? Goes all the way up to 1 in 5. Could be. No one would know, right? Nobody's doing the tests. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to get that 700k today, but that's okay.
Herbs, trees, fruit trees don't get watering.
Herbs, trees, and fruit trees, you said. Okay.
So that leaves hops. Hey, your jutes! Your jutes!
Yes, my precious jutes! Yeah, baby! Woo! Now I will never lose another jute seed. That's silly. That's very silly. Can I water cactuses?
It's super forbidden for us. Oh, we could probably rely on RS3 lore for this. They probably know about watering.
Sure. Is the RS3 wiki any good?
I'd say it's pretty similar.
I see.
It is well documented.
Mm-hmm. I was using a wiki for another game, and I was like, why aren't there rates for anything? You guys.
Okay, there is a section on watering on the RS3 wiki.
Yeah. Excellent.
Watering allotment, flour, hops can greatly reduce the risk of disease.
Greatly reduce? I'm sorry. You're telling me it could still get fucking diseased if I water it?
But you can plant the sprinkler MK1.
Okay. I can plant a sprinkler Mark 1 to auto water it for me. Cool. What is that invention? The invention skill at its work?
Invention skill,
Of
yeah.
course. Fantastic. Cool. I mean, that's actually not like I say it like it's a meme. It's like that's fine. Okay, sure. That's cool, I guess. I don't know if I would ever do that, but like, you know, cool, I guess.
Assembly invention skill is weird.
Mm-hmm.
The way you level it is by augmenting your weapons or tools and leveling them up. And then you disassemble the item.
That is weird, yes. I think it's mostly just like maybe poorly named. I think invention is the wrong name but maybe, I don't know. How do you make an invention skill that doesn't feel like crafting? I guess is kind of where I'm coming from, because it's just going to be crafting ultimately, right?
Basically, you have this research tables and you do it only once.
Mm-hmm.
And you have this research where you have to assemble a small thing that is really easy to assemble.
Mm-hmm.
but you only do this to learn recipes and you get XP from it.
I see. Weird. Okay. I guess I don't mind that in theory. Seems like it could be fine. It's different than crafting for sure, in that it's like
it is also a weird skill in it's the first skill that requires you to do other skills before being allowed to do that skill.
Yeah.
You need 80 crafting, divination, and smithing to be able to start invention.
Divination, crafting,
start
and
it. Yeah.
It's fascinating. Divination. So like they really are leaning into the idea of like, no, you are like the first person to ever do this shit, man. It's you. You are him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And divination is Gothic's died, so you can harvest his energy, and that's divination.
I don't think I agree with that. Gothics?
Yeah.
He
Oh,
doesn't...
he dies in RS3.
Hmm.
And gods come back, and then oh, it's the start of the 6th age.
We're in the 5th age?
We're in the 5th age.
I see. Hmm. Do you think that anybody in like this like era is like, nah, we're not convinced that gods are even real? You know what I mean? Like those are just old stories. And then the 5th age starts and they're like, all right, well, we might have been wrong about some things. Shout out to the Rapture. Turn a skeptic into a believer real fast, huh? Oh man, everybody became clothes. Shit. Where's the music? I really turned that up and it did not sound any louder. No, I guess the song just ended. All right, well, there we go. Oh, wait, I need... Oh, no, I don't have room. Okay, leave. Maybe just one more inventory then. We'll keep this guy. I came here, so I guess I can do this first. No real reason to do my dailies, because we'll be back tomorrow, so maybe not. We almost never forget to do our dailies nowadays, so I don't think it's an issue. I checked the gold per hour tracker, Saku. It said that buying my battle staves and selling them at the GE was 17 mil per hour. Brother. That's like competitive with the most money you can make in the game, period. Obviously, I had to finish my Varrock Elite Diary for that, but like, guys, there's free money out there if you want it. You can only get it every day, but like, damn, that's good shit, bro. Oh, and this trip counter is actually like very cool. I didn't understand it very much before, but it shows like the rate for every trip as well, and like also how much food I use every trip as well, which is kind of cool too. Like this one I didn't use any food at all, and it was only 22 minutes long because my inventory just filled up so fast. Like it's kind of insightful in that way. really like it. I think that whoever made this did a really good job. It even tracks like dailies though, which is weird in retrospect. Like it didn't need to tell me how much money I made from those battle saves. I wouldn't be surprised if it just didn't like track that information, but it totally did. It's like, yeah, no, you lost this and you gained this. Here you go. I guess that makes sense though, because it's just like really paying attention to what enters and leaves my inventory mostly. But it even does like Zora scales somehow. I don't know how it knows. Oh. Speaking of, I should maybe get some more Zora scales. I'm down to 2,200. I ran out of charges on my axe, actually. Completely ran out. Do you know how much this thing holds? I guess you wouldn't. You don't have a crystal axe, do you?
No.
I got like a teleport thing for it. That is the wrong wiki. Oh, that's the first time that's happened. What is this thing called? Crystal axe. I'm sure they all hold the same thing. Up to a maximum of 20,000. Okay, I charged it up to 15,000, so it's not at max, or it wasn't, but it was close. I have no idea how much I'm gonna use, obviously, so I just gave it what I got. You know what I mean? Like, here you go. I don't remember what is it called? My pickaxe. My pickaxe is at. Crystal mining pickaxe, I guess. Are they all mining pickaxes? It's probably just a crystal pickaxe. You don't use it for anything other than mining, do you? Well, actually, you probably do somewhere. That is a lot of fucking mushrooms, bro. There's fucking 40 mushrooms here. My inventory and on the floor. This dude has been holding out. Shout out to this Solasep. They're despawning. It's been so long. He's really trying to make sure my rate is not so bad. He's trying to make sure your boy is profiting in a big way. Damn, depending on how much this tree holds out, we might actually level up. 34,000? Probably not, but you know, it would be sick. It would be pretty sick nasty. Oh, well, there he goes. Never mind. Goodbye. Just like that, he's forgotten. All the things that he's done. Ow, fuck. Gone completely from my mind. Did you ever play Brighter Shores?
Yeah.
I see. I imagine you don't play it anymore. Can you still play it? Is it available?
It is still available for free.
I see. No interest?
Yeah. It's like RuneScape, but it's only grinding. Like, you only do skills.
Mm-hmm.
And they lead to nowhere after that.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about maxing right now as well, in retrospect. It's like, I'm just kind of doing it just to, like, do it, mostly.
Pretty much. But at the very least in RuneScape, there's other things you can do other than skill.
Yes, you're right. In that game, it's like combat feels like skilling, and there's just skilling to skill. There's no like raids or mini games or anything like that, right?
Combat is just another skill.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it goes.
Mm-hmm. They were adding player trades though, right? So that'll help somehow, I'm sure. You can at least merch, I guess. I don't know if I care about that game. It's cool that it exists. I hope that it develops to the point where it feels like there's a point to stuff, if that makes sense. But for now, I don't have obviously a vested interest in it, and also I'm very much focused on trying to like max, man. We're like right there, man. We're like right there. I could just finish maxing. The world will be a better place, I think. We've got a lot of time left in woodcutting. I ran the numbers and it was like 70 hours for just woodcutting. It was a bunch of hours for a bunch of other things as well. Mostly rune crafting is going to be the biggest one. I think it's going to be like 3 weeks of fucking rune crafting. Like, and that's just if I'm doing Arania, which is the faster of the two. So like, that one's going to be brutal as well. Did I just see my prayer go down? Fucking, what? I don't know what the fuck that was. That was crazy. I swear I just saw this 80 change numbers. I'm really looking forward to the new quests. I hope they're good. Been, well, I guess it hasn't been that long, right? While Gothic sleeps, or yes, that's what it's called. While Gothic sleeps. Again, Gothic's rest is an item, and While Gothic sleeps is a quest. But I definitely, we've done quests in the interim, right? But I'd love like a nice, you know, end game feeling. You know, things are happening that are important, rather than, you know, what was that quest where you're doing a little murder mystery thing? Like, it was quaint, you know. It was fine. It's not exactly thrilling. Didn't feel like there were stakes, you know. We did get needle and thread though. Think of how much value you get out of that needle and thread. It's infinite, Saku. It's infinite.
And
have you used it yet?
yeah.
God damn.
The value is not really the fact that it has infinite thread. It's the fact that it doesn't. It's the fact that it saves an inventory space.
Oh, because it's thread and needle rather than just.
Yeah.
Got you. That's true, I guess.
Thread's just a minor inconvenience.
Mm-mm. How do you make thread in this game? From flax?
You buy it.
Fair enough. I was like, do we start
the crafting store in Alcarid?
Alcarid, huh? Okay, interesting. I was like, do you start from shearing sheep? Dude. It's been so long since I forgot that shearing sheep was even a thing in this game. I'm gonna be honest. I fully forgot about that shit. You know, you can shear sheep in Mabinogi, right? And you can do it with a gathering knife, or you could use just any sword. You don't want to do it with any sword though, because gathering knives can be upgraded to be more efficient at shearing sheep, and also it will use the durability of your sword. Imagine using your fucking god sword to shear sheep and then it losing its durability, so you need to get it repaired. except the blacksmith only has a 99% chance of repairing it. So if he breaks it, it permanently loses some durability. That's Mabinaki for you. The game isn't a roguelike, but all of your weapons are. They all run the risk of losing permanent durability at any time when you repair them. Actually, so frustrating. So frustrating. Oh, okay. We did it. All right, time to leave. We're gonna go here. I guess there's really no reason to go here, but we will anyway. All right, we'll end a little bit early. Yo, Cam, you're just in time for the end of the stream, brother. I do appreciate you for stopping by, though. Gonna see who we're gonna raid out to. All right, let's see. Who do we got? Again, no Monster Hunter. We got some homies, some friends. Cam says, but no buts, no buts. It's time to end stream. None of these people are playing Runescape. All right, Saku. Would you rather watch Titanfall 2 or Dead by Daylight or Danganronpa?
I don't know what Titanfall 2 is, but I'm more interested in that.
It is kind of like the proto Apex Legends, but it has giant fighting robots as well as.
I'm suddenly less interested.
Ha!
I
Yeah.
stopped listening at Apex.
Well, to be fair, it's not like Apex. It's just got the like first-person shooter mechanics of Apex. It's not like similar to the game itself.
Sure, let's go with that.
All right, let's see. Are they ending stream right now? No, it doesn't look like it. All right. What's your name? Center Emmerak. Emmerak. I don't know how to pronounce their last name, but they're Center. Center, I believe Ice. Oh, Ice God. I was gonna say Ice King, but Ice God it is. Fair enough. Plays a variety of games. Very comfortable with Souls-likes in particular. Oh my God, they showed off their like suite, their space or whatever, and it's just full of gaming references that I understand. Like I'm Captain America in the meme right now. Like absolutely, I'm here for it 100%. I hope you have a fantastic time. Right now they're playing Titanfall 2. As I said, it's an Apex-like game in that it's a first-person shooter, but you have a mech companion, which actually has a fantastic first-person story. It's like a time travel, like time jumping type of thing, and your robot companion's kind of like a Zoid in that he's like fully sentient and stuff like that. It's actually a great time. I've never played it myself, but I've heard nothing but good things. Right now, they're on the lobby, but I imagine they'll play soon. They don't seem like they're ending stream, so you know it's probably fine. I've been that Death Panda. This has been Saku Kenpaku. You can see him this coming Thursday, where you'll be playing Elden Ring? Is that right?
Elden RuneScape.
Yes, RuneScape. You're right. RuneScape. My bad. And I will be back tomorrow doing more RuneScape. Right. So RuneScape from me, then RuneScape from him. It'll be great. Beautiful. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.